お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
It all started that night. The night two innocent babies were born, Naruto and Naruko. Everything would have been fine if the family of the fourth Hokage had not been attacked by a masked guy calling himself Madara. Minato tried with all his might to stop the attack of the Nine Tails, and his wife, Kushina, helped him in this difficult task. And it was during that short period of time, when the babies were left without parental supervision, that Madara found himself near the twins' bed. Perhaps he would have remained indifferent to them if he had not noticed this. Even if the girl showed a gift for a split second, the guy in the mask noticed it and at that very second made the decision to kidnap the girl. Immediately after this, he moved to Kushina and Minato in order to notify them of the kidnapping of the child. Naruko! The red-haired girl screamed. What a wonderful name. This is the name she will receive. Having said this, the guy disappeared. The grief-stricken parents could not even normally try to save their daughter or grieve, as they were forced to take extreme measures to seal the Nine Tails in their son. How they would like to see their children grow, see their first steps, hear their first word and help them cope with all difficulties. But, alas, they were not destined to live such a happy life. Both parents were killed while sealing the Kyuubi into their son, protecting him from the fox. A guy in a mask sits and looks at the peaceful face of a sleeping baby. The little one grabbed the guy's cloak tightly and didn't want to let go. No matter how much the guy tried, all his attempts to transfer the child to another were in vain. This little miracle became attached to the guy from the first seconds and did not want to part with him. They were in a dimly lit room, basement type, and thanks to this the little one slept carefree, allowing the guy who kidnapped her to communicate with others. In this room, in addition to the guy in the mask, there were also other members of their criminal organization, but he trusted only two of them more, the girl with blue hair and the red guy. Conan, you will be responsible for feeding the child. A tired guy in a mask gave an order to the girl. Even minimal care for the baby has greatly exhausted him over these few days. Okay, leader. The girl nodded affirmatively in response to the order. She, like the others, was surprised, but did not dare to show her surprise. If their leader decided to bring a baby here, then it's necessary. And the girl immediately liked the baby. And Nagato will watch the girl and train her as soon as she grows up a little. Tobi's gaze was focused on Naruko. She slept so sweetly and smiled at something in her sleep. But he still couldn't understand why she was smiling. He took the girl from her family, and now she's all alone here. What's her name? Asked the blue-haired girl. The guy in the mask was so thoughtful that this question seemed quite unexpected to him. Without taking his eyes off the sleeping child, he answered, Naruko. He said a little doubtfully. Yes, exactly, Naruko, the leader finished firmly. A little more than a year has passed since the baby was kidnapped and she began to live in Akatsuki. And now it's getting a little noisy in here. The little girl runs around and laughs, disturbing the others, but no one dares to stop her. Why? Probably because it's easier for them to tolerate her laughter than her tears. And no matter how much they denied it, they liked her ringing laugh. And when the girl starts crying, all these dangerous criminals are worried and lost, not knowing how to calm the little girl down. Naruko, let's go eat, said the red-haired guy, trying to catch up with the little girl. No, if he gets down to business seriously, he will definitely catch her in the first seconds of their game of catch-up, but he decided to play with her a little. The baby liked it very much and she was not going to give up so quickly. Besides, she didn't really want to eat, but she did, yes, to run and play. And then, finally running out of the labyrinth into the room, that's what she called all the corridors of their organization. She saw the rest of the organization's members. Not at all confused, the girl crawled under the table that stood against the wall. So the little girl with two funny tails found what she believed was a safe hiding place. A red-haired guy ran into the room almost immediately after her. Are you catching her again? Asked the guy with scarlet hair. He sat at the table under which the girl found shelter and made her favorite dolls. Yes. Conan needs to feed her, and then I need to put her to bed, Nagato answered calmly. This was a common situation for him. As soon as the girl learned to walk, and she walked quite early, chaos began in the organization. The little one was a terrible fidget. She always wanted to run, play, laugh, but she really didn't like doing what she was told. It's still the same today. Naruko, if you get out and behave well, then I will make you a new doll, Sasori said, still busy with his dolls. Unexpectedly for everyone, including himself, he decided to help pacify Naruko. Previously, he tried not to pay attention and could only occasionally sit with the baby for a couple of hours. The girl really liked the idea with the doll, since Sasori always refused to give her his creations, rightly fearing that the girl might get hurt, and she crawled out from under the table and stood next to the doll master. And when will you give me my doll? Naruko asked, slurring all the words, with hidden hope. When I finish it. Looking into the girl's eyes, Sasori answered and immediately returned to the interrupted lesson. When will you do it? The girl persisted. In the end, she had been told more than once that he didn't like to wait or make others wait, so she decided to get herself a doll as quickly as possible. Everyone was surprised by her ingenuity, but she was probably just interested in knowing whether the guy was lying to her or not. If you behave well all day today, you won't bother anyone and you will obey everyone, then by tomorrow morning I will finish it. Sasori said all this, directly looking into Naruko's blue eyes. But his speech did not seem convincing to her, and she wanted to say something else, but looking at Nagato she realized that it was better not to interfere. Take me in your arms, please. Approaching Nagato, the little girl said quietly. He looked at the girl, thought a little, and took her on his back. A little later, this became her favorite method of movement. In the end, everyone slowly began to love this little fidget. Some, like Nagato and Conan, already fell in love with the baby. Still, Conan spent a lot of time next to her, starting from the day the leader first brought her. Nagato joined the girl 3 months later. Although he also saw the baby on the first day of her stay here. This happened when the leader wanted to give the baby to the bearer of the Rinnegan to hold, but as soon as he handed her over, she immediately began to roar. This procedure was carried out with all members of their organization that were assembled at that time. She roared worst of all when they brought her and showed her to Orochimaru. The snake Sannin involuntarily scared the girl. After this, the Akatsuki leader decided to look after Naruko a little, and Conan was supposed to feed her. At first the girl cried every time, but later she fell in love with this silent girl. Then they started giving the baby to some guy, Nagato, and she, too, was hysterical at first, but then, apparently resigned to the fact that she no longer saw the guy in the mask, she calmed down and began to smile at him. All was good. She's already sat down and should start crawling soon. But she surprised everyone. Instead of crawling, she raised her arms up, trying to keep her coordination, and walked. Everyone was shocked with surprise, and, perhaps, everyone was pleased with the child's success, but no one suspected what it would lead to. About a week later, after these cute and harmless attempts at walking, she began to run, causing problems for everyone. It was then that everyone realized that it would be better to teach her to crawl, rather than help her walk. At the same time she began to speak. At first it was bad. But then it got better and better. And now, Naruko has been around for over a year now, and she's been running around the organization and can speak quite clearly. Genius? Maybe. It will take a little more time to find out for sure whether she is a genius or not. Having carried the girl to the room, Nagato stood up and froze. After thinking a little, he finally decided to open the door and go inside, where Conan was waiting for them with a tray of food. I caught her, the guy reported. The girl approached him, took the girl and carried her to the table. I haven't washed my hands yet, Naruko said quietly, after which she stood up, went to wash her hands and returned to her place. Conan has long been trying to teach the girl to wash her hands before eating, but every time she meets with misunderstanding and slight resentment in her eyes. What's wrong with her? While she was washing her hands, Conan decided to find out from her friend the reason for such strange behavior in the child. Naruko had never washed her hands on her own before. She always asked the girl to help her. Sasori promised to give her a doll tomorrow if she behaved well today. Nagato answered quietly. Mentally drawing conclusions for herself, Conan went to feed the girl. After finishing, the baby went to Nagato and lay down next to him. A little later she was already seeing wonderful dreams. The most amazing thing is that she could only fall asleep if she hugged someone, otherwise there was no way. She tried to sleep with Conan, but in the end the girl slept, and Naruko was angry. She falls asleep the fastest with Nagato. Literally a moment and she is already asleep. Even with her beloved leader, she sometimes took longer to fall asleep. Another 2 years passed. And now our baby is already 3.5 years old. She is still as energetic. You could even say that her energy has increased. Now Nagato must teach her chakra control and show her how to make seals. Today they will have their first lesson. Since it is very important that Naruko becomes a strong shinobi, worthy of the title as a member of the Akatsuki. She will have to study hard. Then, when she grows up a little more, the girl will also be taught the most varied and powerful jutsu. Conan, do I really need these ponytails? Naruko was perplexed. In response to the indignation, the girl only nodded silently. Having completed her work, Conan took a piece of paper and quickly turned it into a cute little bird. Seeing this small miracle, the baby's eyes lit up. This is good luck for you. When things are hard for you, he will give you strength and you will be able to work again. The girl informed the little girl with a sweet smile. Naruko looked at the chick as if it were her most hidden treasure. Taking it carefully, she folded her treasure into the pocket of his shorts, considering this to be the safest place for him. Well, our baby was wearing dark blue shorts that came just above her knee. She was wearing a white t-shirt on top and cute blue shinobi sandals on her feet. Her hair was pulled back into 2 high ponytails that reached just below her shoulders. It all looks very nice, which Conan immediately noticed. The girl did not want to let Naruko go to training. I was very worried about this little miracle. Of course, the little girl will be training with Nagato, so she shouldn't worry, but something was bothering the girl. Naruko returned to her room late in the evening, or rather Nagato brought her on his back. On the way to her room, she managed to fall asleep and cling to the guy with a death grip. The guy realized that he would now sleep in the baby's room when he tried to put the girl to bed. No wonder Naruko fell asleep so quickly. She and Nagato trained without rest from lunch until late evening. The girl did not want to upset anyone and therefore trained hard. And what's most surprising is that she quickly learned everything. Of course, she didn't succeed on the first try, but she made much less effort to learn chakra control and simple jutsu. Yes, she was a genius. Moreover, a genius with a rare type and form of chakra. Nagato became convinced of this during their training. Now he understood a little why the leader brought the baby. But the true reason remained a mystery to him, and he did not dare to ask, since in the very first days of Naruko's appearance, Obito warned everyone about unnecessary questions. And Nagato himself was not so interested in knowing the true reason. It was a greater mystery to him that such a little girl was not afraid of him. On the contrary, she attracts all the people around her. Naruko's room was small, but very cozy and bright, like its owner. A small bed in the corner of the room, a table, several chairs, and above the table a shelf with dolls that Sasori made for her. The clothes for these dolls were chosen by either Conan or Kakuzu. Also in the room, opposite the bed, there was a small wardrobe in which there were some clothes and a pair of shinobi sandals. The next day, Nagato trained Naruko from the very morning. And just like the previous day, they trained until late in the evening, only this time stopping to rest a little and eat. And so they trained for a week. At this time, everyone was minding their own business, but everyone was alarmed by the silence. It's kind of quiet here today, Orochimaru hissed. It's true. Today is much quieter than usual, Sasori supported his partner. Conan, did you really poison this fidget? Orochimaru asked in a malicious voice. But the girl only shook her head negatively in response. Oh. And this is already interesting. Are you really sick? The Sannin did not let up. But to this question he received the same negative answer. And then what about her? Haydn became interested. It's somehow unusual without her. On the contrary, it has become calmer. Kakuzu decided to keep up the conversation. I agree with Kakuzu. Without this little thing, it became much calmer and it seemed like it became easier to work, Sasori continued. Like that? Yes, no one runs around screaming and knocks you down. It's become so quiet now. Kakuzu didn't quite agree with the puppeteer. I agree. It's become calmer without the baby, but without her it's somehow boring and dull. Haydn began to be indignant. And yet, be that as it may, Conan, where is the child? Orochimaru interrupted the senseless argument of his comrades. Nagato has been training Naruko for a week now, she explained the whole situation. Oh, he's been training. And how is she doing? The Sannin asked another question. Excellent. She learns everything quickly. And it also seems that she has an unusual chakra, Conan explained just as calmly. An unusual chakra, huh? Don't even think about it, Orochimaru, Nagato interrupted the Serpentine. His unexpected appearance surprised everyone. Naturally, a slightly tired Naruko came with him. More precisely, she arrived on his back. Are you done yet? Conan was surprised. For today, yes. Naruko miraculously hurt herself. Namely, she stood still, then miraculously fell, and during the fall she hurt her hand. Nagato explained everything. And how can you fall while standing still? Orochimaru asked mockingly. And so? Naruko said, then stuck her tongue out at him and hid behind Nagato. This situation surprised no one. It was commonplace for everyone. The baby does not like the harmful snake, and he wanted to use her in his experiments, but everyone forbade him, including the leader. So, the Sannin had to put up with this situation. Of course, Nagato, Conan, and the others wanted to change their attitude, but it was all to no avail. No matter how hard they tried, all their attempts at reconciliation always ended in a new quarrel, so the others decided to simply not pay attention to it. How long have you been training her? Haydn asked unexpectedly for everyone. A week. And in the future I will train, the red-haired guy described their plans. I see. This means that in the future it will be just as calm, Sasori voiced his conclusions out loud. Most likely. But it seems to me that the training needs to be reduced a little, otherwise she may not be able to cope, Nagato gave his verdict. No, I will try and become the strongest kunoichi. Naruko was indignant. Your zeal is commendable, but you should not overdo it, otherwise a bad ending awaits you. Are you being smart, Haydn? Kakuzu asked, with a slight mockery. Although, I agree with you. Don't overexert yourself, otherwise you'll add problems to everyone. Okay, the girl agreed upset. Conan, let's go eat? And, taking the girl by the hand, they went to another room, where a warm and tasty lunch awaited the baby. Naruko, let's go for a walk, suggested Nagato. Yes. Certainly. Walk. The little girl was delighted with the offer. Then climb on my back and let's go. Today you won't be walking for long. Why? The little girl was upset. I have a mission today and I will have to leave. I see. Then let's hurry up. Naruko began, regaining her usual mood. Climbing onto Nagato's back, they quickly ran to the clearing. They didn't run for long, since the guy still had a mission, and he wanted the baby to have a good walk in the fresh air. And so they came to the nearest deserted clearing. And as soon as Nagato let go of the girl, she immediately ran to bathe in the sun, pick flowers, and so on. The guy liked to watch this little miracle having fun. She loves the sun and nature, but is forced to live in basement or cave-type rooms. Naturally, there is no sun and flowers, which she loves so much, so she is often taken for a walk in deserted areas in forests, fields, and villages. Of course, this upsets our little girl a little, but every time she feels sad, she takes out the Sasori doll or the Conan bird and remembers that she is not alone. She has a family. Yes, Akatsuki family to her, even though she doesn't like Orochimaru and just doesn't like Zetsu. But still she loves them all, except Zetsu. She doesn't love him and doesn't have any warm feelings for him. And now the time for her walk is up. Reluctantly, she nevertheless climbed on to her favorite place, on her back, and they headed back to the den. Immediately as soon as they returned, Nagato took Naruko to her room, closed the door and ran off on his mission. Left alone, the little girl took her favorite dolls and began to play with them. She quickly got tired of the game, and so she fell asleep on the floor. It was lucky that Conan, having returned from the mission, decided to look into the princess's room. Conan sometimes called Naruko, and moved her to the bed. This is their everyday life. After another 3 years. Nagato, come train me some more. Please, Naruko begged. Not now, princess. Well, why? You promised yesterday that you would train me in taijutsu. Sorry, but not now. I have a mission and I should already run. Ask Sasori. Having said this, Nagato disappeared. He really had an important mission now. Now everyone had missions, and therefore only Naruko and Sasori were in the lair. Orochimaru was conducting regular experiments in his laboratory, so he was not here. Zetsu and the leader went somewhere. Out of boredom and melancholy, the princess went to Sasori's room. Knock knock. Can? The little girl asked in a gentle voice. Come in, Sasori answered her without looking up from the doll. Sasori. What? The red-haired guy answered, still not looking up from his work. Train me, please. In taijutsu. I'm not doing well, Naruko said in the same angelic voice. I can't. I'm busy. Please, the little girl began to beg, almost crying. I myself am not strong in taijutsu. I can only teach you the art of controlling puppets. Want? The guy suggested, having already looked up from work. The girl didn't understand at first, then she was surprised, and the next second she was eager to learn a new jutsu. I want to. The princess exclaimed overjoyed. Good. Then look. That's how their day flew by. Sasori explained and showed how to control the dolls. Naruko tried to repeat the same thing, but she wasn't very successful. As a result, by the end of the day, barely, but the doll could move its legs. It is to move, not to walk. Walking was still a long way off, but moving my legs was just the thing. The next day they were alone again, and so Sasori continued his training. Having told everything again and shown it, he began to make another doll, and Naruko trained next to him. By the end of this day, her doll could walk, which she was very happy about. On the 3rd day of their solitude, the puppeteer tried to teach the little princess something else, but it was quite difficult. Although it was difficult, the little girl's perseverance took its toll. Therefore, by the end of the 3rd day, she could make the doll walk and do all sorts of little things. The little girl was very proud of herself and wanted to quickly show off to someone else, besides Sasori. The next day, finally, everyone began to return and she demonstrated her new skills to everyone who came. And so, when everyone arrived, Nagato gathered everyone to tell one piece of news. So, starting tomorrow we have a new addition, Nagato announced. And who is it? Haydn could not restrain himself. Tomorrow you will find out everything. Now go and rest, because soon you will have new missions. With these words the guy left the room. After him, everyone else went to their rooms and went to bed. Naruko, naturally, came to Nagato's room, explaining that she was scared and fell asleep in his arms. And so, starting tomorrow we have a new addition. Nagato announced. Who is this? Haydn could not restrain himself. Tomorrow you will find out everything. Now go and relax, because soon you will have new missions." With these words, the guy left the room. After him, everyone else went to their rooms and went to bed. Naruko, naturally, came to Nagato's room, explaining that she was scared and fell asleep in his arms. The next day, Naruko woke up before everyone else. She was still eager to find out who this new guy was, what he was like. The girl was sure that the new member of their family she'll like it. Since Nagato was fast asleep, and the baby didn't want to wake him up, she simply dressed as best she could and went out to wander through the labyrinths their lairs. After wandering around like this for about 5 minutes, she came across Tobi's door. After thinking a little, the girl finally decided to knock and enter. And just as she was about to knock on the door, Zetsu began to appear from the ground in front of her. The girl screamed in fright. If the guy in the mask were sleeping now, he would definitely wake up from such a scream. She was lucky that he was awake and that no one else lived nearby. Therefore, the reaction to her cry was quite calm. "What happened here? Naruko, why are you yelling so early? Decided to wake everyone up?" The guy in the mask asked in a slightly angry voice, opening the door. "There's a monster here. It grew out of the ground," Naruko answered, sobbing. As she spoke, she rushed towards Tobi. She hugged him and stopped crying because she felt safe. The guy also hugged the girl and looked at the one who scared the little one. "Well, judge for yourself. Early morning. Everybody sleeps. You are walking in a rather dark corridor. Silence. And then a scarlet-like creature begins to grow from the ground in front of you. Wouldn't you be afraid of something like that? I'm sure you would be scared too. So, let's return to our heroes. Calm down. It's just Zetsu." Tobi began to calm the girl down. After these words, the girl turned around and really saw a member of Akatsuki. Indeed. But he's still scary. Naruko began looking at the guy in the mask. "And why am I scary? I'm pretty cute." White Zetsu began. "It's not true. You're not cute," the girl shouted. "And in general, I am afraid of him more than anyone." Already with tears in her eyes, turning to Tobi, the baby said. "You. Stop." The leader interrupted the black Zetsu. He didn't want to listen to the next quarrels between these two. Everyone already knows about their relationship and therefore tries to prevent them from meeting or to interrupt their quarrel as quickly as possible. After his words, both warring parties fell silent and looked at Tobi. "Zetsu, you will come later." "Okay." And after these words he began to disappear. "Naruko, what happened? Why are not you sleeping? Something happened?" He began to bombard the little girl with questions. "I can't sleep. And also, what new thing will we have today?" "Ah. You will soon find out about this. Let's go, I'll brush your hair, or something." And with these words he took the girl into his room. There the guy combed the baby's hair and gave Naruko her already beloved 2 ponytails. "Practice while you have time. Remember, you must be one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Got it?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll go practice controlling the puppets then." With these words, the girl left the room and wandered into another, where she usually trains. Let me introduce you to a new member of our organization, Uchiha Itachi. From this day on, he will be a member of Akatsuki. Orochimaru will be paired with him. "Nice to meet you." The new guy answered politely. "Where is our little miracle?" Orochimaru asked the question, as if mockingly. "Exactly. Nagato, where is Naruko?" The leader has already begun to become interested. "The princess left in the morning and I didn't even see her. Most likely she is training. Sorry for being late." With these words, a little girl with 2 ponytails entered the room. She looked a little tired, but no matter what, she still smiled. "Where have you been?" The guy in the mask calmly asked the question. "I was training. That's why I didn't notice that everyone had already gathered." The girl answered just as calmly. Don't be late anymore. Don't forget, you are a member of Akatsuki. And must be consistent with our organization. Toby began to scold the girl. Okay. I will try to be more attentive and not be late. Naruko answered guiltily. For everyone, it was as usual. Naruko was late, the leader scolds her, she promises not to do that again, and the rest either just stand and listen, or help one of the parties. Itachi looked at this situation completely differently. When everyone started talking about Naruko, he thought that they were talking about a strong girl and never expected to see a little 6-year-old girl. It seemed strange to him and greatly surprised him. How can such a little girl be a member of Akatsuki? So how? She's about the same age as Sasuke. She also reminded him of someone, but he couldn't remember who. Hello. I am Naruko. What is your name? With a radiant smile, the girl interrupted Itachi's thoughts. Her smile is so similar to his. Her name is also very similar to his. They are so similar. Really? Is this really? Yes. But no one should know about this, especially her. Toby said, interrupting Itachi. He didn't want Naruko to know the whole truth about her birth. She should be here, next to him. After all, in the future she may become a key figure. That's why he keeps her near him. Having come to his senses, Itachi looked at the girl, came a little closer, sat down and looking into her blue eyes with a smile on his face said, "And I am Uchiha Itachi." Very nice. Seeing his smile and hearing his gentle voice, the girl was happy. She smiled her attractive wide smile again. Seeing the little princess's smile, Itachi himself involuntarily smiled back. Naruko, as punishment, show him the lair. And if you became friends like that, then Itachi will now be your nanny. The leader interrupted the entire radiant atmosphere. A nanny? Itachi was surprised. Yes, exactly as a nanny. Nagato, you're in luck. Now the Uchiha will watch over this fidget, and you can go about your business. The Sannin scoffed. But Nagato said nothing in response. That's it, you can mind your own business. After these words everyone dispersed. Only Itachi and Naruko remained. So, now you will train me? Naruko asked the error question. Okay. We'll figure it out later. Come on, I'll show you our lair. Of course, it is more like a labyrinth, but over time you will get used to it. Although I still get confused in these corridors. Who are you paired with? Orochimaru. With this snake? You're very unlucky. He's terrible. Why is he terrible? The guy asked. He became interested to know the reason for this opinion. In the end, the guy will have to work together with Orochimaru. So he should learn as much as possible about him. He is always doing some terrible experiments. He even wants to conduct experiments on me. Brrrr. It's horrible. Be careful. Okay. They walked for a long time and chatted about different things. More precisely, Naruko spoke, and Itachi listened to her carefully. He wasn't bored or unpleasant. He was interested in listening to her. The guy also found it amusing to watch the girl's emotions. Each time she changed them abruptly, as well as the topic of conversation. She also spoke differently about each team member. About someone with more tenderness, about someone with less. She praised some, scolded others. But Itachi clearly understood that she loved all the team members except Zetsu. She said a few bad words about him and that was it. Although the girl scolded Orochimaru, she still did not hate him. She loves Konan and Nagato the most. She loves others the same way. Based on all the conversations, the guy thought and concluded that being a nanny for this little girl is not so bad. On the contrary, it's a lot of fun. He learned all his future responsibilities, namely, feed the girl, train her, go for a walk with her, and put her to bed. You also need to make sure that she doesn't bother anyone. At first glance it doesn't seem difficult, but apparently it won't be that easy. The new day did not foretell anything like this. But it didn't start as usual. Ah! Someone screamed. Naturally, everyone came out to look at whoever was screaming. Since everyone came out except the new guy and Naruko, everyone concluded that Naruko had snuck into Itachi's bed at night and was sleeping there, and when he woke up and saw this, he screamed. Therefore, everyone went back to their room or to do their own thing, and Conan went to Itachi's room. Knock knock, there was a timid knock on the door. But in response to him, silence. This silence scared the girl a little. She wondered what could have happened there, what happened to Naruko, whether she was hungry, and so on. But she didn't think like that for long. After a couple of minutes, the door opened slightly and a boy with black hair and the same cold eyes appeared behind it. "I apologize for waking you up so early." The guy politely apologized. The girl was a little stunned by such a greeting, but remembering why she came here began. "You have Naruko. She already woke up?" "Yes." "How did you know she was here?" Itachi was perplexed. "Well, since you were the only one of all who did not come out to cry and, apparently, it was your cry, then I can conclude that Naruko came to you at night and when you saw her you were scared." Conan explained. Itachi, of course, was a little surprised by the girl's conclusions, but she was right. "And how often does she sneak into other people's rooms?" "Every night. She can't sleep alone." "Why?" "She constantly has nightmares." "Could you please hand her over to me, otherwise she needs to be fed." "Oh, okay. And one more question, does she always ride on the backs of others?" In response, the girl simply nodded in the affirmative. After that, the guy walked into the room a little thoughtfully, and a minute later, he brought out a sleepy little miracle. The girl had just been woken up and she didn't understand a little where she was and what was going on here. Having handed the girl into Conan's hands, the guy went into his room and closed the door. The girl took the girl by the hand and led her to her room. There she changed her from pajamas into a white t-shirt with some kind of small pattern, blue shorts, and put white shinobi sandals on her feet. Then she sat the baby on a chair and began to comb her hair and made, as usual, 2 ponytails. The girl thought that this hairstyle suited the baby best. While getting dressed, she had already woken up and found out that that night she slept with a new guy. Having finished doing the baby's hair, they went to the kitchen. "But I had so much fun with him. He is so good. Yesterday he gave me piggyback rides all evening. And I also feel sorry for him. He will now be on the same team with Orochimaru. Brrr. I don't envy him. And Toby also said that now he will keep an eye on me. But you will still feed me, right? Because I found out yesterday that he is not a very good cook. And in general, he only cooked a couple of times. And I love your food so much." Naruko explained her behavior. She thought Conan was a little angry with her, but the little girl was wrong. Conan wasn't angry with her, but rather was glad that she was able to make friends with the new guy. After all, it's not so easy for Naruko to communicate with someone just like that. And not everyone can please her so easily. All the way to the kitchen, Naruko praised Itachi and even told him something about his life. Conan was still surprised when she managed to find out so much about him and how long the tour took her. And then they finally reached the kitchen. More precisely, it was a dining room. It was very spacious and quite bright, which is very unusual for this room. In the dining room there was a large table and chairs, as well as a cabinet with dishes and walls on the right. On the left side there was a large passage to the kitchen itself, where, in fact, all the food was prepared. But for our baby, entry was prohibited. Knowing her, everyone was afraid that she might harm herself. For some time, Conan thought about teaching her to cook and everyone even agreed with her, but fear for this fidget took its toll, so it was decided not to let her into the kitchen. "And you can teach her to cook later, when she grows up and becomes calmer." But everyone strongly doubted that she would ever become calmer. The main thing is that she does not become more energetic and calm. Although, where is it no longer calmer and more energetic? But this is Naruko, so anything is possible. Good morning, everyone. Naruko said, to the surprise of everyone, quietly and somehow calmly. Did something happen, Naruko? Hayden asked. And this also surprised everyone. For the first time, Hayden asked Naruko about her problems. Yes, it's a day of surprises. First, the genius of the Uchiha clan yells early in the morning, then Naruko is quiet and calm, and Hayden is worried about her. What will happen next? No. Was something supposed to happen? The little girl asked in surprise. She loved Hayden's stories. He was the only one who could tell her about the mission, but the girl also understood that some of his stories were just a fairy tale. I don't know. It seems like nothing should happen, but, apparently, there will be an apocalypse soon. As always, Hayden said with a hint of joke. Everyone who was in the dining room at that moment immediately laughed. Hayden and Naruko easily made everyone laugh, but sometimes they quarreled, and very strongly. Naruko herself is a very emotional girl. It is easy to make her laugh or make her cry, anger, or calm her down. She is quite an emotional person. Perhaps this is why everyone loves her. Although it has many advantages without this, it also has enough disadvantages. There were few people in the dining room. Namely, Sasori, Orochimaru, Hayden, Conan, and Naruko. The rest haven't arrived yet. These four, Hayden, Sasori, Orochimaru, and Naruko, quickly took the most comfortable seats. And what? There's no point in being late. Conan slowly set the table, and Sasori helped her. Well, how he helped, controlling the puppets, arranging plates, forks, spoons, knives, and other utensils for food. And so, he himself sat on a chair and, together with Orochimaru, listened to the conversation between the baby and Hayden. Strange, isn't it? What can a Satanist talk about with a child? Yes, about all sorts of little things. But he hasn't said a word to her yet about religion. And if he had started to drag her into his sect, he would simply have gotten it from the others. Everyone liked his joke today, but he liked it most of all, as usual. But only this time the guy liked the thought of 1,000 deaths, even more than 1,000. But Naruko did not appreciate the joke and became very angry. Firstly, because she was the only one who didn't understand why everyone was laughing. Secondly, she believed that they were laughing at her. And thirdly, she did not have the courage to ask the meaning of the word apocalypse. It was new to her, and therefore she did not even know its approximate meaning. The girl was already preparing to say something, but she was interrupted by those who had just come for breakfast. Is breakfast not ready yet? Kakuzu hasn't even managed to enter yet, and he's already indignant. Well, what kind of person is he? Wow. Sasori quietly and peacefully waiting for breakfast? Hayden suddenly brightened up. Who were you sitting here with? Naruko was immediately indignant. Let me think. After these words, Hayden really began to remember who he was sitting here with. Haha. The Sanin's voice was heard. At this time, Kisame entered. At first he scared Naruko, but she got used to him. She thought he was quite funny. Good morning. The incoming Uchiha said quietly. Itachi. Someone screamed. Sit here, Itachi. Yes. It was Naruko. She pushed the still thinking Hayden out of his chair. Naruko's exclamation made him think even more. The others were also a little taken aback. No one thought that she would love Itachi so much. Usually she doesn't care who she sits with, but here she expressed a desire to sit with such an unusual person. Itachi didn't care what they thought of him. Well, that's the kind of person he is. So he calmly walked up and sat down next to the little girl. All the time the guy was concerned with only one thought: why did they need this little girl? He thought and thought, but could not find a worthy reason. For him, finding out the reason for her being here was the most important question at the moment. It would be more logical to kidnap Naruto, who is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Although, he was sealed in it after his sister was kidnapped. I can't understand why they need this little girl. To put pressure on the village? No, they are not that stupid, and even if they are, it is useless. But why do they need it then? They couldn't kidnap her because of their great love for children. Why can't I find the reason? Itachi kept thinking. He kept thinking and thinking about it. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't immediately notice Naruko calling him. Itachi! Huh? What? Why are you so sad? And why don't you eat? Did something happen? Yes. What happened to you? You're just like Haiden now. Kisame asked. Nothing like that. Just thought about one thing for a bit. Itachi answered with a sweet smile and began to eat. Seeing his smile, Naruko smiled herself and also began to eat. And what were you thinking about? Orochimaru supported the conversation. He wanted to know as much as possible about his partner. Yes, that's nonsense. The Uchiha answered without looking up from his plate. When you think about nonsense, you don't think so much. Sasori stated the fact. None of them could say exactly what he was thinking about, but everyone guessed, because they were also interested in it. Only Nagato was sure exactly what he was thinking about. Toby warned him and so he was ready. Don't think so much about this nonsense. And highlighting the word nonsense, Nagato said. Itachi understood what he meant and therefore simply nodded. And the rest, you just eat. And don't think about anything unnecessary. The red-haired guy asked everyone in an orderly tone. Everyone obeyed and began to eat. If Naruko wanted to think, now she decided to forget about it and just eat. Why bother yourself with all this nonsense? Better to enjoy your food. After breakfast, Naruko escorted Itachi to the training room. There Itachi learned about her skills, which is what she and Nagato usually do here. After analyzing everything, after lunch, he began training the girl. Moreover, he had to use the Mangekyo Sharingan for training. The leader asked him about it. As he said, this was only to teach her how to resist Genjutsu and distinguish between reality and illusion. Naturally, several hours of such training, without rest, exhausted both of them. And so they immediately went to the same room to sleep. Well, let's go, Itachi walked and carried Naruko on his back. As he found out at lunch, the girl does not like to walk, but only rides on the backs of others. Of course, no one really likes it, but no one can refuse her. How can you refuse such a cute little girl when she looks at you with her big blue eyes? Just looking into her eyes, it seems you are ready to agree to anything. The next day the morning was calm. Itachi already realized that the girl doesn't like to sleep alone and either you sleep with her, or she will come to you at night. Breakfast was a bit noisy, as always. After breakfast, there was again training for the Uchiha and the princess, but after lunch, Itachi learned that it turned out that he needed to go for a walk with Naruko. Moreover, one must be extremely careful so that the Konoha Anbu do not discover them and choose a place where no one would find them. The task was not easy, but what can you do? We must please the girl. So, the Uchiha and the baby sitting on his back went for a walk. Since Itachi didn't know the area near their lair very well, he carried the baby to the place he knew. It was quiet and calm. It's unlikely that anyone will appear here. That's what he thought. Wow! How great it is here! It's so beautiful here. The little girl screamed enthusiastically. She loved all sorts of meadows with flowers, and she also loved having a body of water nearby. And here are flowers and a waterfall. Well, isn't it lovely? Itachi was glad that the girl liked it here. He was glad. He was glad that he was trusted to be her nanny. But he should not have looked at how the princess played, but around her. The guy did not immediately realize that they were surrounded by Anbu, and when he realized it was a little late. They are surrounded, and only at that moment, he felt someone's presence. He blamed himself for not being able to sense the danger in time and take Naruko away. Why? Why didn't he feel them earlier? How could he make such a mistake? Will he really have to fight in front of this small and defenseless girl? No. He won't let her see this. He will simply quietly and unnoticeably disappear, leaving the baby alone. And just as quietly and imperceptibly he will kill them all. 10 minutes have passed. Itachi dealt with everyone. It took a lot longer than the guy would have liked, but there were quite a lot of them, so he got it done pretty quickly. During his absence, the girl managed to discover the disappearance of her new nanny and began to cry. It seemed to her that the guy had abandoned her. But he appeared as suddenly as he had disappeared. Why are you crying? The Uchiha asked, sitting down opposite the girl and with a sweet smile. Seeing this smile, the girl's heart suddenly felt so warm that she involuntarily calmed down and smiled back at him. Nothing. I just thought you left me. Removing the smile from her face, the girl said, offended. Her words surprised the guy. What makes you think that I would leave you? The guy asked in surprise. I don't know. It just seemed like that to me, the girl said quietly, lowering her head. At her words, the guy giggled and hugged her. At first, he thought that it was his longing for his brother that pushed him to such actions, but now he knows that it is not because of Sasuke. He hugs her because he wants to. Finding herself in the guy's arms, the girl finally calmed down. She still didn't understand where this warmth in her heart came from. Very strange, but a very pleasant feeling. She liked it. Naruko didn't want to leave his embrace. She wanted to stay in them forever. She felt safe. It seems as if nothing will happen to her as long as he is around. As long as he hugs her. As long as he will protect her. The Uchiha thought a little differently. The guy now understood how much he liked this girl even at their first meeting. And although at first he thought that he had warm feelings for her, it was only because he had recently lost his brother, and the girl was just his age. But now he thinks differently. He wants to protect her. He wants to hug her. He wants to be with her all the time. He wants to be her nanny. Having stopped hugging, the guy smiled sweetly and said, Let's go back? Uh-huh. The girl also answered him with a smile. And having climbed onto his back, they went home. Now that the guy understood himself a little, he decided to continue to be the girl's nanny and look after her. He knows that it won't be easy, but it will be even more interesting. They returned home just in time. It was already dark outside, and dinner was almost ready. Itachi thought that it was better to go for a walk in the morning so that Naruko could play enough. Also, if they leave early, they can take her to one place. Entering the dining room, they sat down with everyone else and began to eat with them. It so happened that Itachi sat next to Nagato, so he had to answer all his questions. But as soon as Nagato heard that they had stumbled upon the ANBU of one of the most powerful villages, he asked Itachi to come to him after dinner and tell him in more detail about all this. The red-haired guy wouldn't have reacted so strongly to this incident if it weren't for Konoha's ANBU. Since the girl is from Konoha, it is possible that they somehow found out about her. And now they can try to get her back. But as he knew, under no circumstances should this girl be given to Konoha. Never. She should be with them. A week has passed since that incident. Don't forget, tomorrow we are going for a new one. Nagato informed everyone. What about me? Naruko was surprised, sitting on Itachi's back. She climbed out of there only in some cases. You will be here with Zetsu. With Zetsu? Never. The girl yelled. But since she was sitting on Itachi's back, Itachi's poor ears took on all the pain and disappointment of this baby. You will stay here. With Zetsu. Nagato said, emphasizing every word. And period. Stupid Nagato. How dare he leave me with this monster? It would be nice if someone else stayed with us, but no. We should have been left alone. Naruko was indignant. She has been walking around the room for an hour after the others left and scolding Nagato. She was a little sad and lonely, because they were gone for a long time. And what happened there, in the country of stone, that they all need to go? 2 or 3 would be enough. But it's good that Orochimaru left, at least something good. Although no. I don't understand anything. I'm tired. And with these words, she plopped down on the bed. She looked at the ceiling and stared at one point there. She didn't lie there for long, she thought diligently about something for 5 minutes, and then, quietly and peacefully fell asleep. She didn't sleep for long either, as she was used to training during the day. And so, when she woke up, she trudged to the training room, where she began to train the next jutsu that Itachi showed her and improve her puppeteer skills. Orochimaru left before the leader announced a new task. Actually, it was Orochimaru's departure that prompted the leader to quickly send everyone on the mission. But everyone had their own. Orochimaru himself decided that he did not need any group in order to carry out his experiments. One assistant was enough for him, Kabuto, whom he took with him. Sannin also wanted to take the girl with him and conduct a bunch of experiments on her, but no one allowed him to do this, since everyone loved the baby very much and they needed her. And just like that, without the girl, Orochimaru left the organization. But he decided not to give up and one day grab the girl and conduct a couple of experiments on her. He also convinced himself and his assistant that if they could not take the girl with them this time, it was even better, because they would have a chance to properly prepare the equipment and clarify their goals for the experiments, so there was no need to regret it. I'm already tired of waiting for them. Soon is soon. I myself don't know exactly when they will return from missions. For all of them, they are very complex and lengthy, so be patient. Zetsu is already starting to get angry. Every day, from the very first day of their absence, he proves to the girl that they will soon return, but she should wait a little. But the baby still won't calm down. When soon? Coming soon. Just be patient a little. Trying to stop the girl's next hysteria, Zetsu answered. Hey! When will they be back, huh? Naruko suffered. During all these days that she spent with Zetsu, the girl did nothing but train, complain and sleep. Since Zetsu didn't really know how to cook, he always gave the girl ramen. Surprisingly, ramen became the girl's favorite dish. A few days later, Haiden and Kakuza get money. They find various ninjas for whom they give a large reward, catch them and hand them over. They must take all the money to one of the Akatsuki lairs. And hide them there. Well, more precisely, put it in a certain storage. Pain and Conan were now in the Rain Village. They will stay there for a long time, because they want to change their village and protect it. But for this, they need to work hard and spend a little time on their efforts. The trio were already in the territory of the Land of the Earth and were already approaching the village of the Hidden Stone. They must act very carefully, so that no one would notice them. After all, if at least someone notices them, then Akatsuki will have some difficulties may arise. But the guys were one of the best. Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori were now on their way to pick up a new team member, while the rest were on a top-secret mission. They must cope with all these matters within 2 to 3 days. But due to some circumstances, their mission was delayed a little and Naruko was left unattended, well, that is, along with Zetsu, for a week. Naturally, she didn't like it at all, but what else could she do? Who are you tired of waiting for? An unfamiliar voice rang out. The girl looked in surprise towards the unfamiliar voice. Who are you anyway? And what have you forgotten here? The girl began to be indignant. Calm down, Naruko. He's a new member of our team, so be nice to him. Itachi explained to the girl. Hearing a familiar voice, and then seeing a familiar boy, Naruko rushed into his arms shouting, Itachi! As always. Itachi is the only one you notice. Kisame was a little indignant. Who will he be paired with? The girl asked. Since Orochimaru left, that means he will be with me. Sasori explained everything to her. I see. The girl said quietly, sitting on Itachi's shoulders. Did you train while I was away? Itachi asked. Uh-huh. By the way, what's your name? Naruko turned to the newcomer. I'm Deidara. And you? Deidara answered animatedly. I'm Naruko. Naruko answered just as animatedly. And they are very similar, just like brother and sister. Kisame said a little thoughtfully. Itachi and Sasori were a little surprised, but then looked at them and nodded affirmatively. These two really were very similar, not only in appearance, but also in their character. Sasori, the baby drawled. What? Naruko's birthday is coming soon. In the leader's room, several years later, a week later, Haiden and Kakuzu arrived. Haiden immediately liked the new guy, which could not be said about Kakuzu. Deidara, Naruko, and Haiden often began to spend some time together. Of course, Itachi was also with them, as he was responsible for their princess. In his free time, Deidara taught the little girl about explosions, and she was good at it. Haiden gave the girl a cross and almost dragged her into his religion, but then Itachi intervened and prevented this from happening. Nagato and Konan were putting things in order in their village and therefore appeared here very rarely and not for long. So several years flew by. Okay, Itachi. With these words, the guy took the baby out of the room. Okay, let's go eat first and then go to bed. Yes. The whole time you weren't there they just ate it. This is so yummy. You should try it too. The little girl was inspired. Ramen? Do you eat ramen? Kisame was surprised. No. Zetsu hasn't made ramen yet. Haven't you eaten yet? Itachi was surprised. Okay, but let's eat first. It's late, let's go to bed. Itachi began. It's really late now. He himself is tired, besides, Naruko needs to be put to bed, and this is not easy. Uh-huh. I love your doll so much. Naruko answered joyfully. Okay. Just let's do it tomorrow, okay? Will you make me a new doll? The girl asked cutely, batting her eyes. Sasori looked at her a little tiredly and finally said. Yes, she will be 10 years old already. You know what will have to be done. Yes. But which? Before the guy had time to finish, the second one interrupted him. You will all go on this mission. You will have to destroy the entire village. All? Fine. When to go and where? You have to leave. Tomorrow, we all go on a mission. Nagato notified everyone. Is that it? What about Naruko? Itachi asked. She is also coming with us. This will be her first mission. Answered the red-haired one. My first mission? Honestly? The girl was perplexed, sitting, as usual, on Itachi's back. She almost never gets off the guy since he appeared on the team. Yes. You too. This is your first mission. Here we will test all your abilities and what you have learned during all these years of training. It will even more likely be something like a test for you, in which we will check whether you are worthy of the title of shinobi. And if so, how strong a shinobi are you? Cool. Now I too will become a real shinobi. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. She can finally become a full-fledged shinobi like everyone else. Itachi once told the little girl about how shinobi become in villages and how they determine how strong he is. Therefore, the girl tried even harder, because she is not like everyone else and she has her own, more difficult, path to becoming a shinobi. And a very strong shinobi. The princess was originally prepared to be a strong S-class shinobi when she turned 10 years old. Itachi, and the others too, prepared the girl well, so they were not too worried about the fact that something might happen to her or that she would fail the mission. Everyone knows how hard the girl tries to become a worthy shinobi, and therefore they help her in every possible way. Since she will soon have her first mission, on which she must give it her all, the girl began to train even more. Naruko couldn't shake the feeling that something might go wrong. She was afraid of something, but didn't know what, and in order to get rid of this feeling, she decided to train even more. But will training help her get rid of this anxious feeling? Will everything go well on her first mission? And what is this anxious feeling? 5 days later. The day of Naruko's first mission has arrived. The girl was very nervous and could not cope with this feeling. Everyone was already gathered and dressed in Akatsuki cloaks, even the baby was in a cloak. But due to the fact that she was not used to wearing it, she had it unbuttoned and it was clear that she was wearing blue shorts and another white t-shirt, and, as always, she had white sandals on her feet. Conan specifically looked for these sandals for the girl, and Kakuzu gave her the raincoat this morning. It seemed to him that since the girl was with them in this organization, she should not be much different from the other members of the team. "Is everyone ready?" asked Nagato. "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. "Wait!" someone shouted. This someone turned out to be Itachi. Naruko quickly climbed onto the guy's back and he said, "Now everyone is ready. Okay. Let's go." Having said this, the leader walked forward. Everyone followed his example and also set off. At a small clearing in the forest, Deidara was waiting for them with his birds. They will have to attack the village from the air. Everyone knows what they will have to do, down to every second of their actions and the millimeter where they should be. Sitting on the bird, Itachi noticed that the baby was a little nervous. "Are you okay?" the guy asked quietly. "Not really." The girl answered quietly. The guy looked at the girl a little questioningly, as if asking, "Why?" "I'm a little nervous. Something is bothering me, and I can't figure out what." The girl explained to the guy. He didn't say anything, but as soon as the birds flew up and they were almost alone, then Itachi tried to calm the baby down. "Don't worry. Perhaps you are nervous because you have only trained before and have not encountered this in your life. Perhaps. Everything will be fine. I won't let you get hurt," Itachi said with a slight smile on his face. No matter how strange it may be, these words made the girl feel much lighter and calmer. "We are distributed into groups, fly up to our zones, descend and begin mission," the leader commanded. Everyone began to follow his orders. Naruko had to switch to another bird, since it was supposed to be in a different zone. The team began to carefully descend and land in the village. "Let's run. Quicker. We have to," the man shouted to the red-haired boy, who was about 15. But when he saw the golden-haired girl, he fell silent. "What are you doing here?" asked the same man. But noticing the pattern on her cloak, horror appeared in his eyes. Taking a kunai, he rushed at the girl. But Naruko was not confused and also took out her kunai. They started running at each other. A moment and blood drips. The blood of a man who wanted to kill a little girl. It hit him right in the heart and killed the man with the first blow. The red-haired boy watched as the little girl killed his father. At first, he wanted to stop his father, because he never expected that such a little girl could be such a strong enemy. He was overcome with anger and hatred. The guy already knew that it was useless to run at such a little girl with a kunai, so he began to make some kind of seals. Naruko noticed his actions and realized what kind of seals he was making. She knew them. Therefore, she quickly rushed towards him and hit him with a kunai, but missed a little. Blood flowed down her hand, and this warm flow filled the girl with horror. She realized that she had done something wrong. She was shaking. The body did not obey, and the baby could not move. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. In vain. The guy swung his hand and wanted to kill her, but Itachi was in time and saved the girl. Looking at this little miracle, he noticed how she was trembling and looking with horror at her bloody hands. He understood what was going on. The little girl has too kind a heart and it's too hard for her to kill someone. Just as the guy was about to take the girl to a safe place, the local jonins blocked their path. Itachi had no choice but to engage them in battle. And the little girl just stood and watched their battle. She looked like that until the Uchiha's victory, if 2 more people had not tried to swoop in from behind. The girl was afraid for the guy and therefore quickly made some seals and touched the ground with her palms, which is why thorns grew in it, which pierced and killed those two. No matter how much she wanted not to kill anyone, she could not do otherwise. After all, if she hadn't stopped them, they could have hurt Itachi. "Hey, why are you stuck here?" Deidara asked. According to the plan, they should have been in the center of the village a long time ago, but for some reason they are still at the starting point. "Let's go now," Itachi answered and, placing the baby on his back, moved forward. "Itachi and Naruko, you are the only ones late." Pain began to scold. "Some difficulties have arisen. But I've already settled them," Itachi reported. "Good. Let's move on. While we take all the necessary scrolls, the rest must set the village on fire and kill everyone else," the leader commanded. "Okay." The team answered in unison and everyone scattered in their own direction. "Is everything okay?" Conan quietly asked Itachi, taking him a little to the side. "She can't just kill people." The guy briefly explained the situation. "I see. This is a little difficult. I don't think she should perform in similar missions anymore. In others, yes, but not in these ones." "Uh-huh." The girl agreed with Itachi's conclusions. The little girl didn't say anything. She silently rode on Itachi's back, her nose buried in his shoulder. She didn't hear their conversation, she just went into herself. Having reached the desired room, the team dispersed around the room. Everyone was looking for some papers. Even Naruko was looking. Of course, the little girl was still worried. But she had to complete the mission. The little girl was so carried away by the search that she didn't even notice how she wandered into a secret room. In that room, there was one wounded shinobi who was already barely holding on in this world. In his hands was exactly the scroll for which they had come here. Naruko was almost approaching him, but noticed the trap and jumped back in time. The girl was a little exhausted because of everything that had happened, but she was not going to give up. She knew for sure that she had to get this scroll by any means, but she did not yet know what. After thinking a little, the girl realized that she could get the scroll and the trap would not hinder her. She realized that she had such a gift. A second, and the girl has chains made from her chakra in her hands. Naruko and that shinobi were very surprised by this. But remembering her mission, the little girl set the chain in motion. An instant and the chain reached its goal, the scroll, another moment and it was in the girl's hands. Although Naruko still didn't fully understand what it was and didn't know how to control it at all, she managed the chain as if it wasn't the first time she'd used it. It was a reflex, but where did she get these reflexes? These thoughts were interrupted by the same wounded shinobi, who had already begun to attack the girl, but that was not the case. The little girl, gathering her thoughts, rushed forward to the door and literally a moment later she was already there. Again, she didn't understand how she did it and how she knew how to do it, but there was no time to think and so she quickly ran out into the room where everyone else was. Of course, everyone present was surprised by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the girl. "Where were you just now?" asked Pain. "Wait, where did you get this scroll?" Ichai noted. "I don't know how, but I ended up in some strange room. There was some wounded shinobi there and he was holding this scroll. But there were traps around him and I couldn't approach him." The girl began to explain. "But how did you get the scroll then?" Itachi asked. "I don't quite know." "What do you mean?" Both were surprised. "A chain of chakra suddenly appeared in my hands, then she took the scroll from him. And when I wanted to run to the door, I somehow teleported to it," the girl said with surprise. Her story surprised everyone. The chakra chains can still be understood, she apparently inherited them from Kushina, but such control of the chains. Perhaps this is due to the fact that Sasori taught her to control the puppets. What about teleport? Maybe she didn't notice how she put a seal on the door with chains and used the fourth Hokage's jutsu? It is quite possible. Even during training, she learns them all very quickly, Itachi thought. Nagato had similar thoughts about what was happening. Although everyone thought about her story, they did not have time to think properly. The mission is completed and they need to leave. Deidara and Haydn had already completed their mission, they set the village on fire, and so the others also hurried to the exit. Everyone came to the edge of the forest, not far from the village, where the birds on which they had flown here were waiting for them. Is everyone here? Asked Nagato. Yes. The others answered in unison. Have everyone completed their missions? Successfully? Nagato asked again. Yes. Okay. Let's go back. Having finished his short speech, Pain noticed that something was wrong with the baby. Naruko, are you okay? The leader decided to clarify. But she didn't say anything, and then the guy decided to clarify everything on the spot. When everyone took their seats, Deidara's creations took off. Everyone flew in silence. When everyone returned, the girl went to bed. Itachi told everyone this story. After listening to her, the team decided not to touch the girl, but, on the contrary, to help her recover. They liked her smile much better than those sad eyes. But while the girl was worried after her first mission, despite the fact that she still passed it and became the same shinobi as the others. Her brother at that time was studying at the academy and was a hooligan the whole village. Naruto lived carefree, not even knowing about the existence of his twin sister. However, the girl also did not know about the existence of her twin brother, but her carefree life ended with the first mission. And since she is now a shinobi like the others, she must also complete missions like the other team members. Naruto and Naruko's paths will not cross soon, but when they do, their lives will change dramatically. But before she meets her brother, the girl must meet another guy, but should these two even date? Or is it better for them to avoid making acquaintance? How did the mission go? The mission was successfully completed, despite some incidents. What kind of incident? Naruko. Naruko? What's wrong with her? Looks like she's not ready to carry out missions of this kind yet. What do you mean? She failed in her mission? No, she did a good job, and was even able to get this scroll, which was key to our mission. And what then? She can't kill people. This is of course a little problematic. But I think it's not that scary. The main thing is that she still completed her mission. That's all? So you want to say that this will not become a problem for us in the future? I think so. After all, we need her for other purposes, and besides, we can assign her missions that do not require killing people. Although some dissatisfaction and disappointment could be heard in this guy's voice, he was absolutely calm and serious at the moment. He understood that not everything would be as he planned and therefore, he provided for this option. Good. The second one calmed down. He was always worried about this little girl and this situation was no exception. The guy was afraid that the result of the mission and the girl's skills might disappoint his first interlocutor and then the girl might have problems, but fortunately this did not happen. Nothing else happened? Chakra chains. The second one said a little thoughtfully. Chakra chains? The first one was surprised. Yes. Chakra chains, just like her mother's. But what's strange is that she can control them no worse than puppeteers control their chakra threads. Plus to all this, she used the technique of the fourth Hokage. What did you say? The first one asked in surprise. I said that she has chakra chains, the same as. No, not that. I knew that she had the same special chakra as her mother. But what did you say after that? I said that she also used the technique of moving to fourth Hokage. Okay, /span, that's it. I'll have to talk to Itachi. Yes. He often tells Naruko something about Konoha, so let's talk about it. Do you think Itachi told her? Perhaps Itachi could tell her about the existence this technique, and she just managed to use it? I am also very interested to know this. She is then not just a genius if she was able to use such a technique, despite the fact that she had never even heard of it and could not see its use. This is also true, the second one noted. Then how can she know this technique? Yes, she's a genius in the shinobi world, but so what? She could not understand the essence of the technique at that age, besides, she had never used it yet. Well, yes. But she's kind of a genius. No. You know that this is simply impossible. The first one abruptly interrupted the second one. Maybe she inherited the knowledge about this technique from. Interesting. How could she use this technique? Of course, she could see it, but only on her birthday. But it's impossible that she could use it now. This ended their conversation and the second guy left the first guy's room. After their conversation, they both thought about what was happening and neither of them could find a logical explanation or solution to this situation. They were both amazed at the genius of such a little girl. Naturally, they knew about her outstanding abilities, but none of them could have imagined that they would turn out to be so outstanding. Well, after all, she is the daughter of her brilliant father and mother, who was also no slouch. Most likely, the baby was simply able to adopt all the best from them, all their genius, what she needed most, and this is what separated her from her brother, but gave her such an original family. Yes, the girl considered them her family, but not the criminals or murderers that they all were. Still, she has been next to them for quite a long time, well, like quite a long time, her whole life. But since from her very birth she knew no one but them, therefore the girl will always love these people, despite all their sins and shortcomings. These people were also glad that the girl lived with them. For them, she was a small miracle, whose angel they all strive to protect from the outside world and protect from all sorrows. What happened? Sitting in a chair and smoking a pipe, asked an old man in a red hat with a distinctive fire sign. Diligence was destroyed, and all their secret scrolls were stolen. What did you say? How could they be destroyed? I don't know. There is no one left. The only thing we could find was a note in the vault which stated that their village was attacked by a strange organization of renegade shinobi. They are all S-class criminals. They were even able to steal this scroll. Did they really kill everyone and take all the important scrolls? The old man asked, still not believing the words of his subordinates. Absolutely everyone was killed. And the village was completely burned. The fact that we have this piece of recordings is simply a miracle. You're right. This organization is very cruel. How many people were there? Judging by the records, this is the full composition, and there. What is there? There were 9 of them and there was a little girl with them. One of the speakers said in surprise. 9? The old man couldn't believe his ears. Yes. And who is this girl? I don't know. It's not indicated here. It's a pity. The old man was upset. Found it. It says here. What? Judging by the description, this is Naruto. The guy in the bear mask said in surprise. What? The old man was at first surprised by the words of one of his subordinates, but later he realized who the scroll was talking about. What kind of organization is this? Asked the grandfather. This is where his story ends. There is no more word about an attack on them. The old man was lost in his thoughts. He was upset that they had so little information about Naruko. He would really like to return the girl to her native village so that she could live with her brother, but at the moment this was impossible and therefore the old man hoped to rectify this situation in the near future. The years go by. The baby trains, learns new jutsu and grows. The incident on the first mission is gradually forgotten, but the skills that she discovered in herself there began to develop more. Itachi helped her with this. By training with each other, they both improved in this way. The girl was given missions that did not require killing, and was sent with one of the Akatsuki teams. So 2.5 years passed. What happened? What did you do to her, Deidara? I don't know. We were training with her, and suddenly. I myself don't understand what happened. The blonde panicked, holding a little girl in his arms. Give her here and call Conan and Pain. Itachi commanded. Deidara immediately gave the baby to him, who was bleeding from his mouth. They were both scared to death by the baby's condition, because nothing like this had ever happened to her before. As soon as the blonde handed the girl to the brunette, he immediately ran after the other two. And Itachi at that time put her on the bed. Literally 5 minutes later, Conan, Pain and Deidara appeared with them. What happened? Asked Pain. We trained with her. Deidara began to explain nervously. The guy was very worried and even felt guilty for what happened to the girl. What did you do with her? I didn't do anything. She used the flying thunder god technique, moved and fell. And then she started bleeding from her mouth and I see. Itachi, how often did she use this technique while training with you? Pain clarified. We didn't use it with her. I taught her other techniques. Itachi answered calmly. Although he remained calm, he was actually very worried about Naruko. He loved this little miracle very much and cared about her more than anyone else. And at that time Conan was sitting next to the girl and trying to understand what happened to her. The girl was also worried about the baby, because for her she was like a daughter. Pain, what do you think is wrong with her? What do you think, Conan? But the girl did not answer this question. Since she has not used this technique for a long time, I think she has a rupture of organs. Itachi concluded. You're right, Itachi. For the first time in a long time, she used this technique, and Naruko does not know exactly how to use this technique. No wonder. Conan, can you handle it yourself or call Kakuzu? It's better to call him if he's here. And after these words, the girl began to use medical ninjutsu. I'm running away. I'll also call Sasori. Itachi said and disappeared. I'll help him. With these words, Deidara disappeared. 5 minutes later. Where is Naruko? Sasori, who was brought by Deidara, and Kakuzu, who was brought by Itachi, asked in unison. Here. Kakuzu, help me, said Conan. And the guy began to help the girl. Sasori did not lag behind his comrades and burdened Deidara and Itachi with searching for the components he needed to prepare medicine for Naruko. 2 hours later, everyone finished treating the girl, Sasori gave her medicine to drink and Naruko felt better. After surviving 2 hours, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were able to save the girl and now they need to make sure that she doesn't stress too much. After half an hour, everyone left and only Deidara and Itachi remained with Naruko. Will you follow her for a week? Itachi asked. Okay. I'll keep an eye on her. Deidara agreed quietly. I would sit with her myself, but Kisame and I have a mission that will take a week or 2. Okay. Don't forget to go for walks with her in different places. Okay. After their dialogue, Itachi left for his mission, and Deidara remained by the bed where the baby was sleeping. The next morning, Naruko woke up and was as cheerful as ever. All these days, Deidara was next to her. But since the girl had no training, she was bored. Therefore, the next day he decided to take her for a walk in the morning for the whole day. But the guy couldn't think of anything better than to take her for a walk, not far from Konoha. It is not known how Deidara managed to find a place where no one would find them, but he still managed. For the first half of the day, Naruko just walked, and in the afternoon, when Deidara fell asleep, the girl went for a walk around the neighborhood. After some time, the girl reached some mountains, where a black-haired boy trained Chidori. He was alone. Wow. Do you know how to use this technique? Naruko asked coming out from behind the stone. The girl was interested in the boy, because he looked so much like Itachi. Who are you and what are you doing here? He asked rudely. He looked at Naruko. She had 2 long ponytails, a white t-shirt that was a little too wide for her, blue shorts and white sandals. Hey! I was the first to ask the question. If you answer mine, I will answer yours. The girl was offended. PFF. I'm still training. Now answer my question. I'm Naruko. And I'm walking here. What is your name? And you're just training? Why? The girl was happy. But this only annoyed the guy. He was also annoyed by her resemblance to Naruto. I am Sasuke. Just walking? The guy was surprised. Not really. Recently, I used one technique not entirely successfully and almost died, as I was later told. And that's why I'm taking a walk and relaxing today. Just walking and relaxing? And what kind of technology was this? The guy became a little interested. I don't know myself. A little over 2 years ago. I was somehow able to use it, but a few days ago, I tried to use it again, but it didn't work. Naruko was a little upset. I see. Only you find out what kind of technique this is. Okay, as soon as I find out, I'll find you and let you know. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something wrong with my face? Yes, you just look like one of my friends, Sasuke answered a little thoughtfully. I see. How long have you been training? Naruko did not let up. 3rd day. What? Yes, nothing. It just seems to me that you've been practicing a little long. Where's your teacher? You couldn't study this technique yourself, it's complicated. He has a mission now. And it doesn't take long for me to train her. Can you? The guy got angry. He was always the first, and then an incomprehensible girl appeared and said that it took him a long time to master one technique. I can. I mastered it in a day. It's true that she slept the whole day, she was so tired. During this, the girl began to make seals, and at the end of her conversation she had a ball of lightning in her hand. The girl rushed to the nearest large stone and blow. The stone split in half. Sasuke is shocked by what he sees. Who is she? Flew through his head. Who are you anyway? The guy asked dumbfounded. Me? I am me, Naruko. The girl answered proudly. What village are you from? The guy's question made the girl think a little. How should she answer this question? Me? None of them. I don't have a village. Which one are you from? Wait. Do not say. Judging by the mark on your tread, you're from Konoha, right? So we're not far from Konoha? The girl was inspired again. Naruko found it amusing to talk to Sasuke. How is this possible? The guy was surprised. I don't know. But, that's how I am. What other interesting techniques do you know? Lots of different ones. The guy snapped. Why are you so angry? The girl was offended. Am I evil? The guy was surprised. After these words, no one said another word. They both stood and looked somewhere to the side. Sasuke, let's be friends. Naruko interrupted the silence. During their silence, the girl decided that she should have at least one friend her age. What? With you? Yes, you. Come on. The girl insisted, I just really want to have a friend my age. Okay. The guy waved him off. Sasuke thought that it was unlikely that he would ever see her again, and even if they met each other, they would hardly recognize each other. Excellent. The girl was delighted, but she was interrupted by the sound of an explosion. Hearing him, she realized that Deidara had woken up and she had better quickly return to him. Sorry, but I need to run. See you. Naruko smiled sweetly and disappeared. She used the Flying Thunder God technique again. But this time she successfully moved to Deidara. He, in turn, was surprised by this and terribly angry. But after shouting at the girl a little, he calmed down and they went back to the lair. And Sasuke kept looking at where Naruko stood a second ago. He thought that the sun was hot on his head and that the girl was only his imagination, but when Kakashi arrived and saw the broken stone, the guy realized that it was all real. Kakashi. What, Sasuke? Do you think there are people who look exactly like someone you know? The guy asked thoughtfully. I don't know. I've never met anyone like that, unless you take into account twins. What? Yes, it's just, the guy was ready to tell his teacher about his new friend, but then decided to refrain. He thought it was better not to tell anyone about this. No one, not even Naruto. In the end, he saw her for the first and last time in his life. It is unlikely that he will ever see her again, but if he only knew that he was wrong, would he tell anyone about it? Naruko and Deidara returned late, so they immediately wandered into the kitchen, where they were waiting. But nothing was waiting for them. They had to prepare everything themselves, which is what Deidara began to do. What about Deidara? But he's okay. He doesn't know how to do anything except blow things up. And this case is no exception. Instead of just heating the water for the ramen that the little one loves, he accidentally blew it up. Well, by chance, he just thought of boiling water faster with an explosion. A couple more attempts by Deidara to cook dinner for them failed, or rather ended in an explosion. And after another explosion, they decided to go to bed hungry. But it was not there. Sasori came out into the kitchen. What were those explosions? The puppeteer asked seriously, standing in the doorway. We were preparing dinner. Naruko admitted honestly, sitting on a bench and looking at Sasori with big blue eyes. Dinner? The guy was surprised. And what did you cook? Yes, you didn't cook anything. Everything was exploding for me. It was wonderful. Well, that's it, off we go. As soon as it came to explosions, Deidara could no longer be stopped. But everything would have been fine if Sasori hadn't started arguing with him about what real art was, an explosion or puppeteering. This is what could drive everyone crazy. After all, guys are ready to argue all day about their favorite explosions and dolls. Have you decided to starve Naruko? Sasori asked coldly. What? Deidara didn't understand. The guy did not expect such a reaction from his partner, because they always argued if one of them stuttered on this topic. And here. Togo. Why are you making her wait? She should be asleep by now, but she still hasn't eaten. The puppeteer was angry. Who? I? The guy didn't understand. Naruko, are you very hungry? Ignoring Deidara, he turned to the baby. Uh-huh. She nodded. Good. Now I'll make you some ramen. What about Deidara? The girl was surprised. Well, of course, Deidara is like an older brother to her. Yes, everything here is for her, a family that she loves and wants to protect. And him too. The guy agreed a little reluctantly and began to prepare food for them. Deidara sat down next to the girl and they both fixed their blue eyes on Sasori, who was preparing dinner for them. This did not distract the cook himself much, since he did not like being forced to wait or when he makes someone wait. Therefore, having resigned himself to their views, he continued to cook calmly. After some time, delicious ramen was prepared. The way Deidara and Naruko's faces lit up is simply impossible to describe. And as soon as Sasori placed bowls with portions in front of them, they immediately began to devour the food. They were smiling ear to ear from enjoying the meal that sweet Sasori had prepared for them. Seeing the happy faces, the corners of the guy's lips turned up a little. He stood and watched as the two raced to eat his food. Literally a minute later, Deidara and Naruko finished eating at the same time. She looks like such a little girl, but she eats like Deidara. Sasori thought. That's it. Thank you, Sasori. The girl said joyfully. You're welcome. Now, run and go to bed. Lord, the little girl said and ran away, until Deidara remembered about her escape and brought up this topic in front of Sasori. And she was more afraid of him than of Deidara. Flashback. Hearing the explosion, Naruko realized that Deidara woke up and did not find her nearby. The girl understood that he was very angry if the explosion started. Sorry, but I need to run. See you. Naruko said with a sweet smile and, using the moving technique, appeared next to Deidara. Arriving at the place, the girl fixed her big eyes on the angry guy. He, seeing the sudden appearance of the girl, almost fainted. So what? One moment there was no one here, but a moment later, the one he was looking for stood there. Well, isn't it strange? Naruko. Deidara growled. Usually he never got angry with the baby, but this situation is different. They are near the village, which has been looking for a girl for a long time, and she carelessly wanders around here. What if someone notices her? But what struck him most was that she used the same technique that had recently nearly killed her. Well, aren't you stupid? These are the thoughts that were spinning in the guy's head. But he didn't know what to say to the girl. All he could do was growl her name. Yes, Deidara? The little girl was sincerely surprised by the reaction of her interlocutor. Don't you know that you shouldn't leave without my knowledge? And even more so, use this technique? The fair-haired one was indignant. But you were sleeping, the girl drawled. And why can't I use this technique? I realized the mistake. Naruko joyfully informed him. What? Yes, I almost died of fear. I was afraid that something would happen to you again. The guy flared up. The girl's eyes widened. She didn't think that he was so worried about her. They both stood and looked at each other in shock. They would have looked at each other for a long time, but the silence was abruptly interrupted by the growling of the stomach. Do you want to eat? Deidara asked, stunned. Uh-huh. Then, climb on my back. And he sat down with his back to the baby. She quickly climbed in. This was not the first time she had done this. And this was her favorite transport, but usually it was Itachi's back, and they went home. End flashback. As soon as the girl's figure disappeared, or rather disappeared, into the doorway, Deidara suddenly remembered that he wanted to talk to her. I managed to escape. The lover of explosions cursed out loud. What happened? Sasori asked calmly, as always. Can you imagine, this little one ran away from me today, and then used the technique of the fourth Hokage. And how is that did she manage to escape from you? Kisame, who had just returned from a mission with Itachi, got into the conversation. Well, I did. I dozed off a little. You fell asleep while walking with Naruko? Sasori was surprised, although he was rather angry. Well, it happened, the guy began to make excuses. Itachi, did you hear? Kisame asked his partner mockingly, but when he turned around, he had already disappeared. Deidara hurried to follow Itachi's example and also quickly ran away. The dark-haired guy was heading to his room. Entering the room, he saw Naruko sleeping peacefully on his bed. This didn't surprise him at all. The baby very often slept with him. Of course, she sometimes came to others, but with Itachi almost always. Smiling, he walked over to the bed and laid the girl down normally. Her sleeping face was so cute that Itachi couldn't take his eyes off her. He loved this little miracle very much and always took care of it. He wanted to take care of her all his life, but he couldn't. He already had a plan that he was forced to follow, because she is not the only person dear to him. Good morning, sleeping beauty. You know you should sleep in your room, but you came here anyway. A male voice feigned indignation. Naruko hadn't woken up yet, just opening her eyes. When she opened them completely, she saw that she spent the night in Itachi's room again today. She also noticed that the guy returned from the mission. When did you return? The little girl asked in fear. Yesterday evening. If I understood correctly, then immediately after you went to bed. Ooh, the girl pouted. Now tell me. The guy said with a serious face and sat down on the bed next to the girl. What? She was surprised. What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? Nothing happened, said the girl, her eyes darting. But you don't know how to lie. So go ahead, tell me everything. Everything, the guy said seriously. When Naruko saw and heard his serious intentions, she realized that she couldn't get away with it. And I'll have to tell her everything. Absolutely everything that happened to her yesterday. And so, taking a deep breath, the girl began her story. An hour later, she completed it. Here, she said quietly. But Itachi thought about it. Did Naruko meet Sasuke? Judging by her story, he has changed a lot. But it's okay, I'll soon go on a mission to Konoha and see for myself. But I don't know whether to tell her or not that he's my brother. The guy thought. Itachi. Naruko brought him out of his thoughts. Huh? What? I asked what this sign means. And showed the painted coat of arms of the Uchiha clan. Well, she was honest with him, now he should be honest too. This is the coat of arms of the Uchiha clan. And Sasuke is my brother. Itachi said quietly. This news struck the little girl. Can I be friends with him? Naruko asked uncertainly. Itachi didn't expect this. Well, Naruko is not predictable at all. Of course. Why not? Itachi responded just as surprised. Great. Now I will have a friend. She was delighted. Itachi smiled in response to her smile. Let's go have breakfast. Itachi said. Yes, let's go. Naruko said with a smile. And getting out of bed, she climbed onto Itachi's back and together, they went to the kitchen. But for some reason Itachi did not take into account that the girl had now fully mastered the technique of the fourth Hokage. Although, perhaps, he missed it, since he was more interested in his brother and not in this technique. Before they reached the kitchen, they heard an explosion. There was no doubt that it was Deidara or Naruko, but the girl was now with Itachi, and so they hurried to the kitchen. To everyone's surprise, Deidara was not involved in the explosion, as he rushed here screaming. Who is this fellow? Naruko, honey, what are you doing? Have you really learned how to make normal explosions? But to his great regret, the girl was on Itachi's back. So, the new bomber has not been discovered at the moment. Who could it be? Naruko reasoned. Now we'll see. Itachi said, handing the girl to Deidara. But this was unnecessary, since Haiden came out of the kitchen, coughing from the smoke and covered in soot. Haiden. Handsome. Such a cool boom. Did. Deidara could not calm his admiration. Aha. It was a great explosion. But how? Naruko supported the guy. I decided to cook something tasty, but... Damn. I didn't even understand what happened, but it exploded. The culprit was no less happy than Deidara about the explosion. But only the three of them had fun, and the rest were not happy about it. Realizing this, Naruko quickly returned to Itachi's back, Deidara to Sasori, and Haiden remained standing in the center. Well, what else? Just think, Deidara blows something up every day and nothing happens. The guy was indignant. Since everyone knew that he, Deidara and Naruko were idiots, no one was surprised that this happened. Come on, clean it up. Kakuzu commanded. He was clearly not happy with this state of affairs. Haiden, to everyone's surprise, did not object and began cleaning. Breakfast was postponed indefinitely. Naruko and Itachi went to train. The others also went about their business. Life flowed as usual, but in a couple of years, this idol would quickly collapse. Another 2+ years flew by. All these days in Akatsuki took place with training or missions. But very soon the biggest and most difficult mission of this organization will begin. Every member of Akatsuki prepared diligently for this mission, but Naruko did not take part in it. But this did not upset the girl much. The main thing for her is to eat more ramen and have fun with Deidara and Haiden, as well as walk with Itachi. Over the years, the girl has mastered her chakra perfectly, and now using it was as easy as shelling pears for her. These chakra chains became additional arms and legs for her. She also perfectly mastered her father's technique. And now it was not difficult for her to move to Itachi, who was somewhere far away on a mission. But it's true, after several such antics, she received a scolding from the guy. And after that I stopped playing around with this technique so often. Also, now she can not only move herself, but also other objects or even people. The girl also started wearing a raincoat, like the rest of the team, although she kept it unbuttoned all the time, because it doesn't hinder her movement. The girl loved everyone, but during this time her feelings for Itachi grew more and more. This was no longer a simple childhood crush, it was an easy crush, if not the baby's first love. But despite all her merits, she remained a baby and princess for all. And everyone protected Naruko as best they could. From that very day, Naruko and Sasuke never met again. Of course, the girl came to that place more than once, but no longer found the guy there. She looked for him around the area, but all her attempts were in vain. Yes, even if she had gone to the village itself to look for him, the result would have been the same, because the guy succumbed to temptation and went to Orochimaru. But Naruko did not have such information, and therefore every time she was near Konoha, she looked for Sasuke. Sasuke was consumed with revenge. His desire to kill his brother was so strong that he saw and heard nothing except him. The desire for revenge, shrouded in pitchless darkness, completely consumed him. But at the same time, Sasuke often had a dream in which he was a little boy and met a girl of the same age. He feels good around her, but he doesn't show it to her. But in the morning, the guy can't remember the girl's name, her appearance, or anything about her. He remembers only her angelic smile and nothing else. The guy doesn't even remember that he already met her once in his life, and the dream he has is that very meeting. It was this dream that was a ray of light in this darkness. It was this memory of meeting the girl that prevented him from completely sinking into the abyss. And every time he thought about Naruko, Sasuke forgot about revenge, but when he remembered, he tried to get it out of his head as quickly as possible. And that's why he can't remember her. But it is precisely this memory, the image of that girl, that is his small ray of light in all this darkness, which does not allow him to completely drown in the desire for revenge. But as soon as he forgets her, the darkness will completely engulf him and he will turn into a monster who will not calm down until he takes revenge. But later, even this may not be enough for him. For each of them, life goes on as usual and the inevitability of events that will ultimately bring them together has already begun. And it's too late to change anything. Because what needs to happen will definitely happen, no matter what. And this cannot be changed in any way. Why does it always rain here? The blue-eyed girl asked upset. Because this is a rain village. The red-haired guy calmly answered her. Pian, I'm bored. Please stop the rain. The girl begged. I can't. This is the village of rain and it must rain here. The guy calmly explained. But the girl did not let up. She kept wanting to go for a walk, but it was impossible to do that here. She was bored. Whine, whine. The girl began to sob. Stop it. Pain said sternly. Well, Pain. Everyone went off on some stupid mission, and I was sent here. I thought if I was with you, I would have fun, but here. It's very boring here. And you and Conan are busy all the time. What should I do? The girl complained. Naruko. Pain said menacingly. Significantly offended, the girl went inside. There she sat on the floor in the lotus position and crossed her arms over her chest. They have a mission, damn it. What should I do? Now I don't have a single mission, and on top of everything else, until the first beast is caught, I'll have to hang around here. She was indignant out loud. Naruko lay down on her back, took out a small doll from her bag that Sasori had given her, and began to remember recent days. The girl recalled how fun and good they were. There was no need to worry about anything and sit here doing nothing. And now, she is stuck in the rain village and waits until Sasori and Deidara catch the first beast, which they will all seal together. And the rest, except Pain, Conan and Naruko, help or look for their animals. But Naruko didn't know that these animals were bijou. She didn't know much about this mission at all, only that she had to help seal the beasts into a statue. It was a warm day. There was a roar in the cave room. "Naruko!" shouted the enraged Deidara. "What?" the girl asked. "Let's go blow it up," Deidara began intriguingly. Naruko listened carefully to the guy. She already really liked the guy's proposal. "Who are you going to blow up?" Itachi asked calmly. Both jumped in surprise. "No, just imagine, sitting quietly on a bench and talking, planning a prank." Suddenly, someone says something from behind. "And you understand, you have been exposed. Here they are too. And nobody." "Itachi, what makes you think that we are going to blow someone up?" Deidara asked in a trembling voice. "I heard everything. Don't even think that you can do this." The Uchiha calmly warned them. Both hung their heads in disappointment. Well, what should they do now? It's so boring without missions and training. You won't be able to go for a walk either, it's raining. I'll soon go crazy. Naruko said upset. I agree with you. Haiden approached them. Oh. Haiden. I thought you were on a mission. Deidara was happy. Naruko was also happy to see him. And again, the deadly trinity gathered together. Yes, they were a deadly trinity that only Itachi and Pain could cope with. No one else could. They were called that because if they started something, the consequences were very large scale. It all started when Naruko turned 13 years old. Therefore, Pain tried to distribute missions so that these three would gather together as rarely as possible. But that didn't stop them from doing all sorts of things. And now, a new meeting, which means a new misfortune. To everyone's surprise, the deadly trio only sat and talked, and also laughed very loudly. And so everyone relaxed and went about their business. But after a while, Naruko left them and went to her beloved Itachi. No, Naruko heard Haiden shout when she passed by the so-called living room. It's not true. Deidara shouted back. Oh. Naruko. Haiden noticed the girl. Exactly. Naruko, you are our sunshine, tell me who is more beautiful, me or him? Deidara asked in all seriousness. Haiden stared at the blonde with the same look. She just blinked her eyes in surprise, and then answered. Of course I did. The guys clearly did not expect such an answer. And what? It was true. Naruko was indeed very beautiful. She had long golden hair pulled back into a high ponytail, but still fell below her waist, large blue eyes, and an oval face. Short in stature. She dressed in a black t-shirt and short shorts. Over this, she wore an Akatsuki cloak like the others. And on her feet were white sandals. This is how Naruko grew up. Yes, we know that you are our princess. But if you choose only between guys, then who? Haiden clarified. This made the girl think, but then Conan passed by. Oh. Conan. I need you. She ran up to Conan and grabbed her by the sleeve, dragging her to the guys. What happened? She was surprised. I decided. Let's organize a beauty contest. And you and I will be the judges. The golden-haired one joyfully declared. Conan was amazed by this, but before she had time to say anything, the girl disappeared. Apparently, she went to look for other participants. But finally she managed to say, wait for me and the others in the kitchen. There's more space there. Everyone was surprised by this, but it might help resolve the boys' argument, so they dragged Conan with them to the kitchen. A minute later, Naruko gathered everyone in the kitchen. Conan decided not to argue. She even got the hang of it a little and helped the girl. Are you sure you haven't forgotten anyone else? She asked Naruko in a whisper. Do you think so? Then I'll go and get 2 more. And the girl disappeared. What's going on here? And where did this mischief disappear to? Sasori asked. He didn't like all this at all. Not only was he forcibly dragged here, but he was also forced to wait. And he really doesn't like it. But Naruko didn't have to wait long. Within a minute, she moved Itachi here, and another minute later, Pain. Well? And now? Naruko asked Conan's opinion. Great now. We won't take anyone else? I think not. I agree. They are the cutest. Although, I would also take Kisame. Okay. And a minute later, Kisame was there. That's it. That's it. Naruko announced joyfully. Now explain, why did you gather us all? Asked Pain. We will choose which of you is the most beautiful. Conan calmly answered yes. So please stand in line. Asked the little girl. The guys, except Deidara and Haydn, didn't like this idea much, but they decided to stay anyway. So, how will we choose? Conan asked. How? By elimination. Naruko said as if it was obvious. But Conan just looked at the girl questioningly. What? Look. Who will we kick out first? Maybe, him, huh? Naruko asked, pointing at Kisame. I agree. And the girls asked that guy to sit down. Kisame was not very upset and sat down on the bench, wanting to see the winner. Haydn was next. The guy didn't expect this and was angry. Deidara laughed at him as if showing that he was cooler. But he was next. Now Haydn was laughing at Deidara. But they had the same result, both lost. Now the girls faced a difficult choice. Naruko's favorite is Itachi, Conan's favorite is Pain, and Sasori. Who should they choose next? But the girls decided to do without quarrels and unnecessary disputes, killing two birds with one stone. Namely, the girls decided to award second place to Itachi and Pain. Thus they decided to get rid of all problems. But at the same time, they still had a winner, Sasori. Deidara and Haydn were sure that the girls would take a very long time to choose and would throw out Sasori first, but the guys didn't even suspect that the girls would act so wisely. For them, the puppeteer's victory was a real shock. Sasori, I congratulate you. Naruko shouted joyfully and hung on his neck. I didn't ask to be made the winner. And I had no desire to participate in this nonsense. Sasori was monotonously indignant. Well, Sasori. If you didn't like it, you would leave. And you knew that if you left, he would win. The girl's eyes sparkled suspiciously. Okay. You're right. The puppeteer decided to agree, because it was useless to argue further. Yes. Who would win then? Deidara didn't understand. Naruko, hold it. Decided to ignore his partner Sasori and took a small doll out of his pocket. Wow. She is an exact copy of you. The girl supported the puppeteer and examined the doll, still sitting on Sasori's back. Hey, are you ignoring me, or what? Deidara was angry. Naruko and Sasori just glanced at him and chuckled suspiciously. More precisely, Naruko giggled, and Sasori simply smiled. Haydn also heard this conversation and, unlike his rival, he understood who they were talking about. Deidara, now I understand why you lost. Haydn said, putting his hand on the guy's shoulder. What? He was indignant. And Haydn and Naruko laughed loudly. If it weren't for Sasori, you would have won. Haydn explained to Deidara, laughing. Naruko, it's time. Pain announced, tearing the girl away from her memories. Quickly hiding the doll back, the girl headed towards Pain on the street. She didn't believe that Deidara and Sasori managed to catch the first beast so quickly and lead them to that cave. Now all they have to do is seal it. Standing near Pain, the girl found herself on the statue. Having made 6 seals, Akatsuki, we got down to business. So, the sealing has begun. Phew. The girl exhaled. Are you tired? Asked Pain. Yeah. To be honest, I thought it would be a little easier. Naruko admitted. I told you, the easy missions are over. Now one big and difficult mission has begun for Akatsuki. Yes. When will they return? The girl asked, having already returned to her usual mood. Very soon. I see. Then I'll wait for them inside. The girl said, upset. Entering the room, she headed to the training room. The girl decided to spend her time usefully, since she had nothing else to do. As soon as Naruko closed the door behind her, she immediately began to train. Naruko had been training for several hours when she suddenly felt something. She felt someone's death. Death of Sasori. She was able to feel it because of the seal she placed on the guy so that she could easily move to him. The girl's heart was filled with emptiness and pain from loss. It was the first time she had lost someone. Her big blue eyes filled with tears. At that moment, Pain entered the room and saw a sobbing girl. Naruko, what happened? The guy was scared. And all she could say, swallowing tears. Sasori. My dear puppeteer. Naruko, are you sleeping? Itachi asked excitedly. Nope. The girl answered sadly. And she changed her position from lying to sitting. Are you still worried? Uh-huh. The guy just hugged the girl sitting in bed and wrapped in a blanket. Naruko has been sad about Sasori for several days now. And although it was very unexpected for everyone, only she was worried so much. For the girl, they were all members of one big family. We always quarreled with everyone else, laughed, experienced different moments. But this is the first time when someone died. Everyone was busy with business, but only Naruko was sitting in the lair. And if she wanted to go out to get some air, no one would let her out. This made the girl even sadder. But no one knew that after this, they would have even more losses. Having received their mission, Haiden and Kakuzu set off on a journey to fulfill it. And therefore Naruko was not worried that someone could kill them, because Haiden is immortal, and Kakuzu is not so easy to kill. Since everyone was busy with their own affairs, and the girl felt superfluous and unnecessary, Naruko went for a walk alone. She had not been outside for a long time. She had already gotten used to the sunlight, but still it was he who gave her strength. At the moment, all members of Akatsuki were in the lair, not far from the next victim. They often changed one lair to another. But, due to the fact that the internal structure is the same everywhere, Naruko almost never felt the difference. While walking, the girl began to remember the past and immediately remembered Itachi's brother, Sasuke. She suddenly really wanted to meet him, but she didn't know where he was or how to find him. This upset the girl, and she trudged to the waterfall. Naruko was already allowed to walk alone, but no one approved of this, and therefore everyone tried not to let her go alone. And she didn't like to walk and wasn't used to it, she was more accustomed to riding on someone's back. Finding herself at the waterfall, above the river into which the water of the waterfall flows, but below the one that falls, she stared at the water. The girl was so fascinated by the falling water that all her thoughts disappeared somewhere and she no longer remembered where she was and what she was doing here. All her thoughts were collected, but at the same time very vague so that they were difficult to understand. And who knows how long she would have stood here if one guy had not interrupted her. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? Naruko's male voice roughly returned him to reality. Huh? Finally taking his eyes off the water and shaking his head around, trying to find the one who did it. And then her gaze fell on the black-haired guy standing behind her. He seemed very familiar to the girl, but at the same time so alien and distant. I asked, who are you and what are you doing here? The guy repeated with slight irritation. Seeing the girl's face, the irritation only increased. This face reminded him of another, belonging to one very annoying type. Me? Naruko asked with slight surprise. She still had not fully returned to reality and all her thoughts did not want to come together. But this phrase angered her interlocutor even more. But the guy decided to remain calm until the end. He slowly closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and exhaled. He opened his eyes and asked the question again. Who are you? The guy asked, emphasizing every word. He decided to ask her one question at a time, since her mind seemed to be exactly the same as that no less annoying type. Me? I'm Naruko. Quickly recovering from such rudeness. Naruko? The guy asked quietly so that the girl would not hear him. This name was familiar to him not because it reminded him of the name of some idiot, but because he had already heard it. What? Naruko asked again, not understanding what the guy muttered. Nothing. He snapped. The girl began to peer into the guy's face. Who does he remind her of? And at that time, the guy was thinking about what to do, continue the questioning or better quickly leave before she recognized him. But the decision came on its own. You're Sasuke, right? Naruko asked happily. And although the guy didn't want to answer her, his facial expression said it all. The girl's joyful face angered Sasuke even more. And so he didn't wait for what else she would say. What are you doing here? You're still just as rude. Naruko said offended, and playfully puffed out her cheeks and folded her arms over her chest. Are you going to answer? The guy was furious at this girl's behavior. He has already regretted 100 times that he tore her away from the waterfall. I'm walking. Naruko answered coldly with offense. Just walking again? The guy didn't believe it. But the girl only nodded her head affirmatively. Now the guy looked at her better. White sandals were still on her feet, she was wearing a white t-shirt and blue shorts on her head. Like last time, there were 2 ponytails, only it was complemented by a long cloak, the same as the other Akatsuki members. But Naruko didn't wear it like the others. She preferred to wear it unbuttoned. Only now did Sasuke notice this cloak. He couldn't believe that she was also a member of Akatsuki. The guy didn't understand how someone like her could be there. What are you doing here? Interrupted the guy's thoughts again. Sasuke clearly didn't expect such a question, but he didn't lie. I came to train. I see. Good luck. The girl wished with a warm smile and was about to leave, but Sasuke asked her an unexpected question. Are you a member of Akatsuki? Yes. And what? Naruko didn't understand. Nothing. Sasuke didn't want to explain himself to her. He wanted to follow the girl, so he would find out where Itachi was, but Naruko seemed to read his thoughts. Itachi is not there now. Looking with the piercing gaze of his blue eyes straight into Sasuke's surprised eyes. He had rarely seen such a look from Naruto. Well, it was just a momentary thought on his mind. Besides, as Orochimaru says, he is not ready yet. Perhaps this is even for the better. And then Sasuke remembered how Naruko disappeared last time. Last time, did you use a clone? The guy suddenly asked himself. But on the other hand, this is a good way to change the topic of discussion from him to her. No, Naruko answered calmly, sitting down on the ground. Sasuke decided to follow her example and sat down too. The answer surprised the guy very much, so the next question arose, quite naturally. How did you disappear then? Now both looked piercingly into each other's eyes. Using one technique. True, I thought that I wouldn't succeed again. What kind of technique? Sasuke's curiosity grew. Itachi may also have this technique. He needs to know her. I don't know exactly. But they say this is the technique of the Flying Thunder God. And I also once heard Itachi say that this technique was used by the 4th Hokage, but was created by the 2nd? Trying to remember exactly what other Akatsuki members said about this several years ago. How do you know her? I don't know. The girl shrugged. How can you not know? Where did you learn to use it? The guy got angry. I don't know myself. I just used it once, and that's it. But that doesn't happen. The guy got angry, stood up and turned around. Why doesn't it happen? The girl was also offended and stood up. But this is simply impossible. Possible. The girl got angry, still talking at the guy's back. And Sasuke suddenly felt that he even liked arguing with her. This surprised him so much. Good. Then when did you first use it? Why did you use it? He turned to face the girl, trying to remain calm, and Sasuke continued his questioning. On my first mission. Itachi seemed to tell me about this technique once. And everyone thinks that's why I was able to use that technique. Naruko told him thoughtfully. And at the mention of the names of Sasuke's brother, the guy shuddered. Were you able to use the technique only after hearing about it? The guy didn't believe it. Sorry, but I have to go, otherwise I'll get it. And besides, I told too much to this snake student. Are you talking about Orochimaru? Yes. Terribly vile guy. I hate his stupid experiments. Naruko said, shuddering. I don't like them either. Sasuke surprised himself more and more. Naruko was already walking into the forest when she suddenly stopped and turned around. Please don't tell this snake about our meeting, okay? And without waiting for an answer, she disappeared, just like last time. And Sasuke, who didn't understand anything, was left with a bunch of questions in his head. Although this girl was very similar to Naruto, not only in appearance, but also in her character, she still interested him. And although at first he wanted to ask Orochimaru about Naruko, after their conversation, he decided that it was better not to talk about this meeting. Itachi lay on the bed and was pondering how best to act and when he was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Naruko in the room. More precisely, she suddenly fell on him. Oh, the girl moaned, getting up with Itachi and sitting down next to him. Running away again? Itachi got angry. I'm bored, she drawled. Don't go alone anymore. Itachi said calmly and left the room. At first, Naruko just sat on the bed, looking discouraged at the door through which Itachi came out. But a couple of minutes later she got angry and said after him. Well, go. And then I won't tell you about Sasuke. And left the room, going to the kitchen in search of something edible. Commentary on Chapter 11. Second meeting. I apologize for taking so long. I posted the chapter. BRR. I don't want to. I won't. The girl objected, shaking her head in different directions. Well, why? Naruko, you yourself understand that this will be better not only for everyone, but also for you in the first place. So don't be stubborn, please, Deidara begged the girl, but she only shook her head more strongly. You made me feel dizzy, Naruko complained. The two sat in the dining room and ate the porridge Kisame had prepared. But they started arguing before they even entered the canteen. And no matter how hard Deidara tried to persuade the girl with his own strength, it was all useless. As always, she didn't listen to anyone. So the guy almost gave up. I'll tell Itachi everything. Deidara has already switched to threats, still not losing hope of persuading the girl on his own. And what are you going to tell me, Deidara? Asked Itachi, who, entering the dining room, accidentally heard a snippet of an argument between Naruko and Deidara. Itachi. Naruko instantly appeared next to Itachi and was delighted. Now Itachi was her savior from the boring Deidara. Although usually everything was always the other way around. Go and eat. Did I cook porridge all morning in vain? Kisame expressed his dissatisfaction. Very tasty porridge, Kisame. Is it true? The girl said with a smile and returned to her place to finish the porridge. Kisame actually cooked a very tasty porridge, but, alas, he couldn't cook anything else. So what happened, Deidara? What did you want to complain to me about? Itachi asked, sitting down on the opposite side of the table with Kisame. But before Deidara could answer, Tobi immediately flew into the room. Well, senpai, did you convince Naruko to go on this mission? The newcomer excitedly asked his partner, not noticing the presence of others. What? Go on a mission with you? Kisame was surprised. Pain said that she can help us a lot. Deidara got nervous. Huh. And how will Naruko help you? You know, it's impossible for them to see her. This can be a serious problem. Kisame objected menacingly. Toby. Deidara got angry. Yes, senpai? Toby asked, hiding behind Naruko, who was dreamily eating porridge. Toby. I told you that I came to convince her otherwise. Deidara got up from the table and got angry. What? Toby was frightened. I'll kill you, parasite, Deidara threatened and immediately rushed towards his opponent. But he was not a failure either. He knew how much everyone loved Naruko, and therefore decided that if he hid behind her back all the time, then senpai would not touch him. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't finished eating yet. Naruko screamed as Toby pulled her out from behind the table and placed her as a wall between himself and Deidara. You think that you can hide behind Naruko's back? What a naive one. Explosion. Deidara shouted, and after his words an explosion was heard behind the backs of those two. Are you crazy? What if you hurt me? Naruko got angry and threw Toby's hands off her shoulders and hit Deidara, but he was able to dodge, and so the girl flew past and fell near the wall, looking angrily at the blonde. Phew. If I had missed it, it would have hurt. The guy breathed out with relief. That's it. You made me mad. With these words, Naruko stood up and began to release her chakra. The culprit of all this, Toby, while the two blondes began their fight, quickly ran out of the room, which had turned into a battlefield, and began to watch their fight from around the corner. Kisame and Itachi seemed not to notice all their blows. They sat calmly and ate porridge. Naruko, what are you doing, huh? Deidara was indignant, once again exploding a spider near Naruko. But it didn't harm her as she surrounded herself with chakra chains like a shield. And what are you doing, huh? Naruko shouted and rushed with the kunai at Deidara. Almost all the tables, chairs, plates, etc. were destroyed. The entire room was almost completely destroyed by Deidara's explosions and Naruko's misses. They probably would have fought so senselessly for a long time if someone hadn't accidentally missed and hit Itachi's plate. All the porridge that he did not have time to finish ended up on him. Oops. The guy and the girl said at the same time, realizing that now they could not hide from Itachi's anger. If he hadn't eaten, then everything would have ended before it even began, but... Both of you. Itachi said calmly, getting up from the table and shaking off the porridge. Naruko snuggled up to Deidara. Yes, Itachi is scary when he's angry. Itachi-kun, calm down. Just think, the kids were a little naughty. Kisame tried to calm the guy down, but it was too late. Itachi activated his Sharingan and Deidara fell to the floor. But no matter how much Naruko trained with Itachi, it was still difficult to resist his Sharingan. Of course, she held out longer than Deidara, but in the end, like him, she collapsed next to him. Taking the girl in his arms, Itachi left the room. And Kisame came out after them. Senpai. With terrible screams, Toby rushed to Deidara. Blood, everything is covered in blood. Why? Where I am? All these questions and many others are spinning in my head. But I can't find the answer to any of them. Suddenly, everything started spinning and I found myself in a completely different place. Again? This is the second time I've been here. Such a dark corridor. And then there's water again. This corridor reminds me of our lair, but it's something different. Okay, this time I'll take a risk and move on. I am walking along a dark corridor that resembles a basement, and now I find myself at a fork in the road. Now I either go straight or turn left. Where should I go? There, on the left, there seem to be faint reflections of light and something else. Okay, that's where I'll go. It would be better if I didn't go there. It would be better if I woke up like last time than saw this. Turning there, I saw a huge cage. Not understanding what it is, I come closer and look. There's definitely something there. Something very scary and strong. I was about to leave, but IT woke up. What is this? Huge fox. With 9 tails? It can't be. Is this really the 9th Biju? Who are you? A rough and deep voice sounded in my head. And I looked at the fox with horror. I would like to ask you, who are you? My voice is trembling. It's really scary. But he's in a cage. But I'm still scared. But I'm not afraid for myself. Why am I scared then? Who am I worried about? Okay, it wasn't. You're a QB, am I right? This time the voice did not tremble. This is good. You must be calm and reasonable. Like Itachi. Yes. But you still haven't answered my question, who are you? A voice rang out in my head just as threateningly. I am Naruko. Naruko? Interesting, he thought. What is it about my name and my appearance? Tell me, where am I? And why are you in a cage? I understand. He's inside his Jinchuriki. But why then am I here? You already understood it yourself. The voice boomed mockingly. Is he laughing at me? How could I end up here? I feel that my frightened expression has changed to an angry and offended one. But how did I end up here, huh? This is impossible. I asked irritably. I don't know myself, but I can only guess. Maybe you can tell me then? I asked, coming closer to his cage. I'm so interested in knowing this. Over time, you will find out everything yourself. Now you better leave. Everything around was spinning and I woke up. Well? Finally woke up? Today you slept too long after fighting with the Sharingan. Itachi said calmly. He sat on the edge of the bed Naruko was lying in. Yes. Naruko answered quietly and turned on her side, staring at the wall. Are you okay? Itachi asked, noticing her apathy. The blonde shook her head negatively. You know, I had a very strange dream. After this dream, I have the feeling that I don't know something very important. And it scares me. Turning to Itachi and sitting up on the bed, the little girl quietly spoke about her experiences. Is this the first time you've seen this dream? The black-haired man asked, sitting closer to the girl. Not really. How can I explain this to you? Well, tell me everything in order, and I will try to understand. Itachi stroked the girl soothingly. Okay. One day, when I was sleeping, I had a dream, and then I found myself in some dark corridor that looked very much like a basement, and there was water everywhere. It was up to my ankles. It was several years ago and I was scared to move on, because I felt that something very terrible would happen next, Naruko said, looking somewhere into the void with a piercing gaze. And then she turned her head and looked straight into Itachi's eyes and continued. And that time I immediately woke up. And today, after your Sharingan, when I fell asleep, I first found myself in a place that was completely covered in blood, and then I found myself in that corridor again. But this time I went further and came across a cage in which there was a 9th Biju. But this is impossible, since he is sealed inside the Jinchuriki. So why was I there? She still looked piercingly into Itachi's eyes. And he listened to her. Naruko, don't tell anyone else about this, okay? But Itachi. Then you'll be done, you'll understand. Believe me, the time will come and you will understand everything. But now don't tell anyone about it. No one. Itachi threatened, emphasizing every letter of this word. You just said, just like that fox, the time will come and you will understand everything yourself. The girl muttered the fox's words wryly. Naruko. The guy said menacingly. Yes, I understood, but when will that time come? Naruko asked quietly, lowering her head. I don't know when exactly, but not soon yet. Be patient. Itachi got out of bed and patted Naruko on the head and headed towards the door. And when he opened the door, he turned around and said, Get up. Today we are all training together. Pain stopped the rain for this. And left, closing the doors behind him. Naruko sat on the bed for another 2 minutes, thinking about that dream. How strange it all is. And why can't someone else find out about this? But Itachi wouldn't have said that if it weren't important to me. And yet, why was I able to see the fox? I'm sure it wasn't by chance that I saw him. And what was that all about at the end? He just blatantly kicked me out. This is an infection. I don't care. Don't tell anyone about this? Yes, please. It's as if someone beside you listens to me and takes me seriously. Okay. I have to go to training. I'm not sure if we'll all be able to train together again in the near future. And with a terrifying smile on her face, Naruko got out of bed, pulled on her Akatsuki cloak and moved to the training ground, where everyone was already waiting for her: Itachi, Kisame, Pain, Deidara, Konan, Tobi, Haiden, Kakuzu, and Zetsu. Yes. Have you finally arrived? Asked Pain. Divide into 2 teams. Pain commanded, and everyone quickly divided into 2 teams of 5 people. Naruko climbed onto Itachi's back like a koala on a tree. Naruko would never oppose his beloved Itachi, just as he himself would not go in such training against Naruko. Kisame joined them. Well, how could it be otherwise? They are partners after all, also Deidara and Haiden. Deidara, Haiden, and Naruko are an inseparable trinity who, if they get together, it's better for everyone to hide, including their team members. Because usually their teamwork turned into a war for 3. But if they work harmoniously, they become almost invincible. And since Itachi is with them, they may be more careful today. And the second team included Pain, Konan, Zetsu, Kakuzu, and Tobi. Deidara-senpai, it's so unfair. I wanted to be on the same team with you. Tobi began to whine. Sorry, but because of you, Naruko and I already fought today and got it from Itachi, so we now have a common goal, right Naruko? Deidara asked sarcastically. Of course. Are you thinking the same thing as me? The girl asked just as sarcastically, sitting on Itachi's back. And together they somehow suspiciously, and not very well, began to smile. Oh. I have a feeling it will be fun. I'm with you. Haiden shouted joyfully. Well then. Since we are divided. Everyone knows the rules? And without hearing an answer, he shouted, forward, and the training began. Thanks to this training, everyone was able to escape from the problems of reality, and Naruko forgot about her dream and worries. But she didn't even think that this was their last training session, not only in this composition, but in general, the last general training session of the team called Akatsuki. Ah! There was a deafening scream, deafening absolutely everything in its path. But since the source of this scream was locked at the top of a high tower, and at the moment there was no one there except the source and the object that provoked this scream, everyone was lucky enough not to hear this terrible scream. Well, almost everyone. The owner of the tower, and this is Nagato Uzumaki, and his girlfriend Konan, still heard him. After exchanging glances and taking a deep breath, the two decided not to do anything, since they know very well that Zetsu really loves to scare Naruko. And the girl, in turn, does not like him. As a result, they develop such a wonderful relationship. Zetsu always scares the girl, and she first screams and then starts beating him. More correctly, he is trying to hit. A few days ago, after a lot of training, Haiden and Kakuzu went to search for and catch the next Jinchuriki. However, like Itachi and Kisame, and Deidara and Tobi, and Pain and Konan returned to their village, taking Naruko with them under their supervision, and with her Zetsu, so that he would look after the girl, while Pain and Konan would deal with the problems of their village and the affairs of Akatsuki. Raindrops slowly fell to the ground, interrupting the usual silence. They are comfortable that it is raining. The two stood at the top of the tallest tower in the village and watched the others. The rain didn't bother them at all. They are comfortable. With the help of rain, they control other people and know who has come and who has gone. They know who breaks the rules and who doesn't. Quietly staring ahead, they enjoy the rain. But this idyll was broken by a clap, notifying them that Naruko was now next to them. Konan! The blonde shouted and rushed to hang on Conan's neck. "Naruko, why are you here?" the girl asked, hugging the blonde back. She loved the girl very much and took care of her from the very moment she appeared in Akatsuki. "I can't be alone with this Scarlet," the little girl held, moving away from the girl. She looked around the room and with a scream jumped on Pain, who approached them to make sure that Naruko had not managed to do anything. Zetsu appeared from the far corner of the room and looked at the girl with a sly grin. "Get him away from me. He's nasty," Naruko squealed in the redhead's ear. "Naruko, calm down," the guy said in a calm tone, taking the blonde off of him. But she, not knowing what to answer, only looked into his eyes angrily. And then she realized that the guy would not regret her. She decided to act in a different way. "Conan!" Almost crying, she hugged the blue-haired girl. The girl could not resist the girl's tears and quickly gave up. "Okay," the girl breathed out. "Pain, we'll take a little walk around the neighborhood," turning to the red-haired man. After that, she took Naruko by the hand like a small child and led her forward. After the girls left the room, the redhead looked at Zetsu. "Zetsu, I asked you to be more careful with her," the guy exhaled heavily. "I tried my best," Zetsu said with a malicious grin and disappeared, leaving Pain alone. But he didn't care, so he returned to his place and continued observing. Now that Conan had gone for a walk with Naruko, Pain's worries only increased. He knew how explosive this blonde little girl had a temper, and he knew very well what terrible consequences there were. But this time, however, not for the first time, the fears turned out to be empty and unnecessary, but the unshakable feeling of anxiety did not leave his head. The redhead understood perfectly well that Naruko was safe here, under his supervision. But something was disturbing, and he couldn't understand what exactly. This, and the next 2 days, passed calmly. It's even a little too calm. Naruko didn't squeal like usual and spent most of her time training. Although usually, without Itachi, she would never go to train unless absolutely necessary. It happened after lunch. When Conan and Naruko finished eating and went to the very top of the tower, to Pain. They were already one step away from the guy when the blonde stopped abruptly. "Naruko, what happened?" Conan asked worriedly, turning to the girl. But the blonde didn't say anything. Only her tears said everything for her. As it turned out, Pain also saw this and reacted before the girl. "Naruko, whose seals disappeared?" the guy asked coldly, as usual. "Kakuzu's, whining, disappeared, and Hayden's," the little girl answered, sniffling. "Has it disappeared from him too?" Pain almost asserted. Naruko raised her eyes and looked into the redhead's face. "She seems to have disappeared, but you can still feel the shadow of the seal," the girl said in a thoughtful voice. The guy took no more than a minute to think, then he expressed his conclusions. "Hayden is immortal and it is simply impossible to kill him. But you can make it so that it will be tantamount to death. Apparently, this is what happened to him," the guy said with the same stone face. Although this angered the little girl, she did not dare express her dissatisfaction. And so she quietly and calmly turned around and went into the depths of the room, where she spent the rest of the day. And even though 2 people died this time, no one except Naruko was sad for their former comrades, which made the girl very angry. Of course, she had impulses to boycott everyone, but she perfectly understood that this would not help her in any way. But one thing definitely made her happy about this whole situation: they returned to the main lair, and Itachi was with her all the time and indulged almost every whim of hers. So soon her suffering went from real to feigned. But Itachi noticed this. Not right away, but I noticed it. And he was terribly angry. And so, against the backdrop of all this, Naruko was nevertheless distracted from the deaths of her comrades and forgot that their killer, in the literal and figurative sense of the word. Not only for those around them, but also for themselves. Trinity, it's not a trinity anymore. And while her thoughts were flying, Naruko began to think about what the 3 of them could do and remembered that Hayden was no longer there. Terribly upset, the girl decided to go to the kitchen and eat ramen. Naruko had already poured boiling water over her noodles and was now just sitting at the table, resting her head in her hands and waiting for these eternal 3 minutes to pass. The look was thoughtful and sad, just like after Sasuke's death. While waiting for the noodles to cook, the little girl began to remember all the moments spent with the puppeteer and Haiden. She remembered how she and Haiden played pranks, and how he taught her some jutsu, and how the two of them trained together, and how Sasori taught her to control the threads of chakra, but instead of threads she got chains, so he had to teach Naruko to control the chains, and how he made dolls for her, and how angry he was, more than the evil Sasori. She was only afraid of the enraged Itachi and is now afraid, and much more. Naruko, Deidara called quietly, but the girl did not notice this. But the guy didn't even think of giving up. Naruko, the blonde, called louder. But the reaction was the same, that is, 0. The guy wanted to call out louder, but he noticed ramen on the table, opened it and realized that Naruko needed to be rescued urgently. She has been sitting in her astral plane of memories for too long. So I shook her a little. Huh? The blonde was surprised. Deidara, what are you doing? What are you doing? Your noodles have been cooked for a long time. It's even cooled down, the guy said with a hint of indignation. What? Naruko was surprised. Her surprise was so sincere and innocent that Deidara himself did not understand anything. But, shaking his head, he continued. Stop being bored. Let's go for a walk, and without waiting for the girl's answer, the guy grabbed her, threw her over his shoulder and went outside. When leaving the kitchen, they came across Itachi, but Deidara only said a short phrase, I'll return her before dark, and dragged the baby further. After 15 minutes of walking, they found themselves on the street, near the waterfall. The sun beat down mercilessly, creating unbearable heat. But near the waterfall, thanks to the cold waters, it was cool, and if you add green grass, where small colorful flowers and green trees grow, then this place seemed simply fabulous. It really turned out to be somehow magical, because as soon as Deidara put Naruko in the clearing, tears appeared in her eyes. And Deidara stood nearby and looked gloomily at the girl. Don't hold back. Cry and you will feel better, the blonde said in a quiet and even voice. And the girl, without hesitation, burst into tears. Naruko cried for about an hour, if not more, and Deidara sat next to him and watched. He didn't risk interrupting her, because he saw how hard it was for her. At sunset, the baby finally stopped crying, and the guy calmly said, Easier? Yeah, the girl hummed, nodding her head affirmatively. She wiped away her tears with the sleeve of her cloak and hugged Deidara. Thank you very much, she whispered quietly in her ear. The guy blushed. And when this little miracle moved a little away from him, the guy abruptly looked away, then stood up and looked at the same scarlet sky as his cheeks. Let's go. It'll be dark soon, the demolitionist blurted out and risked a glance at Naruko. She sat with her big blue eyes, swollen after sobbing for so long, and looked at Deidara. This made him even more embarrassed and, throwing out a curt, let's go, he walked away. The little girl was not taken aback, quickly got up and moved on to the guy's back. They returned before it got dark, but still at the entrance they came across Itachi, who allegedly went about business. As soon as the Uchiha saw the small smile on the girl's face, he immediately calmed down. He went on about his business, and the two immediately headed to the kitchen, since Naruko still hadn't eaten, and now Deidara also wants to eat. So they decided to make themselves some ramen and then do some training. In the end, they trained until dawn, and then fell asleep in the room they had chosen for training. And so, peacefully sleeping, unsuspecting of anything, Itachi found them. And since the Uchiha was not alone, but with his partner, no one allowed these two to sleep. Lightly kicking them, Kisame said. Stop sleeping. Get up already. Leave them, his partner said calmly, but Kisame didn't even think about stopping. Get up, otherwise you'll miss the most interesting part, with Blue said with a chuckle in his voice. And after these words, Deidara and Naruko finally opened their eyes, stood up a little and stared at the shinobi, who woke them up. Well, what interesting thing could we have slept through? Deidara asked angrily. And Naruko was just yawning, rubbing her eyes after sleep. Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother, killed Orochimaru, Kisame admitted after 2 minutes of silence. The demolition man and the baby stared in surprise at the shinobi who said this. Although Itachi pretended that he didn't care, he was actually happy for his brother, because he became much stronger than he was. But the black-haired man also noticed Naruko's surprise. You didn't put a fast travel stamp on him, because he left. That's why I didn't feel it, the Uchiha explained, watching Naruko try to understand what was wrong with the death of the snake. Aha, the little girl said. Then she yawned again and went back to sleep. Unlike the girl, Deidara had already woken up, and seeing how she was sleeping, he became slightly angry. And what? They woke him up, and she's sleeping quietly and peacefully here? No, he won't let her sleep. Having thought of something that would help wake up the baby, the guy had a malicious grin on his face. But this did not go unnoticed. Noticing this smile, the Uchiha first decided to save Naruko, and then decided that she would let her deal with Deidara herself. And, sighing heavily, he left the room. And behind him came Kisame, who also understood Deidara's plans and, like his partner, decided not to interfere with the blonde. And 10 minutes later, everyone who was nearby within a radius of 1 kilometer could hear Naruko's terrifying screech. Then Deidara rushed out of the room, followed by the little girl screaming, "I will kill you. You idiot." But literally an hour later she was tired and fell onto the bed in the Uchiha's room. Luckily for the blonde, the guy was in the room and sitting on the bed, so the girl with a satisfied smile on her face plopped down on his lap. She lay motionless for about 15 minutes, then raised her eyes and asked. Which shinobi of the village killed Sasori, Haiden, and Kakuzu? Itachi just looked questioningly at the baby, obviously not expecting such a question, but then immediately put on a mask of indifference and, closing his eyes, said, "Why do you need to know this?" Yes, she sat down on the bed next to the guy, with his knees tucked under him. "I won't tell," Itachi answered evenly. "It's not you, others will tell it," Naruko muttered, perfectly understanding that this would not help her in any way, and therefore, sulking, she turned away from the guy. But after a minute she gave up. "Itachi, please tell me," Naruko begged. After thinking for a minute, the guy exhaled heavily. "If I tell you, you'll want to kill them, won't you?" The Uchiha rather asserted. The baby nodded involuntarily. "That's why no one told you who killed them." "What if I promise not to touch anyone?" The blonde asked with hope in her voice, but her interlocutor shook his head negatively. And, frowning, Naruko asked. "Are these shinobi from your village? Leaf villages?" The girl said at random and realized that she had hit the nail on the head. Now no one can stop her. By any means she would get the names of those shinobi, and Itachi understood this perfectly, and Naruko knew it, so she immediately began to glare at her interlocutor. The guy knew her too well, so he was silent for about 5 minutes under the girl's persistent gaze. And then he finally gave up. "Okay. But I still won't tell you the names." "Okay." At least this way, Naruko was happy. But despite this, she tried to keep a serious expression on her face. She understood perfectly well that no one would tell her more than Itachi. Sasori was killed by a shinobi girl. She's a newcomer. A girl? You're lying. The blonde didn't believe it. But, seeing the stern look of the brunette, she said. "Okay, continue." "Kakuzu is a guy from her squad whom you will never be able to kill." At these words, the little girl snorted with displeasure, but did not interrupt the Uchiha, and hit Anna, shinobi from a very dangerous clan. "You are not ready to fight them." The Uchiha lied, but Naruko understood perfectly well that she could defeat any of them, except the one who killed Kakuzu. And her first target will be that girl. Since Itachi did not comment on her abilities, this means that she is the weakest of them all. And in general, how could she kill Sasori if she is a beginner? "Itachi, can you tell me more about that bitch that killed my Sasori?" The fair-haired girl asked with notes of anger and resentment. The guy was surprised by such sharpness. She doesn't usually put it that way. But he is already accustomed to the fact that all Akatsuki members belong to Naruko. I won't tell. I've already told you too much. After these words, the Uchiha left the room. And disappeared after the guy. Deidara, the blonde, purred. From such a surprise, the guy jumped up and knocked over all his weapons that he was cleaning. What do you want? The guy snorted offendedly. But when did you steal the first Jinchuriki who fought with Sasori? The girl asked with an absolutely innocent look. After a dialogue with Itachi, Naruko knew what Itachi was going to do and decided to get ahead of him. She had no equal in speed. Therefore, having moved, she immediately began to torture the blonde. Why do you need it? The guy asked, but when he saw her look, he realized that she wouldn't leave so easily. And, abandoning what he was doing, he stared at the baby. She was determined and wanted to find out the truth, and no one would stop her. Sighing heavily, Deidara began. There were 3 against us. 2 shinobi guys, 1 girl and, like, Granny Sasori. The grandmother and the one from the village of List were left to fight with the puppeteer. What's her name? Special signs? Naruko interrupted. But, seeing the guy's offended look, she quickly apologized. Well, her name is strange. Like a tree. Sakura, sort of. She still has pink hair, the blonde answered. But before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill from behind. Turning around, Deidara looked at Itachi in horror. He immediately understood why the Uchiha had come. But Naruko was absolutely pleased with herself. She arrived before Itachi and managed to get the information she needed. And now the satisfied smile did not leave her face. Naruko, go have dinner. Deidara must get ready for a mission, and you are interfering with him. Although he spoke calmly, both blondes understood that the Uchiha was angry. And in order not to anger him even more, the little girl quickly ran away to the kitchen, and the bomber continued getting ready. 2 days ago, Deidara left. Naruko was training with Itachi on the street, near the waterfall, honing old jutsu, namely, the signature technique of the Uchiha clan. She did just fine. And so the little girl didn't understand why she had to perfect her fire dragon, but she didn't risk objecting, since Itachi was still angry with her for that incident. Form a dragon again? The blonde asked tiredly and saw the Uchiha's affirmative nod. Quickly making her seals, Naruko was about to release her fire dragon, but did not release it. She just fell to her knees, and tears flowed down her cheeks, which she could not stop. The brunette did not notice this, because he was looking somewhere into the distance. Well, where is your dragon? Itachi asked and turned to Naruko. Seeing the crying baby, he didn't know what to do. Why are you crying? Is it really that difficult? He was surprised. But the Uchiha already guessed what had happened and, without waiting for an answer, asked again. Deidara? Naruko nodded in the affirmative. Gathering her last strength into a fist, she stood up, walked up to Itachi and, burying herself in his shoulder, began to sob. He did not say words of consolation, because he already knew that it would not help her. He could only lightly hug and stroke her back. The red sun is about to hide behind the horizon, and the darkness of night will cover the earth, and the brunette stands by the waterfall and strokes the back of the blonde, who does not stop crying. But as soon as the veil of night touched the ground, the tears disappeared from the baby's eyes. She only hugged the guy. She realized that she doesn't need anyone except Itachi now. She feels so good in his arms. A strange feeling arose in the blonde's heart, but she did not yet understand what it was. Naruko lay in Itachi's bed and stared at the ceiling. Deidara's death no longer bothered her. Yes, he was certainly dear to her, but all the girl's thoughts were occupied by one black-haired guy. And this parasite still didn't want to leave her head, and this angered the blonde even more. It seemed like everything was as usual. She was crying, and the Uchiha was calming her down, but her stupid heart did not stop beating like crazy. And so Naruko tries to come to her senses and calm her heart. But as soon as you start to remember, your heart jumps at breakneck speed. After 2 hours of useless attempts to recover, the girl finally decided to get up and go to the kitchen. Today she did not move, but decided to walk. And while I was walking to the final destination, I noticed that everything was not so scary. Everything seems to be fine. But as soon as she entered the kitchen and saw Itachi, everything happened again, and her cheeks flushed red. "Gee, good morning," Naruko said and sat down at the table. If such a greeting surprised the Uchiha, he did not show it. She's been this weird for a week now. So he's probably used to this. "Naruko, it's not morning for a long time. Eat and run to training," Itachi said calmly, as always. "Didn't get enough sleep, or what?" asked Kisame, who was also in the kitchen. Naruko just shook her head and then looked around. "Where is Conan?" The little girl was surprised. "They've arrived. She, Nagato and Tobi have been in the Rain Village for a week now," Kisame answered. And Naruko just widened her eyes. She was so busy with her problems that she didn't notice where the others had gone. More precisely, she hadn't noticed anyone around except Itachi in recent days. And I didn't even remember that overheard conversation. This happened immediately after Deidara went on his last mission. Naruko was walking around the lair as usual. And this time I wandered into an unknown place. She never went to the far side of the den, she was forbidden. As a child, she tried to get there more than once, but she was always caught and returned. Even Deidara and Haiden didn't help her. Although they themselves dreamed of getting there, they didn't even try. So, at the age of 14, she abandoned this disastrous business, later deciding that she would try again somehow, and she forgot. But this time she was lucky. No one got in the way, and she became thoughtful, and even unexpectedly wandered there. And, rejoicing at such a surprise, she was already looking around. But as luck would have it, all the doors were closed. After wandering a little in the forbidden part of the lair, she already decided to leave, but came across an ajar door. Curiosity, contrary to intuition, which screamed to leave, took over. And looking through the door, she saw a pale Itachi sitting on the bed and Kisame. At first the girl decided to leave, who knows what kind of conversation they might have. But the not entirely healthy Uchiha was disturbing, and she wanted to know why he was like that. After thinking a little, Naruko decided to leave anyway, because if anyone noticed her here. And then she turned around to leave when she heard Kisame's voice. "Are you sure that, shouldn't we tell Naruko about this?" "Yes. You know her," Itachi answered calmly. "This is what made me stay and eavesdrop on their conversation." And despite what she heard, she did not regret her decision at all. "Yes. Maybe tell her, huh?" Kisame did not let up. "Do you hope that she will help you convince me not to do this?" "No. I'm just worried how she'll survive this." The Uchiha didn't answer. Then he lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling, thinking about something of his own. Kisame, although cheerful and spontaneous, was not a fool and understood perfectly well what was going on. He knew that he couldn't convince Itachi, so he left the door ajar so that Naruko would accidentally. I overheard their conversation and got ready. Although it is unique, it is still caring for the baby. But after a minute of silence, Itachi exhaled heavily. She shouldn't find out ahead of time. Sasuke himself must kill me, and she can only interfere. The girl's heart sank. She was angry. Does Itachi really think that she will interfere with him? Yes, she would try to stop him, but not to stop him. Naruko knew very well that he would not back down. Also, the idea that Itachi should be killed by the hands of his brother could not fit into her pretty head. She didn't want to believe it. Tears are already flowing from her eyes, and the baby can hardly hold back a sob. Hastily making several seals, she moved away from them. Naruko regretted that overheard conversation. It would be better if she didn't go there. "Naruko. What clouds are you floating in?" asked Kisame. "Huh? No, nothing like that," she muttered indistinctly under her breath and buried her face in her plate. The blonde had no appetite, but she had to eat, otherwise they would suspect something. After breakfast, the three of them went to the training ground. All day Naruko was absent-minded and mentally returned to what she overheard. Stupid thoughts did not want to leave her head. And no matter how she tried to convince herself that here he was, her beloved Uchiha, alive and well, but a vile feeling of the inevitable scratched deep in her heart. But, in the end, if he really is going to die soon, then I need to spend as much time with him as possible. And if possible, save him, Naruko thought and smiled at her thoughts. But then she almost caught the kunai with her head, tripping with one foot over the other just in time. Enough. It is unbearable. Naruko, you've been hovering somewhere all day. We'll finish for today. Having said this, Itachi left the site. And how can he be so emotionless? Apparently, he decided everything for himself a long time ago, Naruko thought sadly and went to the shower, and then, to the kitchen. Dinner proceeded in silence, which was very unusual. Usually, Naruko was arguing with someone or just chatting. She was very active and was rarely silent like she was today. And if she was silent, then someone else filled the silence. But today, everything was different. Tomorrow Tobi and Zetsu will come and look after Naruko while Kisame and Itachi go out on business. A stupid premonition of something bad lodged itself very firmly in the girl's heart during dinner and did not want to go away. Itachi finished his meal and went to his room. Naruko had also finished, stood up from the table and wanted to follow him, but Kisame stopped her. What are you so worried about all day? Naruko just shrugged. The little girl didn't know what to tell him. All day she thought about that conversation, then about her feelings for the Uchiha. And for some reason she didn't want to share it with Kisame. She didn't want to tell anyone except Itachi about her feelings. That's why she didn't answer anything and moved to Itachi so that Kisame wouldn't ask her anything else. Finding herself in the room and not finding Itachi there, Naruko exhaled sadly. She wanted to see him, hug him. But the Uchiha is not here. And she suddenly felt so sad. And there was not a single thought in her head, only the desire that he would be here now, next to her. Naruko tiredly sat down on the bed, and a whole host of thoughts filled her head again. She knew for sure that tomorrow Itachi would go to meet his brother and die. And the point is not even that Sasuke is such a great ninja who managed to kill the snake. But because Itachi himself wants this, and she cannot stop him. But the solution never came. Naruko, how long can you sleep in my room? Itachi asked dissatisfied. Itachi, the girl answered sleepily, rising to her elbows. She sadly looked into the dark eyes of the Uchiha and, exhaling heavily, sat down on the bed, lowering her legs down. Naruko's gaze was drawn to her feet. Itachi sat down next to the girl and patted her on the top of her head. Itachi, the little girl began quietly, have you finally decided everything? She raised her piercing blue eyes to him, full of tears. This surprised the guy very much, but he quickly pulled himself together and, as always, calmly answered. Yes. I decided everything a long time ago. Pain pierced the girl's heart. And this is what made her understand her real feelings, what she has been feeling for Itachi for a long time, love. 1,001 thoughts flew through Naruko's head. And all of them were connected with only one person, Uchiha Itachi. But despite all this, Naruko gave in to impulses and began to rapidly approach the guy. When the distance between them became minimal, she touched his lips. This kiss shocked not only Itachi, but also Naruko herself. However, just as quickly as she kissed him, just as quickly the shocked girl tore it apart. There was an awkward silence between them. Itachi looked straight and Naruko looked at his feet. This couldn't go on for long, so the blonde was the first to interrupt this awkward pause. Itachi, maybe it's not necessary? I love you, the girl asked with tears in her eyes. And with bated breath she waited for the Uchiha's answer. I'm sorry, that's all the guy can tell her. His words only made the baby feel worse. Tears flowed down the girl's sweet face. The guy tried to hug her to console her a little, but didn't have time. Naruko quickly moved to her room, where she eventually fell asleep. This kiss left an unforgettable mark on both of them. Waking up in the morning, Naruko discovered that no one was there. For the first time in a long time, she slept on her own, and when she woke up, she was left completely alone. The little girl immediately realized where Itachi had gone. She understood that she couldn't stop him and she couldn't say goodbye either, but yesterday she didn't have time. And also yesterday she never heard the Uchiha's answer. She wanted to howl out of despair. But the decision came by itself. Naruko, just go after him. Yes, Itachi is very far away and she won't move to him the first time, but she can manage to get there. You just need to try a little. After half an hour, Naruko ran forward, guided only by Itachi's seal. Despite the fact that the Uchiha managed to distort the seal, it still contained remnants of the girl's chakra. The whole time she was getting there, she was only thinking about hearing his voice and seeing his rare smile for the last time. Behind these thoughts, Naruko did not notice the man in front and crashed into him. Naruto ran ahead, hoping to find Sasuke in time. He managed to break away a little from his squad. But a sharp push forced the guy to slow down a little. Despite this, Naruto was ready to fight one of the Akatsuki members. The guy was already ready to attack the enemy, but when he saw the face of his enemy, the blonde was confused. Having crashed into someone, Naruko could not resist and fell. Tears burned her eyes and did not allow her to clearly see who she had crashed into, and she didn't need it. Now the most important thing is to see Itachi and, no matter what, say again that she loves him and hear his answer. Getting to her feet, Naruko said a short word. Sorry, and disappeared. And Naruto remained standing and looking at the point where a moment ago the girl exact copy of him stood. The boy was surprised by such a similarity, and he almost forgot where and why he was running, but when they caught up with him, the shinobi decided to think about it later, and now he needs to save and return Sasuke. But before that, one question flashed through his head, I wonder why she was crying? Naruko ran forward, not paying attention to fatigue and pain. She felt that Itachi was nearby, but could not move to him, there was too little chakra left. But this could not stop the girl. And only her innate stubbornness helped her move. And so, when she was already so close to Itachi, Kisame appeared on her way. Naruko, I'm sorry, but I can't let you pass, the guy warned with his usual playfulness. Kisame, the girl said quietly, trying to catch her breath, I have to at least say goodbye to him. Facing Kisame, she used almost all her last strength to find herself behind him and continued on her way. Kisame did not particularly resist, wanting to give the little girl a chance to see Itachi at least one last time. Having found herself behind her blue friend, Naruko saw a black flame that surrounded the flight of the battle of the Uchiha brothers and was an obstacle to the last meeting with Itachi. The baby needs a little time to restore a little chakra and move straight to Itachi. So she could only watch what was happening inside the circle. Itachi slowly approached his younger brother. The eldest Uchiha had almost no strength left, but he had to transfer his strength to his brother. He knew that he would die soon anyway. And now he approached Sasuke, who closed his eyes in fear, and with a smile in his eyes touched his forehead. The younger Uchiha at first did not understand what was happening, but then he noticed his dead brother falling. He passed out from fatigue. Naruko could not calmly watch her lover die. The girl's heart sank in pain, and tears flowed like a waterfall from her beautiful blue eyes. And the scream rushing out stuck in the throat like a bitter lump. And when the flame went out, and her strength had already recovered a little, the blonde immediately moved to Itachi. Finding herself next to her beloved, Naruko sat down next to Itachi and hugged his dead body. The little girl was sobbing loudly, unable to stop. She clutched Itachi's head to her chest in despair, regretting many things. She reproached herself for being able to realize her feelings so late and for wasting so much time. Tobi, appearing behind Naruko with the help of his chakra, put her to sleep and transferred the bodies of 2 other shinobi to another dimension before the arrival of uninvited guests. It's too early for them to meet, the guy in the mask decided and also disappeared. Having finally reached the place of the duel between Sasuke and Itachi, Naruto found only emptiness. The guy was upset that he didn't get to see his friend, but he managed to notice how the masked guy, Tobi, took him away. Now the blue-eyed boy knew exactly where to find his friend and was going to immediately go in search of him. Tobi sat next to Sasuke and waited for him to wake up. The guy knew that he should wake up soon and at that moment he should be nearby. Naruko was sleeping in the next room. Itachi's death greatly affected her and now the girl lay unconscious. Kisame looked after the baby. He felt like he was partly to blame for her being in this state right now. After all, if he had not told about Itachi's plans, then poor Naruko would not have worried so much, and would not have tried to see him for the last time, and would not have wasted so much effort. It was a sunny day. Little Naruko had just returned from a walk and the den immediately became noisy. This noise did not annoy anyone. On the contrary, he made everyone in the lair happy. Deidara! Naruko exclaimed, running into the room where all the Akatsuki members were sitting. What happened, Naruko? Deidara answered, picking up the baby and twirling her around the room. The girl immediately laughed joyfully. And only when the guy put her on the ground she asked what interested her so much. Has Itachi already returned from the mission? Why do you need this Uchiha? Haiden asked, coming up from behind and taking the baby in his arms. Exactly. Why do you need him? Deidara supported him. But Naruko didn't answer, she just puffed out her little cheeks. Wow. The blonde was surprised, did you really love Itachi more than Pain? No. I love Nagato, Naruko objected. At such a sweet answer, the guys laughed and put the baby on the ground. Then the killer trio began to get a little naughty. Before they had time to really do anything, Pain called Naruko to dinner, and Deidara and Haiden went with her. Walking into the dining room, they all sat down together and began to devour the leader's cooking. And so, when they had almost finished eating, Shinobi, who had returned from the mission, entered the dining room. Itachi! Naruko exclaimed and threw herself at Itachi's neck. He caught her and hugged her lightly. The elder Uchiha had tender feelings for the girl and always indulged her desires. She became his little sister, whom he always took care of. She was a younger sister to everyone and everyone tried to take care of her. And Naruko knew that everyone loved her and sometimes took advantage of it. Naruko, you have to finish eating. Itachi started to get smart. Okay, the girl answered a little offended and returned to her place. After lunch, the Uchiha took the girl to training and they trained until late in the evening. And after training, Naruko fell asleep in Itachi's room. However, as always. And the Uchiha has already come to terms with this. The next day, the baby threw a tantrum that she wanted to go swimming. But Itachi did not give in to the girl's hysterics, and therefore she was quiet and sad for the rest of the day. On the flying day, her condition had not improved and this frightened everyone at Akatsuki. On the third day, Itachi gave up and decided to take the baby to a small pond. As soon as Naruko heard about this, she immediately perked up. Energy overwhelmed her, as if all the days of silence from the blonde were being compensated for. It was a beautiful, quiet place. It's a warm sunny day, there's green grass all around, and a clear stream babbling nearby. It was possible to hide from the heat under the shade of trees, which is what the Uchiha did. And Naruko continued to run around the clearing and dip her feet in the stream. The baby was truly happy. And when the heat became unbearable even for Naruko, she went into the shade to the Uchiha and sat down next to him. Itachi, Naruko spoke quietly a little time later, why can't I go for walks often? That day, Naruko decided to keep in her heart all the brightest memories of Itachi and, having thought about his recent words, decided to think about escaping from Akatsuki. The girl could not wake up from sleep. She wanted to relive that day over and over again. However, like others like him. But reality in the form of Kisame did not want to let her go. In the end, the little girl had to open her blue eyes, which at that very moment filled with tears. That day, Naruko still laughed a lot and had fun, and Itachi watched her occasionally smiling. It was one of the happiest days in the lives of Naruko and Itachi. A little miracle, the shinobi smiled and stroked the baby. "Well, if you're with me, I can sit in the lair forever," the baby said, smiling widely, and laid her head on Itachi's chest. "You are one of my tasks, so yes, I am." "Are you worried about me?" "Partly yes. But it's still better for you to be in the lair, it's safer there." And he patted Naruko on the top of his head. She looked at him with her clear blue eyes and smiled. "This is because we are all considered S-class criminals, right?" the little girl asked with a hint of sadness. Such a question could not help but shock the Uchiha, but he did not show it and calmly answered. "Because you can't leave the lair too often." The brunette answered calmly. While Tobi was telling Sasuke about the sad fate of his older brother, Naruko sat and wondered why everything was not going according to their plan. She was haunted by thoughts of what could have happened if all this had not happened. But the little girl flatly refused to accept Itachi's death. She tried to convince herself, and was almost convinced, that Itachi was alive. "He is alive and well, he just went far and for a long time on a difficult mission for their organization." But the girl was not allowed to think like that for long by her lover's blue partner, Kisame. As soon as he heard the blonde's fantasy, he realized that the baby had to be saved. An hour of convincing, 2 of arguments, and another hour of uncontrollable sobbing helped Naruko accept reality as it is. But this did not bring much benefit, since the girl sat on the bed, pulling her knees towards her, and looked only at one point, analyzing everything that had happened. But this didn't help much, since there were a lot of questions, and no one would give her answers. She must find them herself. At the end of the conversation between Tobi and Sasuke, the latter decided to seriously think about the proposal of the guy in the mask. Therefore, he left the lair of the criminal organization and, together with his like-minded people, went to think about Tobi's proposal. The sun set lower and lower, and the waves of the ocean rose higher and higher. It was as if they were reaching out to the scarlet sky, but could not reach it. On the edge of the cliff stood a sad Uchiha, the only survivor of the clan. Behind him stood his faithful comrades. Seeing an eagle in the distance, Sasuke made a decision. From now on, their squad will be called Eagles, and they will become part of Akatsuki for some time. This will be beneficial to both parties. Returning to the Akatsuki lair, Sasuke and his team were met by Tobi. Wearing cloaks with red clouds, the guy in the mask told them their mission. "You must bring the 8-tailed one, and we will bring the 9-tailed one," the guy summed up. "But besides this, you, Sasuke, will have one more mission. It was performed by your brother, but now you will replace him." After these words, Tobi led Sasuke along with him. The latter only chuckled but obediently followed the guy. They didn't walk for long. We stopped near a massive door. "Well, what is this?" asked the Uchiha. "Now you will find out." And after these words, Tobi pushed the door, revealing the following view. In the spacious room, there were 3 shinobi from Akatsuki. Zetsu watching in the corner and Naruko attacking Pain. The baby tried to injure one of the Pains, and he, in turn, defended himself from her attacks. Their training was truly spectacular, considering that the blonde appeared here and there. It was impossible to follow her movements. But her opponent did a good job with this task. Zetsu almost immediately noticed the appearance of Tobi and Sasuke's team. And so he quickly moved towards them. "You have arrived, Tobi-sama," greeted White Zetsu. "And how are you doing?" asked the guy in the mask. "As you can see, not very well," answered Black Zetsu. "It was a big blow for her and she has not yet recovered." The sound of an explosion interrupted their dialogue, thereby attracting everyone's attention. Pain stood in the center of the room, and Naruko stood next to him. They looked into each other's eyes, and each held a kunai at the opponent's neck. "This time it's a draw," White Zetsu summed up. After his words, both opponents lowered their kunai. Here is your additional mission, Toby said, turning to Sasuke. Naruko, come here, the guy called louder. The blonde looked at their company in surprise and a moment later was already standing next to them. Naruko, these are our new members, Toby began to introduce, Sasuke, Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo. The Uchiha finished. The girl silently looked first at Toby, then at Sasuke. Then her gaze returned to Toby. You won't change your mind, will you? The blonde clarified disappointedly. And having received an affirmative nod, she exhaled resignedly. Well, why him? Sasuke stood and did not understand what was happening here. No, he guessed, but he hoped he was wrong. But Karen didn't like this situation and was a little irritated. Suigetsu, noticing Sasuke's slight confusion and his friend's anger, cheered up. And only Yugo watched all this without unnecessary emotions. Okay, the little girl sighed sadly and walked up to Sasuke. Hello, I'm Naruko. Let's be friends? The girl said with a slight smile and offered her palm as a sign of greeting. Sasuke answered briefly. The smile quickly disappeared from the girl's face and, closing her eyes, she touched the brunette's cheek with her palm. Not expecting this, the guy fell into a stupor for a while, and Karen was ready to kill the blonde. Suigetsu, noticing the reaction of these two, laughed. I am Suigetsu. Let's be friends, the guy introduced himself, still chuckling, and extended his palm to her. Naruko shook his hand. He felt a slight warmth and a subtle indication from the touch, but said nothing. Yugo did the same as Suigetsu, replacing the greeting with a slight nod of his head. But the red-haired girl refused to touch the blonde. What are you doing? Karen asked suspiciously. What do you mean? The Uchiha became wary. Didn't you notice? When touched, she used chakra. Quite a bit, but still. Did you use chakra? The brunette didn't believe it. To this, Karen only nodded affirmatively. Preventing any further questions, Naruko intervened in their dialogue. She didn't want to listen to other people's squabbles. And she was tired after training, so we decided to finish everything quickly. To do this, Naruko grabbed Karen with her chakra chains and quickly touched her arm. I'm finished, Naruko said, loosening her grip and disappeared. And what was that? Asked the Uchiha. Have you heard about the fourth Hokage's moving technique? Toby clarified, and the brunette nodded affirmatively. In order for him to move to a certain point, he needed a part of his chakra to be there. And what do you want to say by this? The guy still doubted. Naruko masters this technique. And after these words, Toby left, throwing in last. As you understand, your additional mission is Naruko. You have to look after her. And why would Sasuke look after her? Not little anymore, Karen was indignant. And judging by what we managed to see, she will be able to stand up for herself, Suigetsu added. Sasuke didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. But all attempts were in vain. The moment when the blonde touched his cheek was brazenly recalled in his memory. He sked angrily and walked away. And behind him came the rest. They did not walk for long. After a couple of minutes, I came out into a room that resembled a kitchen. There they also found other Akatsuki members, Konan, Pain, and Naruko. Pain sat on the side and watched the girls. Naruko was spreading noodles on a plate while Konan was cooking something. Here is the kitchen, Suigetsu exclaimed joyfully, attracting the attention of the others. But he didn't care, so he walked over and sat down next to the blonde. She looked at him sadly and asked, pushing her plate towards him. Do you want it? The guy happily accepted such a gift and began to devour it. Karen was angry because of her partner's behavior. But the blonde made her even more angry. She herself didn't understand why, but she saw her as a rival. Naruko, Toby's voice was heard from behind Sasuke, you have to eat. I don't want to, the girl answered. And the guy just shook his head as a sign of disapproval. Should we take her on the mission too? The Uchiha asked the guy in the mask. No. This is why Conan and Pain are here. Having received the desired answer, Sasuke left. Poor Suigetsu, without finishing his noodles, ran after the others shouting, "Wait for me." Sasuke and his team quickly completed the task and already was returning back. He didn't care about Akatsuki's plans, he wanted only one thing, to destroy Konoha. And at the same time, the guy's thoughts constantly returned to the girl, who looked terribly like his friend. At the same time, in the lair of a criminal organization, Naruko spent almost all her free time with Conan and Pain. She knew that Nagato could never lose and they would definitely return. But some feeling in the depths of my soul screamed that this was the last chance to be close to them. When Naruko told Conan about this, the girl smiled, promising to return. And so, when the time came for Pain and Conan to go on a mission, the blonde hugged the guy tightly. "Promise that you will definitely come back," Naruko asked quietly, /span. "I promise," Nagato said, stroking the baby's head. And when the girl pulled away from him, they went on a mission. And the baby moved to Sasuke. Sitting in a spacious room, the Uchiha was thinking about something of his own. Karen and Suigetsu, as always, were arguing, and Yugo was trying to stop them. But this familiar atmosphere was interrupted by Naruko, who appeared near Sasuke. The girl didn't seem to care that everyone was staring at her, she simply sat down on one of the chairs and stared at Sasuke. "I heard you successfully completed the mission." "Not quite successfully," the girl began. Sasuke's answer. "Not verbose." "Like Itachi," Naruko summed up sadly. After these words, she stood up and began to walk around the room. "You have changed," the brunette tried to start a conversation. "Have you met yet?" Karen blurted out, amazed by what she heard. "Yes, a couple of times," the blonde satisfied the curiosity of the red-haired girl. "No, I'm still the same as I was." Naruko firmly insisted, but after thinking a little, she changed her mind. "Perhaps recent events have changed my worldview a little." What happened?" the Uchiha asked curiously. "Well," the girl thought, "the death of many people whom I loved." So, word for word, a long conversation dragged on between them. And if at first the members of Sasuke's team listened attentively to their conversation, then later they got bored and continued to do their own thing. During this conversation, Sasuke could not really find out anything about Naruko and her life. However, like the girl herself about him, she didn't even try. She had no time for this. The little girl tried to distract herself from thoughts of what could happen to Nagato and Conan. The only thing that Sasuke was able to understand from their conversation was that she is an Uzumaki, since Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan, and he is like a father to her, then she is also from that clan, /span. Naruto had almost completely become the Kyuubi, but Nagato did not want to back down. He couldn't back down. He must catch him. Nagato was already exhausted. He spent too much chakra, but still didn't catch the Nine Tails. He turned out to be much stronger than the head of the criminal organization expected. But everything comes to an end sooner or later. So, after some time, the little girl was on the street and looking at the blue sky, and Sasuke was again thinking about his plan for revenge on Konoha and what Tobi was up to after all. After Naruto saw Hinata die, he gave up. There was only a desire in him to destroy the one who caused pain to all the inhabitants of the village, the one who destroyed his beloved village. And when he had already completely surrendered to the power of the Kyuubi, his father came to the guy. Although the fourth Hokage had little time, he managed to restore the seal, talk a little with his son and tell him something. And when he was about to leave, Minato became very serious and looking straight into his son's eyes asked, "Naruto, save your sister. When you were just born, one of the Akatsuki kidnapped her. Save her, please." With these words, Minato disappeared, leaving his son in bewilderment. The news that he had a sister shocked Naruto, to put it mildly. But he quickly came to his senses, because he had to save the village. Pain no longer had the strength. But he held on. While talking with Naruto, he remembered about Yakuho, about Naruko. They really are very similar to her. And so, he made a decision. You are a very interesting person. I was just like you once. Nagato, Conan whispered. She understood what he was leading to and was even more worried. But he had already made his decision. I couldn't believe in Jiraiya. No. Was I able to believe in myself? But I have a feeling that, unlike me, you will take a different path. I think I should believe in you, Uzumaki Naruto. Divine revival technique. Nagato, you don't have any strength left. Conan exclaimed worriedly. Don't interfere, Conan. I know what I do. Nagato answered calmly, spending the last drops of his chakra. But you promised Naruko, the girl began, but stopped short. I remember. Tell me I'm sorry, Pain answered quietly. Naruto didn't understand. They talked about his sister. She really is an Akatsuki. But this is madness. All this is madness. Sitting under the warm rays of the sun, Naruko decided to pull off one adventure. Close communication with Deidara gave birth to a passion for adventure and a slight recklessness. So, after thinking a little, the blonde decided, since she left a piece of chakra on Nagato, she would be able to feel him. It's too far to move, but this should work. By concentrating, she was still able to sense Nagato. Having added a little effort, the little girl felt that the guy's strength was already running out. And not only him. To do this, Naruko had to use too much chakra. Tired, Naruko fell to the ground and stared at the sky. But some time later, she felt that Nagato had left her too. Liar. You promised me that you would come back, the little girl whispered through her tears. All this was wrong in the girl's opinion. Nobody had to die. But that's all. For two twins, everything that is happening now is sheer madness. And it will only get worse. And it will not be easy for them to get out of this network of madness that has enveloped them. Naruko. Before the baby had time to recover from the death of her lover, Nagato died. And after him, Conan passed into another world. It seemed to the girl that she was left completely alone in this cold and cruel world. After Conan's death, the little girl stopped blindly believing Toby. Now she questioned his entire plan and all his actions. She has no one else to trust. But despite all this, Naruko wanted to find out what was really going on in Akatsuki. She tried to overcome her pain and move on. But it was hard for the blonde. She was left without support, which she needed now more than ever. But all her efforts were pointless. There is no one nearby, no one will help and no one will answer her questions. Sasuke finally decided to leave their organization and go for revenge. And who knows what would have happened next if Naruko had not had that dream. So, that night Naruko could not sleep normally because of the nightmares that tormented her, and only in the morning was she able to fall asleep. For the baby, it was not just a dream. It was a magical dream that gave her strength to move on. She stood in a sunlit clearing. Somewhere in the distance, birds were singing. And it was so calm and peaceful here that I didn't want to leave anywhere. Naruko felt that there was someone behind her and turned around sharply. It was Itachi. He stood and looked straight at her. The girl's heart sank and beat several times faster, and tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to hug him and hit him. But without deciding what exactly she wants to do with this disgusting Uchiha, the little girl stood and looked at him. Itachi was all Naruko could whisper. And unable to bear it, she still hugged him. Naruko, Itachi breathed out. But this only angered her. How could you? You should have told me. Ugly Uchiha. The girl could no longer hold back and sobbed. Itachi only hugged her tighter and stroked her head, trying to calm the baby down. Sorry, but I couldn't do otherwise. After some time, the Uchiha began. Naruko, I know you are strong. You can handle everything, right? The girl was slightly taken aback by such a statement and raised her tear-filled eyes to the brunette. Naruko, Itachi continued in the meantime, I had to protect his stupid little brother. Please understand me. Naruko closed her eyes tightly. She didn't want to hear what else Itachi would say. She knew, had known for a long time, that he was trying to protect his little brother. But knowing and hearing this from him are two different things. Itachi, do you love me? The blonde asked sadly, looking straight into the black eyes of her interlocutor. She really wanted to hear yes, even if it was a lie. Sorry, Itachi said quietly. You are like a little sister to me. She knew this for a long time. But the girl did not expect that it would be so painful to hear the truth from him. Lowering her head and smiling bitterly, Naruko took 2 steps away from Itachi. Then she took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. She has already decided everything for herself. And no matter how difficult it is, she will move on no matter what. Itachi, the blonde called, raising her head. I decided. I will protect your stupid little brother. Because I truly love you. And smiled broadly and sincerely, as only she can. Naruko, Itachi also smiled, looking at this blue-eyed miracle. I decided too. I'll tell you one little secret. The blonde looked at him slightly surprised and intrigued. She was wondering what kind of secret he would reveal to her. Listen carefully and don't tell anyone. What do you know about this? You still have living relatives. You are not alone. Naruko was shocked by this confession. She always thought she was an orphan and considered Akatsuki her only family, and now Itachi tells her that there is a relative of hers out there somewhere. Strange? That's not the right word. But Naruko is strong and she will figure it out. Goodbye, Naruko. Itachi said quietly and disappeared. When the baby woke up, she discovered that she had been crying all the time in her sleep. But she clearly remembered her dream, her conversation with Itachi, her promise to him and what he said to her goodbye. She had no reason not to believe him. He was always right and only ever defended her. But she'll deal with that later. And now she needs to find Ototo, Itachi's younger brother. To do this, she quickly got dressed and went to Tobi, from whom she learned that this stupid little brother of Itachi had run away. Upset, Naruko did not immediately notice that the guy in the mask was going somewhere. Tobi, where are you going? Asked the girl. Naruko, what do you think? I need Sasuke and I have to get him back. The guy answered while remaining calm. Without thinking twice, Naruko said the following, excellent. I'm with you, and without asking permission I moved forward. If Tobi was surprised by this turn, he didn't show it and overtook the girl and moved forward. He was sure that if the baby moved on her own, she would soon give up and go back, but she stubbornly walked forward. Moreover, it was still near him. But, alas, Tobi did not pay enough attention to this fact. Soon they caught up with Sasuke and his team. And while the Akatsuki leader was talking with the younger Uchiha, Naruko, leaning on a tree, listened to their conversation. She couldn't understand what it was. And he only thinks about revenge? This idiot needs to be rescued urgently. But how? The girl did not react to Zetsu's appearance, despite her dislike for him, and so, when the two Uchiha came to an agreement, Naruko entered the conversation. I'll go with Ototo Itachi, the girl said, moving on to Sasuke's back. The way she called him made Sasuke shudder. Only Itachi could call him that and no one else. Naruko. Sasuke and Tobi growled angrily. But this did not scare the girl. She just shrugged and said, Tobi, I've already decided everything. Besides, I promised Itachi to protect his brother. Naruko, but you understand that you can't, the guy in the mask began his speech. Tobi. The little girl answered just as seriously, I know what I have to do. I'm ready for this. Honestly. She looked directly and confidently at the leader. And although Tobi began to doubt, he still did not want to let her out of the shelter. It's too dangerous for her to show up at the 5 Kage meeting. He can't act so stupidly and give it on a silver platter, this stupid shinobi baby from Akatsuki. The guy is sure that if they don't want to return her back to Leaf, they will start interrogating her. But he does not want, and cannot, expose her to such danger. Believe in me finally, Naruko drawled plaintively, seeing that Toby did not want to let her go. Probably, the Akatsuki leader still would not have let Naruko go, but he knew her too well, and was sure that she would escape. But Sasuke himself intervened. He said he would protect her. And although Toby didn't believe it, he still decided to allow it. So at least Naruko will be under supervision. And a few minutes later, a team of 5 people, Sasuke, Naruko, Karen, Suigetsu, Yugo, and Zetsu, who accompanies them, went to a meeting of the 5 Kage. Toby was angry with Nagato for being without demand used the resurrection technique and died. Akatsuki still needed him. He was angry at himself for allowing Naruko to go after all. He was also angry at his weakness in front of the girl. Over so many years, all Akatsuki members became attached to her and each in their own way protected her from various dangers. And the leader of the dangerous group understood that if anything happened, he would rush to protect this blue-eyed miracle. And he could no longer change anything. Sasuke was angry. Not only did she call him Otudo and decide to defend him, he, for some stupidity, decided to take her with him, but now he also has to drag her on himself. Naruko told him that Itachi constantly carried her on his back. Well, he's not Itachi. This whole situation made him terribly angry. But despite this, he continued to carry the burden of and so did not say anything to her about what she called him. The guy himself could not understand why he was doing this, and this angered him even more. Karen was angry because the blonde was sitting on Sasuke's back. The girl was terribly jealous of the younger Uchiha towards any other girls, but most of all towards Naruko. The rest were extremely calm. And Naruko was thinking about her next steps. Yes, she was able to achieve that she would be constantly next to Sasuke, but how could she find out anything about her family? And will they accept it? Do they need it? All these fears ate the girl from the inside and she couldn't come up with anything sensible. Therefore, the girl decided that since Nagato was like a father to her, then she was not just Naruko, but Uzumaki Naruko. And since everyone in the Uzumaki clan, according to the same Nagato, has red hair, then she also needs to dye her blonde braids red. And now the little girl was thinking about it. How can she change the color of her hair? Maybe you'll go yourself? Karen couldn't stand it. No, I'm comfortable here too, Naruko answered, not at all offended. She knew that Karen would be angry, but she didn't care. Haha, Naruko-chan, you are as always. Zetsu chuckled. RRR, Zetsu. Better shut up. Naruko was angry with him. Zetsu always irritated and scared her. When he's around, there's no way she'll get off Sasuke's back. Here she felt comfortable, and she felt safer. The girl's anger did not go unnoticed. And the brunette couldn't help but ask. Naruko, why are you so angry with Zetsu? She doesn't love me, Zetsu answered, still chuckling. Naruko didn't say anything, just tightened her embrace. Sasuke felt that she didn't like Zetsu, and he could also sense her fear when she rested her forehead on his shoulder. But the guy didn't say anything. After some time, they were already in the country of iron. And so we decided to take a break. They all needed to eat and come up with a plan on how to get to the council of the 5 Kage. Naruko decided not to waste time and start changing the color of her hair right now, while the others were setting up their little rest stop and they were preparing to eat. After some time, when Sasuke and the other guys were discussing the infiltration plan, Karen's laughter was heard, and then the dull sound of a blow and Naruko's growl. Turning around, the guys saw an interesting picture. Naruko was no longer blonde, but she had not completely dyed her hair, only in parts. And it all looked pretty funny. This kind of girl could not help but amuse the guys, but the comment made by Zetsu finally upset the girl. Naruko-chan, don't worry so much. If you want, I can even out the red color a little, Suigetsu began to reassure the girl. He immediately realized that she used the element of water for painting and decided to help her. Sasuke didn't really like that help came from Suigetsu, but the little girl's joyful face covered up all the indignation. After a couple of minutes, Naruko's hair became normal, partly blonde. partially red. And it looked pretty good, and not ridiculous, as it was. Suigetsu really helped the girl, even Sasuke admitted it. Thank you, the little girl sincerely thanked. Now nothing delayed them and they moved on, and Karen covered their chakra. Watching all the arrivals in the building from the top, they waited for Zetsu to indicate on Danzo. And so, when the next 3 entered the Kage and 2 accompanying people, Zetsu perked up. Here he is. The old man in the middle. You know, Zetsu, Naruko began quietly, it turns out that besides you and Orochimaru, there is another nastier shinobi, and this is Danzo. Well, thank you, Naruko-chan, the guy thanked him a little mockingly. Sasuke's anger was so strong that he didn't even notice that little squabble between the old ones. Members of Akatsuki. After some time, Naruko felt that Tobi was nearby, and therefore the other half of Zetsu was with him. The girl did not like this, and when Zetsu disappeared, she firmly decided to stay near Sasuke. This way she can protect him, including from Tobi. She wanted to believe it, but she understood that not everything was so simple. Tobi is too smart and has been preparing a plan of action for a long time, and everything will not be so simple. But since Sasuke is Itachi's younger brother, she will protect him with all her might. She firmly decided this, and would never give up on her decision. When the samurai began to run back and forth in search of someone, it was not difficult for them to determine who exactly they were looking for and who helped them in this. Now Sasuke partially understood Naruko's dislike for them. And so it was decided, or rather Sasuke made the decision on his own, to kill the samurai who were interfering with them. But then the Raikage appeared with his defenders. Naruko didn't like Ototo's opponent. Moreover, seeing how fast the Raikage was moving, Naruko could not stay away. And after Sasuke was indignant at the help of Suigetsu and Yugo, the girl, without hesitation, moved to Sasuke and slapped the younger Uchiha on the head, with the words, "Be glad that you remained intact." And although the brunette didn't like it, for some reason he didn't want to be indignant out loud. The Raikage immediately noticed the similarity between the girl who appeared out of nowhere and the guy who tried to persuade him to forgive Sasuke. But he didn't have time to think properly. Yugo, switching to berserker mode, decided to fight the Raikage himself, and he did not refuse the battle. Naruko, deciding not to get in the way, moved to the top and sat on the railing, happily swinging his legs and at the same time watching everything that happens below. She knew that if something went wrong, she would have time to move in order to protect Sasuke. Watching everything that was happening below, Naruko suddenly felt uneasy. She suddenly felt a slight pain in her chest. It wasn't pain. Rather an echo of her, and this made her feel uneasy. She couldn't understand why this was so. And why does she want to be somewhere else? But the girl did not give in to this impulse and remained to watch what was happening below. After every word Tobi said, Naruto felt worse and worse. Kakashi and Yamato noticed the blonde's condition and tried to help him. Which, however, didn't turn out so badly for them. At that time, while Naruko was briefly distracted by her pain, she did not have time to notice how close Sasuke had gotten to the Raikage. She only managed to see how this crazy old man was abandoning the younger Uchiha. The girl got angry and very angry. But she soberly assessed her strength. And the couple of moments of confusion were worth it, as the younger Uchiha used Susanoo and was able to avoid unnecessary injuries. Now Naruko was more or less calm behind Ototo, he was now under good protection. Seeing how fast the Raikage was moving, Naruko was slightly surprised. She initially thought she was using the same technique as her. But after watching a little, I realized that it is simply accelerated due to lightning. And I realized that he was not so dangerous. And so, when the Raikage was flying straight at Sasuke, protected by Amaterasu, sand appeared from somewhere, protecting this Raikage. Naruko didn't like this arrangement. Following the movement of the sand, she saw a young shinobi. The girl swore angrily and, more out of inertia than out of anger, threw a kunai at him. Naturally, the sand protected the guy. Wow! A great protector for your Kazekage. Naruko smiled when the guy looked at her. Desert Gaara, Sasuke said quietly, and then turning to the girl upstairs, Naruko, he is the Kazekage. So young, Naruko drawled slightly in surprise, and then, smiling, said something that no one expected from her. Hello, Gaara. And at the same time she also waved her hand. Sasuke just sighed sadly at this, and Gaara and his relatives were surprised. They were all rather surprised, not that she looked so much like Naruto, but that the girl was wearing an Akatsuki cloak. But then the indignant Raikage intervened. And Gaara had to take his mind off the girl and pay his attention to another Kage and the youngest of the Uchiha clan. Naruko didn't really like what Gaara and Sasuke said, but in some moments, the girl agreed with the Kazekage. She didn't like that Itachi's younger brother was following the path of revenge. She considered this wrong, but could not convince him. She knew that he would not listen to her. And when a new fight started, the girl was no longer having fun. She saw how exhausted Sasuke was from the battle with one Kage. And although she decided not to interfere, when she saw Sasori's doll, she could not remain indifferent. No, she will not fight with them, she will only incapacitate the puppeteer. Naruko was too angry with the puppeteer. She will not deprive Sasuke of the joy of fighting with all the shinobi, but she will only incapacitate one. And throwing another kunai, she quickly moved to Gaara's relative. She didn't want to kill him, so she first kindly asked him to leave Sasori alone, or even better, to return him to her. But he just grinned and said that it was his trophy and he wouldn't give it to her. Anger raged inside and demanded a way out. After carrying out a series of chaotic attacks, the little girl managed to leave a small trace of her chakra on the puppeteer and, without wasting time, moved behind his back and disabled him in one blow. But she was not allowed to take Sasori's doll, and Naruko had to return to the top. And although she was not able to take revenge completely, now Sasori will not fight against Sasuke. Small, but a consolation. But Naruko was glad that she quickly retreated from the battlefield. Sasuke decided to quickly and radically end this battle. And when everything around began to collapse, Naruko quickly moved to Sasuke's back. After Sasuke escaped, Gaara thought about a girl named Naruko. He was struck by her resemblance to Naruto, and he didn't know if Naruto knew about her. And that's when they found themselves in the hall, where the rest of the Kage Sasuke were noticed immediately. Naruko was even amused by the little squabble between Mizukage and Karen about Sasuke's kiss. But then she noticed Zetsu's dead body and was happy. Wow! And who should I kiss for dead Zetsu? Naruko asked happily. Nobody even paid enough attention to the girls. And Karen shouted at her and said something about Sasuke's chakra quickly melting. But the girl did not have time to attach meaning to Karen's words, since Zetsu began to recover. Damn you! Naruko exclaimed angrily. You can't even die normally. Don't be offended, Naruko-chan. He drawled disgustingly. And when Sasuke came into the hall again, Naruko couldn't think of anything better than to say. You see Karen, everything is fine with this stupid little brother Itachi. And you were worried. And that Sasuke wanted to solve the problem radically by splitting Sasuke's body into atoms. But Naruko literally felt Tobi's seal for a moment and calmed down. She knew that Sasuke needed Tobi and that he would not let Itachi's brother die so early. And when Tobi appeared in the hall, who introduced himself as Madara, Uzumaki joyfully threw herself on his neck. Even if she doesn't trust him completely, she still loves this masked guy, who, like Nagato, Konan, Sasori and others, has been by her side since childhood. And when he appeared Raikage, Tobi took Sasuke, Karen and Naruko without hesitation. And although the latter was against this, she was not indignant. After communicating with Gaara, Naruto became very ill. It seemed like all the air had been knocked out of him with one blow. After the news about Sasuke, Gaara forgot to talk about the girl he saw. He was certainly impressed, but not sure what exactly he saw. Therefore, he just said finally, you know, there was one very strange girl with Sasuke, and left. And Naruto stood there, staring at the floor and remembering everything that they told him about Sasuke, everything that happened and so on. He was in so much pain and there was a catastrophic lack of air. He couldn't cope with it, and he simply didn't hear the words of Kakashi-sensei, Sai, and Yamato. As a result, from an acute lack of air and strong emotions, he lost consciousness. It was saving darkness for him. But Naruko, who was sitting not far from Karen and the younger Uchiha, felt bad again. But the pain only intensified. And when Toby took Sasuke and Karen, leaving her alone, she didn't even notice. Almost immediately after this, she began to suddenly feel short of breath. The guy in the mask immediately felt that something had happened to the baby and discovered that she was unconscious. It didn't take him very long to bring Naruko to his senses. Moreover, he did not forget to follow the fight between Sasuke and Danzo. Somewhere in the middle of the fight, the girl came to her senses, and Toby allowed her to watch the fight between the Uchiha and the new Hokage of Konoha. Watching the fight, Naruko wanted to step in and protect Sasuke, but Toby did not allow her, saying that this is a fight between only Sasuke and Danzo, she shouldn't interfere there. Naruko had to agree. And nervously wrinkled the sleeve of Toby's cloak. And while continuing to watch the progress of the battle, Naruko's mind flashed, he's wasting too much chakra. Her worries for Ototo only intensified and Toby's hand felt it. Naruko, it hurts, the Akatsuki leader said calmly. Oh, sorry, letting go of his hand, the girl said nervously to the leader. Also, Toby commented out loud on everything that was happening, thereby helping Naruko better understand what was happening. Thanks to his explanations, it was both easier and harder for her. Sometimes the worries only intensified, and sometimes she understood that everything was going as it should. And so Danzo was defeated, and Sasuke sacrificed Karen for this. This made Naruko feel unpleasant, but she still had to protect him, no matter what. Naruko continued to think about what had happened recently. She was especially worried about the strange feeling that she had already experienced twice today. No, before sometimes there was a strange feeling of loneliness, but all that was a long time ago. And today she experienced mental pain. And why, she never understood. The girl was so lost in herself, analyzing everything that was happening, that she missed the appearance of new faces. Naruko, who had withdrawn into herself, suddenly felt someone's presence. And then I saw someone attacking Sasuke. Without thinking twice, she moved to Sasuke's back. And then 3 Konoha shinobi saw a girl who looked so much like Naruto. Little stupid brother Itachi, what have you gotten yourself into again? Asked the female copy of Naruto a little angrily. Naruko, don't interfere. These are my problems and I have to solve them, the Uchiha snapped. Naruto immediately realized who she was. He immediately remembered his father's words about his sister, and their first meeting, when she was rushing somewhere all in tears. Just like that time, she was wearing an Akatsuki cloak. So my father was right when he said that Akatsuki had her. Naruto thought. But the tone in which Sasuke answered her angered Uzumaki. Don't you dare talk to her like that, Sasuke. Naruto commanded menacingly. Who are you? The girl was surprised. And why do you look like that? Without hesitation, Naruto smiled widely and said something that shocked everyone present. I am Uzumaki Naruto, your brother twin. It can't be. The girl whispered quietly. You're lying, she shouted angrily. You can't be Uzumaki. Why? I was taken aback by such a Jinchuriki. Because all Uzumaki have red hair, and you are blonde. Naruko objected menacingly. And that's why you tried to change your color? Sasuke asked chuckling. For this, he received a slap on the head from Naruko and a menacing look from her brother. But Naruko could not so easily accept that that guy was her brother. No, Itachi was of course talking about a relative, but they couldn't meet so quickly. They couldn't, despite the fact that they are brother and sister? Naruto smiled widely and said something that shocked everyone present. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, your twin brother. It can't be. The girl whispered quietly. You're lying, she shouted angrily, you can't be Uzumaki. Why? The Jinchuriki was taken aback by such a statement. Because all Uzumaki have red hair, and you are blonde. Naruko objected menacingly. And that's why you tried to change her color? Sasuke asked, chuckling. For this, he received a slap on the head from Naruko and a menacing look from her brother. And although he didn't care about the reaction of the second one, the girl's reaction to his words made him a little angry. But Naruko couldn't so easily accept that that guy was her brother. No, Itachi was of course talking about a relative, but they couldn't meet so quickly. They couldn't, despite the fact that they are brother and sister? I still don't believe it, Naruko said quietly, even slightly pitifully. Kakashi stood there and couldn't believe his eyes. The girl standing next to Sasuke was a copy of Naruto. Their only difference is hair color. Naruto's were completely blonde, while his sister's had scarlet-colored locks. And no matter what, it looked very harmonious. And her gloomy face reminded her so much of her father. All the girl's attention was focused on the guy who was her copy. She had not yet noticed the other members of Team Number 7. But the more she looked at him, the more she began to understand. So you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Naruko exclaimed in surprise. Bravo, Naruko. Sasuke began to scoff. And coming closer to the girl, he began to speak soulfully into her ear. Now remember when and why your precious Nagato died. But the last phrase was heard not only by the little girl from Akatsuki, but by the entire Team Number 7. Sasuke, what you're suggesting? The girl began to get angry. Ask yourself, Itachi's younger brother grinned. And Naruko looked questioningly at her brother. So is it true that you killed Nagato? She asked pitifully. No, I didn't kill him. Naruto answered seriously, remembering the events of that day. And closing his eyes, he continued. He made his own choice. The resurrection technique took away his last strength. Edo-tensei? The Jinchuriki sister said quietly. And louder, with notes of not understanding, she continued. But he should have used it for other purposes. He destroyed our village and killed almost all the inhabitants. He himself decided to resurrect them. Sakura was indignant. Naruko didn't think that anyone would interfere in their dialogue. She needed him, Naruto, to answer her question, and not this girl. With her behavior, Sakura only angered the girl. Who are you? The little girl turned to the girl from the 7th team. I am Naruto's friend and... No, Naruko interrupted rather rudely. And she continued with confidence, say your name. Sakura, the pink-haired girl answered in confusion. And it was as if something clicked in Naruko's head. Sakura, you say? Everyone heard her whisper, and her gaze became more tenacious. She carefully examined the girl from Konoha, trying to find in her something that could defeat Sasori. But in Naruko's opinion, Sakura was ordinary and could not defeat Sasori in any way. And how were you able to defeat Sasori? There were contemptuous notes in the girl's voice. And her statement offended the pink-haired one. Sakura could not understand such a change in mood. But Naruko is so similar to Naruto. And the girl forgot for a moment and angrily, as if she was saying this to Naruto, began to answer, yes, it was simply the only way out in that situation. And his grandmother actually helped me. Someone had to stop him. Sakura talked and said something else about the day when the great puppeteer was killed, and Naruko became more and more gloomy. She couldn't accept this truth so easily. The baby remembered Sasori as quiet and caring. He always made her beautiful dolls, and the longer Naruko listened to her brother's partner, the closer Naruko's chakra chain got through the water to the pink-haired one. He was a criminal like all Akatsuki, so don't. Sakura didn't have time to finish when a chain of chakra wrapped around her leg and, tightly squeezing the kunoichi's leg, pulled her underwater, without letting go of its tenacious embrace. And Naruko looked with a detached look as her brother's partner went under the water lower and lower. With a frightened cry, Naruto's clone and Kakashi dived under the water, trying to save the one he had been with since childhood experienced warm feelings. Sasuke, on the one hand, wanted to kill Sakura himself, who was only getting in the way. But now, watching her drown, the Uchiha remembered his childhood. He remembered their teamwork and everything that happened before he left the village. He himself had to kill her. After all, this is his past. And only he must put all the dots. Let her go. Naruto growled as he watched his sister and his friend. Uzumaki felt that Sakura, and his clone, was starting to run out of air. Naruto takes small steps determinedly, trying to get closer. Sasuke notices this too. And although they now have the same goals, to stop Naruko, they are still enemies. Therefore, it is he, the Uchiha, who must stop Naruko. Naruko, why do you need this? As always, Sasuke asks calmly. Let her go. But Naruko doesn't even look at him. She only sees Sakura drowning. A little more, and she would have let her go herself. She would never have killed so easily. Perhaps Naruko is a bad shinobi because it is so difficult for her to kill, and she always suffers from it. But Sasuke did not know this. For some reason he didn't want her to be a killer. The guy only knew that he needed to distract her. And if she is distracted for even a moment, she will immediately lose control, and then Kakashi-sensei and Naruto will save their mutual friend. Sasuke had little time to create the perfect plan, and so he couldn't think of anything better than to do just that. The Uchiha stood even closer to Naruko and turned him around to face him. The girl looked at him with her blue eyes, but still held Sakura underwater. And then Sasuke did something he would never have done under other circumstances. He kissed her. And this helped distract Naruko. Taken by such an act of the Uchiha, Naruko dispelled the chain. However, she wanted to do this, but it happened a moment earlier, and became angry with Itachi's younger brother. How dare he kiss her? And pushing the Sharingan carrier away from her, the girl hit him. She landed a great right hook. Naruto, seeing what this Uchiha was doing with his younger sister, became seriously angry. Sasuke, Uzumaki growled and moved forward. He himself was ready to kill his friend, but Naruko beat him to it. And then, Kakashi-sensei and Sakura appeared on the surface. The latter coughed up water. She was scared. They were never able to break Naruko's chakra chains. Sakura understood that Naruto's sister was indeed very strong, stronger than her. Naruto was still rapidly approaching Sasuke with a Rasengan in his hand. And he, in turn, having created a Chidori, moved towards the blonde. Naruko, meanwhile, began to attack Sakura, but Hatake Kakashi appeared in her way. The copy ninja had to stop his student sister from harming Sakura, who was trying to move on from what had just happened to her. And thus began the battle between Sasuke and Naruto, between Naruko and Kakashi, between Akatsuki and Konoha. During the battle, Naruko noticed how her opponent was doing Chidori, and chuckled and said, "So that's it, who taught Sasuke this technique?" Kakashi was a strong opponent and tried to catch Naruto's sister in a Sharingan Genjutsu. But the girl was easily able to avoid it. Huh? Do you really think you can really catch me with your weak Genjutsu? Naruko grinned. Itachi taught me a lot, including how to avoid the Sharingan trap. Of course, the girl could not always resist Genjutsu, but Itachi was much stronger than her current opponent, who was exhausted and tired. Itachi taught her a lot so that she could always win, so that she would have an advantage with any opponent. And yet Kakashi was very exhausted from previous battles, and Naruko still managed to leave a small trace of his chakra on Sakura's body. And, having created a small Chidori in her hand, lightning was always bad for her. So her Chidori was small and weak. The girl pretended to be trying to attack her opponent. Kakashi also created a Chidori, but of normal size, and moved towards the girl. And a couple of moments before the collision, Naruko moved and found herself behind Sakura. She touched her weak Chidori to the pinkette's back. A slight push in the back and Sakura almost lost consciousness. But turning around, for protection, the girl did not find anyone there and began to look around in confusion. Soon the fight between Naruto and Sasuke was interrupted by the appearance of Zetsu, who saved the Uchiha from meeting a rock. And a moment later Naruko stood next to them. Sasuke, he's not an Uchiha, but why then does he have a Sharingan? Naruko asked, looking straight at Kakashi. But they didn't answer her. More precisely, we didn't have time. Toby appeared and took them from the battlefield, taking them to the lair. Now, only Team 7 and Karen were here. Kakashi was surprised to meet his teacher's daughter. She looked like Naruto, and at the same time she was completely different. But the copy ninja was sure of one thing: the girl was tied to Akatsuki, and, seeing what she was capable of, they would never let Naruko go. And Hataki didn't know if she would want to leave. Sakura was thinking about how strong Naruto's sister was. The girl saw her fight with her sensei and understood that Naruko was no weaker than others from Akatsuki. Naruto felt hard and light at the same time. The guy was glad that he was able to find his sister so quickly. He was happy to know that everything was fine with her and that she had grown into a very strong kunoichi. But at the same time, he felt sad that she didn't consider him her brother. He felt bad that she was part of Akatsuki and loved them. It was difficult for Naruto now, but he knew for sure that no matter what happened, he would definitely return his sister back to the village. Having discovered Karen, Team Number 7 decided to take her prisoner in order to find out about Akatsuki's plans and to extract any other useful information from her. Once in the lair, Naruko again asked her question to Sasuke, but, as before, he said nothing, didn't answer. He just said, "Ask him yourself." They walked further and further, deeper into their lair. Naruko walked between the two Sharingan users and listened to their conversation. But she was interested in one single question: did Toby know anything about the guy who called himself her brother? Judging by what Itachi told her, this is true, but what will Toby say? Toby, Naruko interrupted the guys and at the same time stopped to look straight into the eyes of her interlocutor. More precisely, the eyes. Who is that guy? He's so similar to me. Don't think about it. The guy in the mask started. If he was surprised by this question, he didn't show it. You are just similar and have nothing in common. His tone was deceptively calm. But Naruko immediately realized that he was lying to her. And this made the girl feel hurt and offended. And to hide her emotions, she simply hugged Toby and quietly said, "I believe you." But questions were swirling in her head. Why is he lying? Doesn't he believe me? I would have stayed with him anyway, why did he lie? But no one could answer her. The guy in the mask hugged Naruko back and hoped that she really believed him and would not seek a meeting with her brother and ask Sasuke about him. They have a war ahead and Naruko must be on his side. He needs her to carry out his plan. But no matter how much he wants to be with this sunny girl, their little miracle, all the time, Toby still has a lot to do, and it's best if she is with Sasuke. But if he had known how it would all turn out, he would never have left her with this guy. If he had known what this war would lead to, he would never have declared it. But nothing can be changed, and this is only the beginning of his battle with the whole world. All the time that Naruko spent with Sasuke, she became more and more attached to him. It would seem that she should hate him. Yes, at first, that's exactly what happened, but over time, the girl's hatred was replaced by completely different, lighter feelings. It seemed that the blonde found the strength to let go of that childhood jealousy, find strength and let go of her resentment and love for Itachi. Yes, that's exactly what Sasuke saw when Toby moved them to the lair. However, the guy in the mask had similar thoughts. But not one of them saw the whole truth. After Sasuke received an eye transplant, he became blind for some time. He needed time after the operation for his body to either accept the new eyes or reject them, which was unlikely. And so Naruko had to look after him. Yes, she helped him, did not annoy him with her conversations, which could not but please the guy. But sometimes strange feelings slipped into her gaze. No, it was not hatred, but some kind of anger, sadness. Doom. She herself understood that Itachi would no longer need his eyes, and that he himself wanted to give them to his younger brother, but this still made the girl terribly angry. At times, it seemed to the girl herself that she had completely forgiven Sasuke and was no longer angry with him for Itachi's death. It seemed that she no longer felt that dull pain in her chest looking at him. But now, looking at his bandaged face, from somewhere inside, either anger or resentment rose up at Sasuke, at Toby, and at the situation as a whole. Still, Naruko finds it difficult to completely let go of her love for Itachi, to get used to the fact that he is no longer there. Sometimes it begins to seem to her that all this is just a bad dream, that she is sleeping and will wake up soon. But, alas, it was reality. And now, left alone with Naruko, Sasuke felt the girl's gaze on him, and that's all. He could not see the whole range of emotions with which she looked at these bandages that were on his face. He couldn't know what discord was going on in the girl's soul. And Naruko tried to pull herself together and calm down. The girl looked intently at Sasuke and tried to understand her feelings. But it was too difficult. "Stop staring at me," Sasuke said with slight irritation. Even though he couldn't see at the moment, he perfectly felt the girl's heavy gaze. "I'm not even looking at you," the blonde answered calmly. But the Uchiha didn't believe her. And then the girl added even more quietly, but the guy still heard her, "I have nothing else to do but look at him." Uchiha, he just chuckled at that. He didn't believe her. The guy clearly felt when she burned him with her blue eyes. But the strangest thing is that he could not understand the reasons for such close attention. The guy knew very well about the girl's feelings for his older brother. It was hard not to notice, and therefore was at a loss. They sat in the kitchen and ate. More precisely, Naruko fed Sasuke. "What is this, ramen?" Sensing a familiar aroma, the Uchiha clarified with suspicion. "Yes. Is there something you don't like?" Only a deaf person would not have heard the indignation in the girl's voice. "No, everything is fine," the Uchiha said, smiling. And then he completely laughed. "You're definitely his sister." What are you talking about, Sasuke?" Naruko asked while devouring her favorite dish. "Naruto also loves ramen. Sometimes it seemed to me that he didn't eat anything else except it." The Uchiha drawled with a hint of nostalgia. Naruko choked on his statements. She was ready to hear anything, but not this. Throughout her adult life, the blonde considered Akatsuki her family. And now, knowing that somewhere there was someone truly dear to her. It was strange. And it's even more strange to hear that they are similar. It was strange, embarrassing, and very interesting for her. "Well, I, too, can only eat ramen," Naruko said dreamily. Everyone who knew the girl would confirm this. And Sasuke, having heard this phrase, only confirmed his conclusions, despite the fact that Naruto and Naruko spent their entire lives far from each other. They were very similar. Further, their lunch passed in absolute silence until Naruko interrupted it, asking the Uchiha a little, "Sasuke, can you tell me a little more about him?" "Are you talking about Naruto?" the brunette thought. He noticed that Toby didn't like the girl's interest in his brother. On the one hand, he wanted to tell her everything, but on the other hand, did he need it? "Please," the girl quietly asked. And Sasuke, without understanding the reasons, gave up. He decided that if Itachi told her the truth, then he would tell her too. "Okay," the brunette said a little tiredly. "Just let's agree you won't say a word about this conversation to Toby." "Good," the girl exclaimed joyfully. She knew that somewhere here Zetsu was watching over them and he would definitely report their conversation to Toby. And Naruko didn't want the Akatsuki leader to know about it. "Just let's go to another place, okay?" Sasuke himself understood why she wanted to leave, so he allowed the girl to lead him without objection. A couple of minutes later the blonde led them into Itachi's former room. Only there did she feel completely safe. At one time, Itachi perfectly protected this room, and besides him and Naruko, no one else will enter here without their permission. "We've arrived," the blonde announced quietly. "Where are we?" the Uchiha asked, confused. He was in this lair for the first time and did not yet know the location of all the rooms, and had no idea where exactly they could not be overheard. But some guess flashed on the periphery of his consciousness. This is Itachi's room. A couple of years ago, he made it so that except for me and him, well, without our permission, no one could enter, Naruko calmly answered him, helping Sasuke sit down. And why did he do it? The guy asked, sitting down more comfortably. Well, let's just say I didn't get along with everyone. And there were times when they had to leave me alone. So, this is something like a shelter. Naruko grinned and sat down next to the guy. Now tell me. The blonde demanded. Curiosity overshadowed all other emotions. She felt that it was important for her to know something about that guy. Okay. But what exactly are you interested in? After thinking a little, the brunette clarified. Naruko was in no hurry to give her answer, also thinking about what exactly she wanted to know about Naruto. After thinking a little, she nodded to her thoughts and voiced the answer. Perhaps everything, how he lived, what he is like, what kind of character he has, how many friends he has, and all sorts of little things. Are you still talking? How did he live? Sasuke said thoughtfully. Well, listen. I promised. And Sasuke began to speak. He decided to tell Naruko almost everything, almost the whole truth. The guy told her that Naruto lived in the village as an orphan, that he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and that it was because of this that he was hated in the village. He told me what a fool he was, how he tried to prove to everyone that he was worth something, that he could do something, how he tried to become the best shinobi despite the fact that he didn't succeed, told how he trained to become better and it gave results, spoke about his dream of becoming Hokage and how many laughed at his dream. He stubbornly said that he would achieve his goal no matter what. I didn't forget to mention that he is always ready to make friends with everyone, told how he tried to become a friend even to him, Sasuke, and that he almost succeeded, talked about how he was able to change the current Kazekage with his friendship. Described his departure from the village and their final battle, said a few words about their subsequent meetings, and Naruko sat quietly and listened to him. She was very fascinated by the guy's story about her brother. Yes, now she perceived Naruto exactly as her brother. And Sasuke was right when he said that they were very similar, especially when Uchiha described the character of Uzumaki. So, it turns out that he is a terribly stubborn dunce? Somewhere in the middle of the story, Naruko interrupted. Exactly, Sasuke confirmed without a shadow of a doubt. Don't even dare call him a dunce. The girl said a little offended. But it's true, the Uchiha tried to be indignant. You just didn't see what he was like at the academy. Terribly noisy, always laughing. He also slept during classes. He couldn't do any technique well. So what? The blonde snorted. He just looks at everything positively. And the fact that he is loud. So you are too quiet. Not finding anything better to object to, the girl. At this, the Uchiha only snorted indicatively and continued his story. Sasuke continued to tell Naruko about her brother for a long time. And when I finished speaking, it was already late at night. But neither he nor the girl wanted to sleep. Then he also decided to clarify something. Why did you then invite me to become your friend? Team. I told you then I just wanted to have at least one friend my age. Why did you need this? The guy did not let up. Why, Naruko mimicked him. It's simple. Akatsuki has always been a family to me, and I wanted to have a friend. Not convincing. Sasuke folded his arms over his chest. But the girl just rolled her eyes. Forget it. Consider that you are already my friend. By saying this, she put an end to their conversation. And the Uchiha did not argue with her. In the end, he already knew that it was useless to argue with these Uzumaki, everything would be their way anyway. Therefore, it's easier to agree with them, which is what Itachi's younger brother did. Okay. Let's talk about something else, and raised his hands up, as if showing that he was giving up. Come on. But about what? Now tell me about yourself. Sasuke asked. He wanted to know more about this girl and understand how similar she and Naruto are. Without thinking twice, Naruko began the story. But, unlike Sasuke, Naruko spoke quite little about herself. Her whole life passed in the Akatsuki lair, and Itachi's brother already partially knew her. Naruko only supplemented his knowledge with some points, and also mentioned several missions. But then, remembering her childhood, Naruko began to talk more about everything, and more diverse emotions appeared in her voice. Listening to her story, Sasuke noticed with what warmth in her voice she spoke about some Akatsuki members. And it was as if he saw how she grimaced while telling some moments about Orochimaru and Zetsu. But what impressed the guy most of all was how dreamily the blonde described her walks. She didn't walk much, so all her walks outside the Akatsuki lair were described with such awe and love. Also, Naruko mentioned a couple of missions, but without a detailed description. But soon the girl finished her story, and their dialogue continued, moving on to completely different topics. So they spent a lot of time talking on various topics and telling funny situations that happened to them. Sasuke even forgot about his anger and for a while became a little boy again, with a naive soul and a kind heart. This conversation brought the Uchiha out of the darkness he was in for a short period of time, and Naruko became for him the ray of light that he so needed. Alas, this could not last long. And soon Tobi arrived and removed the blindfold from Sasuke's eyes. Now everything has returned to normal and the guy again plunged into darkness. The Uchiha, who had thought out, again became cold and calculating. He once again became the one who thirsts for revenge and seeks the strength to carry it out. Naruko has again become a quiet and calm girl who is always thinking about something important. But that conversation still changed something in them. Their relationship became warmer. Now they have become real friends. Naruko no longer had any negative emotions towards this guy that were hiding somewhere inside her after Itachi's death. Now the girl genuinely cared about Sasuke, not because Itachi asked her or for some other reason, but because she herself wanted it. Naruko decided to pull this idiot out of the darkness into which the guy had driven himself. But it's too early for him to know about this. Sasuke himself decided that looking after Naruko was not such a bad mission. And no matter how similar she was to her brother Naruto, she was still different. More calm and reasonable. And he really liked this about the girl, but the guy didn't dare admit it even to himself. But this did not negate the fact that the brunette wanted to be near this girl and, as far as possible, protect her from danger. After that frank conversation, each of them made their own conclusions and each of them accepted the right thing, according to their opinion, a decision from which none of them will back down until the very end. And this became their point of no return. Sasuke had to watch Naruko's training more than once, but this time the guy decided to practice with her. The Uchiha already knew that the blonde was very strong, he was lucky to watch her in action several times. He noted to himself that he would not want to become this girl's enemy. He had already seen her strength and now her. Sasuke knew full well that she wasn't doing her best. Yes, Itachi prepared her very well, the brunette noted to himself with a hint of irony. The training proceeded quite calmly, strike evasion, attack avoidance of the opponent's retaliatory actions, and so on in a circle. But after another evasion, Naruko seemed to freeze. Here. Now Kisame was killed too. And the most offensive thing is that she didn't even know where he was supposed to be at that moment, or who could have done it. But the girl felt only slight sadness and regret from his death. Wasn't he dear to her? Or is it because the echo of his death was too weak? At the same time, Sasuke did not stop. And, making another attack, he put a kunai to the blonde's thin neck. You lost, the Uchiha said, not even trying to hide the notes of satisfaction from his victory. Hearing this, Naruko seemed to wake up. Looking straight into the guy's eyes, she sighed sadly and walked away, not forgetting to throw in the last word, I'm tired. We'll continue next time. The Uchiha didn't like this answer, but he had no choice but to watch the blondes retreating back. Naruto should have been happy that they were able to identify the spy and kill him, but he wasn't. The guy remembered the conversation with his mother and now he had no doubt that Akatsuki had kidnapped his sister. Yes, He remembered their 2 meetings and understood that this criminal organization had become his sister's family, but the guy did not lose hope of changing this. And therefore, he must deal with Madara, and then he will definitely return Sasuke and his sister to the village. Yes, that's exactly what he will do. But for this, he needs to become even stronger, and he will train even more. For quite a long period of time, Naruko was left alone with Sasuke. And if she had not accidentally noticed Tobi, then, perhaps, the girl would not have been able to see him for a long time. She understood this perfectly well. Look after Sasuke. This is your new mission, Tobi said, without looking at the girl who stood behind him. Why look after him? He's already a big boy. Naruko was surprised. She knew very well that it was Sasuke who was looking after her. Don't worry, you will be under the supervision of Zetsu. But if something happens, you are stronger and you have a better chance of stopping the enemy. And what could threaten our Uchiha? The girl didn't believe it. Kabuto needs him. Orochimaru's student shouldn't take him away ahead of time, Tobi answered, trying to find something. These questions were already starting to irritate him a little. Previously, the blonde's talkativeness was not so annoying, but now she began to ask too many unnecessary questions. Her endless curiosity irritated the guy in the mask. TCH, and here this snake spoiled things, the blonde began to grumble. Does he need it for experiments too? And anyway, how do you know about this, and what does ahead of time mean? He's our ally, Tobi said. Yes? And how will he help us? Naruko asked. She even folded her arms over her chest and raised an eyebrow skeptically. The girl did not understand how some psycho could help. He improved the technique of reviving Orochimaru, and, in addition to the army of White Zetsu, we will also have an army of the dead. Among them will be both former Akatsuki members and simply some of the strongest shinobi of this world. Tobi did not react in any way to the blonde's negativity and continued to search for the scroll he needed. What? The girl couldn't believe her ears. Tobi, considering that the conversation was over, decided to leave. The guy turned around and hurried to leave the room, and when thousands of new questions on various topics were ready to fall from the blonde's lips, she noticed the changes that had occurred with the head of Akatsuki. Nagato's Rinnegan? Naruko asked in surprise, following the Akatsuki leader. It was the only question she could formulate. Each time more and more new questions appeared in the girl's head, but no one could or wanted to give answers to them. The blonde couldn't believe what she saw a moment ago. Tobi always wore a mask, with a cut for only one eye. And the girl did not have any other thoughts except that this was Nagato's Rinnegan. It simply could not be otherwise. That's it, Naruko. Later, you yourself will find out and understand everything. Without looking at the girl, the guy in the mask said, continuing to walk. But this only angered the girl more and gave rise to even more questions and doubts. Why do you need all this? Running after him into the corridor, she threw it at the leaving guy's back, but he ignored her question, leaving the blonde alone in the corridor. Without thinking twice, Naruko quickly entered the room and began to review everything that Tobi took into his hands. In this way, she hoped to at least understand something, but all her attempts were in vain. She lacked information, she was never told anything important, and only now was she able to realize this with all clarity. But, alas, it was too late. Don't trust him? Sasuke, who approached from behind, asked with a hint of mockery. He heard part of their conversation. Even if so, what difference does it make to you? Still looking at the empty corridor where Tobi had recently been, the blonde asked. And the Uchiha didn't answer anything, but simply looked straight into the girl's face. He had no intention of answering this question. In the end, the guy only heard her last question. He didn't even know that he had guessed right with this statement, he just asked, and the answer shocked the guy himself. And in general, Uchiha, it's not good to eavesdrop. Having said this, Naruko hurried to retire to her room to calm down a little. She didn't like this war, she didn't like what was happening around her. But she also knew that she couldn't just leave Tobi. Naruko must figure out how to stop him. And although she understood that it was too late to stop the guy, the girl wanted to believe in the best. After Toby left, not much time passed, but Naruko trained again. She must be strong not only for herself, but also for the sake of those she loves. Training alone was not only boring, but also unproductive. Some time later, Naruko felt a light breath of wind, as if something very small, but warm had appeared inside her. Such a familiar and distant feeling, but so weak. It reminded the girl of the time when everyone was still alive and everyone was nearby. But it was so long ago. That time can never be returned. But in order to prevent even more losses, she needs to stop Obito. And for this, she needs to become even stronger. And she will. Yes, she doesn't have much time, but she can handle it. She's an Uzumaki. She will fight until the very end, and in the end, she will win. But now, Naruko will train and remember everything she was taught. She will become stronger and save Toby. The whole shinobi world was preparing for war. Each side tried to gather the strongest shinobi and create an army from them that could lead to victory. Thus, the 5 great shinobi nations united into one, creating the 5 Nations Alliance to defeat the Akatsuki. And Toby, in turn, together with Kabuto, decided who would be profitable for them to revive, when and where to send them. Both thought that only he was using the other, not even suspecting that both of them were being used by Madara. Everyone in the alliance tried to help to the best of their ability. But at the same time, adults tried to hide their children so that they would not interfere. And the children, who had just graduated from the Shinobi Academy, were eager to help their elders and wanted to fight with them on an equal basis. But, to their great regret, the adults could not allow this, because they perfectly understood how weak they were. Children simply would not be able to withstand more experienced and powerful shinobi. Some were simply distracted by their defense, thereby exposing their other comrades. Therefore, by a unanimous decision, they decided to hide all the children in one place with the elderly, women and children, and in order for the children to feel important, they were ordered to help and protect those people, at all costs. And while the Alliance army was gathering, Naruto did not stop trying to make friends with the fox that lived inside him. The guy understood that only in this way could he protect not only the Kyuubi, but the people dear to his heart. Sometimes, during training or when left alone with his thoughts, he began to think about her, his sister. Naruto remembered every time they met. And after some time, the blonde remembered his very first meeting with Naruko. He remembered how he tried to catch up with Sasuke, and on his way he first met Itachi, and some time later a girl very similar to himself flew into him. This was their first meeting. At first, he was puzzled who she was, but now he understood. But despite all this, Naruto could not understand why Naruko remained in Akatsuki. No, he was 100% sure that she did not get there of her own free will and knew from the story of her parents. But the blonde still couldn't understand what was keeping her there. And when he again recalled their first meeting, he remembered one more detail that he had not paid attention to before. She cried. That day she cried, and it was because of her tears that she did not notice him. But who was she rushing to then? Naruto thought. His sister couldn't cry because of Sasuke. After all, when he met Itachi before, he spoke as if he was going to die. Really? It turns out that Itachi was dear to her, and she knew that he would die. This knowledge shocked Naruto. But Itachi died that day, so why is she still in Akatsuki? Doesn't want or can't leave? This question haunted Naruto. Are all Akatsuki members really that dear to her? The guy didn't believe it. And for some reason he didn't like this thought. Naruto thought a lot about his sister. And the more he thought, the more clearly he understood one thing: he would never allow anyone to hurt Naruko. Naruto had always been lonely, but after Jiraiya's death, he was truly alone. And then he finds out that he has a sister. Native sister. After the death of his godfather, he did not even hope for such a gift from fate, and therefore the guy will make every effort to be closer to his sister and protect her. During one of the training sessions, trying to create a bija bomb, Naruto felt the chakra of the nine tails outside the room. He managed to catch some excerpts from the war, but could not understand what it was. But the blonde was sure of one thing: if his friends were fighting, he had to help them, no matter what. By fraudulently leaving the gym in which he trained with B and the eight-tailed Bijou, Naruto purposefully tried to leave the island. And no one could stop him, and B and the octopus decided to help Naruto. Under joint efforts, two Jinchuriki managed to escape from the island and headed to the site of hostilities. Naruto didn't doubt for a second that his friends would need his help. And also, Uzumaki was afraid. He knew that the villages had united and were fighting with Akatsuki, or rather with Tobi from Akatsuki. And Naruto was afraid that his sister would fight on Tobi's side. He was worried about his sister, who could get hurt, and at the same time about his friends, whom she could hurt. Therefore, he will have to stop her if necessary, and help his friends. The White Zetsu army went to the front to begin the attack. And only the original White Zetsu and Tobi remained in the shelter. But as soon as Zetsu told the guy in the mask that Jinchuriki had appeared, he immediately went to the front, leaving Zetsu to guard Sasuke and Naruko. He had to keep an eye on them to make sure those two didn't go anywhere or do anything. But, as usually happens, Tobi underestimated Sasuke and overestimated the capabilities of White Zetsu. Thus, as soon as Sasuke had the opportunity, he immediately took advantage of it. As soon as Sasuke realized that besides him there was also a White Zetsu in the lair, who remained to look after them, and Naruko, who herself dreams of escaping in order to understand everything that was happening, the Uchiha decided to quietly leave, which would destroy Konoha. He himself did not know where everyone else had gone, but this was only to his advantage. In addition, enough time has passed since Itachi's eyes were transplanted and they have taken root well. Now you can use your new eyes, and this is a great opportunity to test them in action. And although the Uchiha understood that he would not be able to escape unnoticed, it was still worth trying. And so, Sasuke goes to the exit when Zetsu appears and does not allow him to leave. But will that stop the brunette? Of course not. Using the power of his new eyes, the Uchiha solved two problems at once. He destroyed the annoying spy and checked the functioning of his eyes. Yes, his strength increased, it was worth it. And yet, Sasuke forgot to take into account one rather annoying factor: Naruko. Sasuke, you still managed to defeat him. The blonde exclaimed joyfully from behind the Uchiha. Thank you. The guy did not share her enthusiasm for this. He had much more important things to do than these childish squabbles, but he was pleased to hear gratitude from this girl. Without answering anything, the Uchiha climbed out and walked towards Konoha. Naruko didn't even expect to hear anything in response, and so she simply followed the guy. How long are you going to follow me? Without turning around, Sasuke asked after some time. I actually have to look after you, the girl muttered offendedly in response. The Uchiha just chuckled at this. Naruko was silent for a moment. But then she caught up with the Uchiha and said seriously. I don't know where to go to get answers to my questions. I spent my whole life in the Akatsuki lairs. I went out very rarely, either when we were walking or when we went on missions. But this does not change the fact that I have a poor understanding of where and why I need to go. And who will answer all my questions? Tobi definitely won't answer. We have grown too far apart, and even after those events I no longer trust him. So all I can do is follow you. So, you want to say that you trust me? Sasuke was also serious. The guy did not expect that Naruko would open her soul to him so easily and quickly. He heard how difficult it was for her to talk about this, and how sometimes her voice trembled. But he didn't tell her anything about it. I don't know, the little girl frowned, bringing her eyebrows together. I probably don't trust anyone. The only one I unconditionally trusted and would trust now is your brother. But he's dead. But still, I trust you more than Tobi. That's why I'm going with you. The girl smiled. Sasuke didn't say anything else. I just sped up a little. Kabuto, using the resurrection technique, revived all the strong shinobi. Itachi and Nagato were no exception. Their minds and bodies were theirs for now. These two knew they had to go, and they went. They understood that a battle would be inevitable, but they did not know who exactly they would have to fight. But no matter who the former Akatsuki members had to fight, they hoped that those shinobi would be able to stop them. Indeed, Naruto and Bi met on their way. To some extent, Nagato and Itachi were even happy about such a meeting. They believed that Naruto could stop them. Naruto was surprised by this meeting. However, like those two, Nagato was happy to see how Naruto had changed. Itachi was pleasantly surprised that Naruto was able to control the Ninetales chakra. Unfortunately for each of them, they still had to fight. But during the battle, Itachi learned the truth about his brother and was upset. The Uchiha wanted his brother to be strong and protect Konoha, but everything didn't turn out the way he planned. Itachi had to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, which he left for Sasuke, in order to get rid of Kabuto's control, and he succeeded. He was glad for his brother that he had such a good friend, Naruto. And he will help Naruko. Therefore, after helping Naruto and Bi deal with Nagato, Itachi promised Naruto to interrupt the resurrection technique so that he would not be distracted by this and could calmly move on. Itachi believed in Naruto and knew that he can win this war. And Naruko. He began to tell her the truth a long time ago, and he had known this girl for many years. Itachi was sure that Naruko would side with his brother and at the same time, like him, would try to save Tobi. Naruko and Sasuke did not move very quickly and they didn't have time to go too far when a small detachment of white Zetsu appeared on their way. Sasuke decided to deal with them himself, and Naruko simply did not interfere with him, standing behind him and watching the actions of the Uchiha. The news that there was a war surprised both of them. And the fact that it was organized to capture the 8 and 9-tailed Jinchuriki amazed the girl more. She was worried about her brother. She may not know him yet, but he is her brother. And the girl was worried about Tobi. Sasuke decided not to deviate from his original goal and destroy Konoha, no matter where its inhabitants were. And Naruko simply followed him, because she had her own scores to settle with some shinobi from that village. On the way, they noticed Itachi, resurrected using the Edo Tensei technique. And if Sasuke wanted to catch up with him and get answers to his questions, then Naruko was a little confused. She no longer expected to see Itachi. She held his corpse and was only recently able to let him go. It was painful for the girl to see him again and even more painful from the realization that he could tell her. Naruko deliberately stopped and waited, lowering her head and thinking, yes, it will be right. They need to talk. And I'll only get in the way, and why does it hurt so much? I already let him go. Sasuke hurried after Itachi, shouting something after him. The guy was serious about talking to his older brother and settling everything once and for all. But Itachi himself was not eager to talk to his Otudo. The eldest brother noticed that Naruko had fallen behind a long time ago, and was grateful to her for that. Having sent his crows to Sasuke, he decided to use Naruko's help and hoped that she would help detain his younger brother for a while, since he did not want to listen to him. Summoning Naruko, using the old seal, Itachi went straight to Kabuto to stop Edo Tensei. Feeling Itachi calling her, Naruko immediately moved to him. And I immediately understood what he was trying to do. But she understood Sasuke perfectly well, whom Itachi was trying to detain. And, without a second of doubt, she decided to help Sasuke. Follow him. I'll figure it out myself. The girl said calmly, preparing to fight. Are you sure? Sasuke was confused. During his time in Akatsuki, he realized how much the blonde was in love with his brother. And he was surprised that she didn't want to see him or talk to him again. Go, come on, otherwise you'll lose him, the girl said menacingly. Grunting, the Uchiha had already turned around and headed after his brother, managing to finally say a quiet, thank you. But Naruko heard this and, smiling only from the corner of her lips, grumbled just as quietly, you idiot, I'm doing this for myself, not for you. It didn't cost Sasuke anything to find where Itachi and almost immediately caught up with him. The eldest of the brothers only sighed heavily, realizing who helped his brother cope so quickly. And to some extent, he was even grateful to Naruko for the fact that he could fight with his brother side by side. Kabuto was not an easy opponent, and Sasuke even wanted to call Naruko for help, but Itachi did not allow this, explaining that in this case Naruko would get in the way. They had a hard time fighting against Orochimaru's disciple, but once Itachi used the forbidden technique, they still managed to defeat him without killing him. Then, the elder Uchiha used his Sharingan to find out how to stop Edo Tensei and fulfill his promise to Naruto. Itachi saw that Sasuke did not want to let him go, how he was consumed by hatred for Konoha, and decided to show his memories in the hope of stopping his hatred. And in parting he told him, "No matter what, I will always love you," and left for another world. It was hard for Sasuke, but he had to let his older brother go. Having dispelled Edo Tensei, all those resurrected were able to get rid of control and leave this world. Everyone except Uchiha Madara, who did not want to die seeing the memories of his brother, his feelings. Sasuke was at a loss, he was confused about everything that was happening. He needed answers, but how to get them? Thinking, he barely had time to jump away from the collapsed wall of the cave. At first Sasuke thought it was Naruko, but she wouldn't have barged in so rudely, she would have rather just moved towards him. As soon as the dust settled, the Uchiha saw Suigetsu and Yugo. "Found?" Suigetsu exclaimed joyfully. "It's you." Sasuke was surprised. He never expected to see them, especially here. "What are you doing here?" the merman asked, approaching Yugo closer to Sasuke. "Stopped by Edo Tensei," the Uchiha reluctantly answered. At first Suigetsu was surprised, but a second later he sighed heavily, "You can't fix it." Also, the guy was a little outraged that Sasuke never explains anything to them and demanded an explanation. To this, the Uchiha only pointed them to Kabuto. "This is Kabuto. He used Edo Tensei." Sasuke answered calmly and decided to call Naruko. Apparently she was waiting for him somewhere nearby. Naruko moved almost immediately, moving a little to the side and sitting down on one of the stones. She didn't ask or say anything, but she looked pretty sad. Sasuke decided not to touch her for now. Later, he would talk to her later. "Is this Kabuto?" Suigetsu asked, examining the frozen guy. "He's kind of creepy." "Just leave him," Sasuke interrupted. And Yugo looked at Anko. He noticed that she was still alive. "What do you want from me now?" Since they were specifically looking for me? Sasuke really didn't understand why these two needed him. "Oh, exactly. The aquatic one was inspired, look." And he took out a scroll, which they found in one of Orochimaru's shelters. He began to talk with enthusiasm, but was interrupted by Yugo. "Before that, you said that you and Itachi stopped the resurrection technique, right?" The guy clarified, approaching Sasuke with Anko on his shoulder. "But it doesn't seem to have worked for Madara." This information surprised Sasuke. "I'm talking to Sasuke." "Don't interrupt me," Suigetsu said indignantly. "Nevertheless, look." And he handed the scroll to the Uchiha. He hoped that thanks to the scroll they would be able to control the world, but Sasuke decided to resurrect Orochimaru so that he would help him. Suigetsu tried to object and convince Sasuke, but he did not listen to him. "I agree with Sasuke, although I wouldn't want to meet him again," Naruko Uchiha quietly supported. "Where are you from here?" Suigetsu was a little scared. But then he continued to convince Sasuke that his decision was wrong. Yes, he was a little afraid of Orochimaru, but did not want to admit it. But Sasuke didn't listen to him. He walked up to Anka, whom Yugo placed on the ground and made a seal. "Shut up, Suigetsu." Sasuke asked calmly, turning to him. "Better yet, cut it and bring me a piece of Kabuto's flesh." Suigetsu began to grumble and then Yugo decided to do it for him. He tore off a piece of Kabuto's flesh and placed it on the seal that was on Anko's shoulder. And Naruko just quietly walked up to Sasuke. She still kept some distance between them, but at the same time she was quite close. She silently watched everything happening around her. Sasuke remembered how Kakashi blocked his seal and decided to go the opposite way to unseal the cursed seal. And he really did it. "Who would have thought that you would help me to be reborn," was the first thing Orochimaru said after his appearance, addressing Sasuke. "Hello. Long time no see," Suigetsu said in fear, hiding behind Kabuto. Sasuke came closer to Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, I need you to what he did for me." But the snake did not need details. He was already watching everything that was happening and was aware of the matter. He also made it clear to the waterman that he was not interested in the war, since he was not the one who started it. And with his current powers, he will not be able to take over Sasuke's body, although he would like to. "Naru-chan, you have become quiet," the snake said with a hint of mockery. But the blonde didn't say anything, she just walked closer to Sasuke. At this action, Orochimaru only smiled. As a child, she also sought protection from Itachi. But he decided not to talk about it out loud. Sasuke silently handed the scroll to the snake Sannin and he became more serious. "Why do you want to meet them?" Orochimaru did not understand the Uchiha's motives. "I don't know too much. I want to ask them everything," the brunette answered seriously. He was determined. "That's it?" The snake was surprised. "You don't need to know everything, because you're still a child." "That's not true," Sasuke objected. "Now I'm no longer a child. And I can't remain that way." "Do you doubt revenge?" "No. I am unshakable in revenge. Meeting Itachi made my hatred for Konoha even stronger. I just want to understand why, on the verge of death, Itachi called himself a Konoha shinobi and defended her to the last, and Itachi's very feelings. I want to know everything myself and make the right decision. To accept him, I need to see everything with my own eyes." Naruko listened to him and understood that Itachi wanted something completely different. But she also wants revenge on all those who killed her family, so why is she better than Sasuke? But Itachi defended Konoha until his death, and it was the shinobi of this village who killed almost her entire family. So can she forgive them? Orochimaru was also impressed by this monologue and decided to help him. Sasuke has changed a lot. And approaching Kabuto, he began to absorb his chakra. "Okay, I'll help you. Besides, it would be good for Naruko to see them too." The snake smiled. "Follow me." Naruko couldn't understand who would be useful for her to see. She was intrigued. Sasuke agreed with Orochimaru. Naruko should meet her father. The snake Sannin left the cave. "Where are you going?" Sasuke was wary. Orochimaru stopped and calmly answered. "To a place very familiar to you. Now let's go." Having gotten involved in a fight with Madara and Tobi, Naruto had one piece of good news. His sister wasn't with them and he wouldn't have to fight her. This fact was both pleasing and saddening at the same time, since he was not sure that Naruko would not appear somewhere else or whether she was safe. And, perhaps, the last question worried the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails the most. But for the sake of victory, the blonde had to push all his not-so-joyful thoughts and experiences far away and continue fighting the enemies. When the rest of the squads joined Naruto, the guy was even glad that they didn't have to fight Naruko. But then the question of her whereabouts remained open. Did something bad happen to her? No, this can't be. Naruko is his sister, which means she is strong. But all these worries distracted him, and so Uzumaki decided that he would think about it later, and now he would believe that his sister was in a safe place and this war would not affect her. But not everything in this life happens the way we want it. Orochimaru. Naruko and Sasuke's squad calmly moved towards Konoha. Already on the way to the village, each of them felt the chakra of Naruto and the Nine Tails. But only Orochimaru and Sasuke knew who exactly the chakra belonged to, and the rest could only guess about its owner. The chakra of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki was so strong that despite the fact that none of them had sensory abilities, they were able to sense it. For a moment, Sasuke froze, but was quickly able to pull himself together. Now is not the time to be distracted. You need to quickly get answers to your questions and decide what to do next. Let's go. Quickly show us the way, Orochimaru. As always, the Uchiha said calmly and moved on. The snake Sannin did not answer anything to this and only smiled at his thoughts. And he had no choice but to continue on his way. Yes, Sasuke has become even more interesting. Soon a small detachment of renegades reached the destroyed house of the Uzumaki clan, which was located on the outskirts of the village. Sasuke. This is here. Sasuke was immediately able to understand that in this house was what Orochimaru needed. This place looks abandoned, Naruko said quietly. Some kind of ruins. Suigetsu expressed his thoughts more clearly. He didn't like everything that was happening around him at all, but for now he endured it. Probably because this is the outskirts of the village, Orochimaru tried to explain to them. To this, Naruko just shrugged and moved after the Uchiha and the snake. Even though the house looked like ruins, the inside was not as bad as the outside. There were masks hanging on one of the walls and, coming closer to them, Sasuke still decided to clarify. Which one? Look. Somewhere here, the snake Sannin calmly answered, approaching even closer to the masks. After looking at them a little, Orochimaru was still able to find the one he needed and, with the help of snakes, removed it from the wall, saying before this joyfully, "Here it is." This place gives me goosebumps, Suigetsu complained. If this is what we came for, let's leave here. Badianoi couldn't wait to get away from this house. Everything around him seemed somehow dreary, and he wanted to be away from here. Yes, let's go, Orochimaru agreed. And turning around with a smile, he added, to where all the secrets lie. What was said gave Suigetsu and Naruko goosebumps. But the blonde did not give it away. Unlike the merman, walking through the streets of the village to the Uchiha quarter, Naruko looked at everything around with pleasure. Seeing a shinobi village was new to her, and she liked what she saw. The girl would like to live here with her family and grow up with friends. But these were just dreams. She spent her entire adult life in the lairs of Akatsuki, and only occasionally Naruko was in Pain's village. But even there she trained almost all the time to be strong, to be worthy of Akatsuki. Looking at the village and observing its few inhabitants, Naruko missed the moment when Sasuke climbed through the roofs of the houses onto the pillar, which it would be better to look at the village. And I woke up only from Suigetsu's words, "What's wrong with Sasuke?" Having followed the merman's gaze, she no longer heard Orochimaru's answer. She was interested to know what the Uchiha was considering. It's quite beautiful here, the girl said quietly, standing behind the guy. The blonde really liked the view of the village. I would also like to live in such a place, Naruko said with sadness in her voice. Sasuke did not answer her. And although the guy felt a little sorry for the girl, he couldn't change anything. Yes, he understood that living outside the village was not Naruko's choice, but this understanding could not change the past. After standing a little longer, the Uchiha finally decided to go down and continue on his way. He still needs answers. And Naruko quietly followed him. After all, once Sasuke showed up at Akatsuki, Tobi entrusted her with keeping an eye on him. And she doesn't care that now she should be in the lair. Having reached the Naka temple of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke opened the passage. Suigetsu was amazed at the way the entrance to the temple was opened. And when the brunette jumped inside the temple, Naruko followed him first, then Orochimaru, and then the other two. Once inside, Orochimaru walked closer to the stove, asking Sasuke to stand further away. Suigetsu and Yugo were already standing behind Orochimaru at a sufficient distance. And Naruko moved to the wall so as not to disturb anyone. Putting on the mask of the god of death, the snake Sannin began the ritual. By regaining the strength of his arms, Orochimaru would be able to use Edo Tensei on the 4 Hokages. But to use the technique, he needs vessels. At first, Suigetsu was afraid that they would become these vessels, but the snake assured him that he already had someone in mind. Naruko just snorted at this. He had foreseen everything. Having taken off the mask of the god of death, Orochimaru ordered Yugo to give the power of the cursed hermit seal to both Sasuke and Naruko. They don't need spies assigned by Toby. Orochimaru learned about the Zetsu assigned to monitor Sasuke from Kabuto's memories, which he told everyone about. Okay, but how did you know about my observers? Naruko was surprised. She knew that she was not the only one watching Sasuke, and she was a little offended that Toby did not trust her. Do you really think that Toby would leave you unattended? You have the power he needs. You were supposed to be his trump card. The blonde had already realized that she was just a weapon. But hearing this from Orochimaru was much more offensive. And when 3 Zetsu left her body, out of anger, she quickly dealt with them and returned back to the wall. Orochimaru was amused by her childish reaction. He still remembered how easy it was to anger her. And Sasuke just smiled at her actions. And the more he watched her, the more convinced he became of her similarity to Naruto. Only, if some qualities in the blonde irritated the Uchiha, then in the blonde, on the contrary, they touched him. Having placed the 4 Zetsu that were watching over Sasuke in special seal locations, Orochimaru used the resurrection technique. And after some time, 4 previous Hokages stood before the apostates. This is the first Hokage. The same Hashirama who was called the god of shinobi? Suigetsu was surprised and delighted at the same time. The first of the 4 Hokages to react was Tobirama, and the third suggested that Orochimaru had resurrected them by destroying the seal of the god of death holding them. Sasuke watched the acquaintance of the first and 4th Hokage with a skeptical expression on his face, Suigetsu with a kind of doom, and only Naruko with curiosity. These 2 Hokage, in her opinion, were acting rather curiously. She was especially amused by the moment when the first decided that everything was calm in the village, since the 4th was now there. But Minato hastened to dispel his illusions, saying that he was already dead and was resurrected, like the other Hokage. And then Hashirama began to wonder who became the 5th. And Orochimaru hastened to please him that his granddaughter Tsunade is currently the 5th Hokage. At first, the first was upset, but when Minato asked about his granddaughter, he immediately perked up. After all, Tsunade is his favorite granddaughter, even though he spoiled her. Looking at Hashirama's behavior, Suigetsu was a little upset. He imagined the shinobi god a little differently. At the same time, a dialogue began between the 2nd Hokage and Orochimaru. The 3rd joined them and an argument ensued about the resurrection technique. The snake Sannin hastened to calm everyone down and said that he was no longer interested in capturing Konoha. This time I returned it to you for a specific reason. Because of his desire to talk to you at all costs. Hastened to convince the 4 snake Hokages. At the same time, he wanted to add something about Naruko, but Sasuke did not let him do it. I am Uchiha Sasuke. And I wanted to ask you something. The brunette calmly introduced himself. There were different reactions to his words. The 3rd was surprised to see Sasuke, the 2nd sighed resignedly, the 1st was indignant at the words of his younger brother. But the very subject of the brothers' dispute hastened to calm them down. It's not about me. And then the Uchiha asked one of the questions that interested him to the 3rd. Hiruzen told Sasuke the truth about Itachi and his mission. Naruko listened carefully to the 3rd Hokage's story and was upset to learn that Sasuke's brother's arrival in Akatsuki was only a mission. She felt betrayed. But all the good memories associated with Itachi and everything he told her made it possible to suppress that unpleasant feeling. She is not his sister or his lover, so why is she upset? Itachi did all this only for the sake of his brother, and she served as a replacement for Sasuke. Itachi may have developed feelings for her, but only brotherly ones, and only because his beloved Otudo was too far away and inaccessible. Itachi had to put his love and care for his younger brother somewhere. And Naruko served as the vessel that Itachi filled. The blonde was hurt by understanding all this, and somewhere in the depths of her soul, she cherished the hope that Itachi, even though he was like a sister, still loved her because it was her. Naruko's eyes were full of tears that were ready to break out at any moment. But the girl tried to pull herself together. She didn't want to cry in front of so many people, especially since she saw many of them for the first time in her life. Sasuke himself was upset when he learned the truth. He only received confirmation of what his brother told him. But he didn't have time to really worry. He was distracted by Tobirama talking about the Uchihas. And then the brunette asked the second Hokage what he knew about his clan. And he shared his knowledge. After listening carefully to him, Sasuke asked another question to the first Hokage. He asked the one what the word village and shinobi meant. Hashirama himself thought about this question and what to answer to the young Uchiha. But when the second Hokage found out that Sasuke needed the answer to this question in order to decide whether to take revenge on Konoha or not, he became furious. Evil-possessed Uchiha puppy. Tobirama said angrily, folding his arms over his chest. In that case, I. Without finishing speaking, the second raised his index finger and released his power, which, although was directed at Sasuke, hit everyone. Yugo and Orochimaru rushed to cover the Uchiha. Naruko stood in front of them. She herself was interested in hearing the answer to Sasuke's question. But the first Hokage quickly calmed his brother down. And when all the Hokage looked towards the living, they noticed Naruko. "Who are you?" Hashirama asked in surprise. "I'm Naruko," the girl answered calmly. And she stepped aside. Only the fourth Hokage was watching her closely. She looked so much like Naruto. "This is..." "What a cutie," the first said touchingly. Sasuke just chuckled at this. If only Hashirama knew how cute she can be. This brought the first's attention back to Sasuke. "Well, Sasuke, you had a wonderful brother. I don't mind telling you about the village, but it will take time." Then Orochimaru asked to hurry up. And he talked about the war and Madara Uchiha. To this information, Hashirama only said wearily. "Conflicts at all times." The fourth froze in shock. Here, his daughter stands in front of him, and somewhere there his son is fighting. Tobirama also felt strong chakra. And he was about to move, but Orochimaru stopped him. Minato immediately realized that the strong chakra that the second sensed was his son. He was glad that everything worked out for Naruto, and that he was now fighting alongside the Nine Tails. While Tobirama was trying to leave for the battlefield, his older brother still decided to answer the Uchiha's question. In his opinion, it's better to tell him everything now, so that Sasuke can make the right decision, so that in the future they don't get a second Madara. And sitting down, he began his story. Without thinking twice, Naruko also decided to sit down. The first Hokage's story was very entertaining and the blonde listened with great interest. However, like others, and only the fourth Hokage watched Naruko. He was glad that his daughter grew up to be such a beauty. Yes, and from what he had seen, she had become quite strong. Minato was ready to talk to his daughter at least now, but decided not to interrupt the first Hokage. Moreover, she listened to him with such interest. So my battle with Madara came to its final stage. Hashirama finished his story. I don't know how Madara was able to return to the world of the living again. After all, I killed my friend then. Sasuke also listened carefully all this time to what the first Hokage was saying, and during his story, he made certain conclusions. Even Minato listened. And when Hashirama put an end to it, he decided to clarify Madara's plan. Endless Tsukiyami, where villages, shinobi, and countries everything will lose meaning. He intends to immerse the entire world in his genjutsu. He began to explain to Sasuke. He explained the principle of operation of this genjutsu. And then he decided not to destroy the village. After all, his beloved older brother adopted the beliefs of the first Hokage, even though he was an Uchiha. This was the main reason for making the decision. Tobirama did not stand aside and told about the Uchiha from his squad, who was similar to Itachi. The third Hokage did not stand aside and repented of his naivety. The fourth tried to calm down the third. I feel guilty for dying during the battle with the Nine Tails. Minato also believed that he could destroy the Uchiha's plans if he were alive. Everyone froze, waiting for Sasuke's answer. Even Naruko froze, waiting for an answer. She didn't want him to destroy the village. The girl liked Konoha, even in such a short time. Gathering his strength and quickly analyzing all the information, the Uchiha made a final decision. I will go to the battlefield. He firmly voiced his decision. I won't let the village and Itachi disappear. Everyone was amazed. And the Hokage and Naruko were happy. The first Hokage smiled and also decided to go to the battlefield. And he told his brother to get ready to use the Hiraishin. At the same time, Minato decided to talk to his daughter. He noticed that Naruko was standing a little to the side and decided to approach her. But it's easier said than done. Approaching his daughter, the fourth Hokage hesitated. He didn't know how to start a conversation. Naruko noticed him and decided to start the conversation herself. Hello. Did you want to talk to me? The blonde asked with a sweet smile. She didn't understand what the fourth Hokage could talk to her about. Maybe he decided to find out something about Akatsuki? Why yes, Minato began, smiling embarrassedly. He hesitated a little more, but having pulled himself together more firmly, but with regret, he said, Forgive me. I'm very sorry that it all turned out this way. Naruko's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't understand what the fourth was talking about. I don't understand you, the girl could not remain silent. Minato just sighed, closing his eyes. But when he opened them, determination splashed inside them. 17 years ago, Kushina and I gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. We named the boy Naruto, and the girl Naruko. On the same day, a guy in a mask, introducing himself as Madara, was able to summon the Nine Tails. Since Kushina's seal after giving birth was weakened, like herself, and they took advantage of this. Trying to protect the village from the attack of the Nine Tails, I missed the moment when he managed to take our daughter. I had to seal the Kyuubi in my son, and then Kushina and I died, our son became a Jinchuriki, and our daughter was kidnapped. Naruko listened in surprise to her words. Who? Father? This information shocked her. She didn't know what to do or how to behave. As a child, the blonde thought that her real family were all members of Akatsuki. Later she learned the truth that they were not her family and was upset by this truth. But the guys, led by Konan, quickly calmed down and, accepting this bitter truth, Naruko continued to consider them her family. Not long ago, the little girl learned from Itachi about her brother, Uzumaki Naruto. The girl was not looking forward to meeting her brother, and did not want one. Well, let's say they meet, what next? What to talk about? What to do? No, they lived two different lives, they most likely grew up two different people. But, after some time, Naruko still met with her brother. And even though she didn't like the meeting itself, she liked the guy. He turned out to be quite strong, which could not but please the girl, and stubborn, like her. And now, the fourth Hokage tells her that she is his daughter. And how should she react to this? Minato noticed Naruko's confusion, and he himself was uncomfortable. It's not every day that you meet an adult daughter. Don't worry, Minato tried to reassure the blonde. I'm not putting pressure on you. I just wanted you to know the truth. I already had to meet Naruto. You are so similar, Minato said with a slight smile. Naruko felt awkward. And she was offended that her father had met her brother earlier. That's how it is, the little girl said offendedly. No, don't think anything like that, the fourth Hokage, as soon as he felt notes of resentment in the girl's voice, immediately began to make excuses. When sealing the Kyuubi in Naruto, I immediately poured a little chakra so that, when the seal is broken, restore it. It was reasonable and logical. Yes, and that's how the circumstances developed, but it was still a little disappointing. Naruko liked the fourth Hokage and had to quickly give in. No, she's not ready to call him father, but she can get to know him better, right? Yes, and we need to help Naruto save the world. Okay, she breathed out tiredly. I'm not ready to call you father right away, but I'll try to get used to this idea. Minato was happy with this result of their, albeit short, dialogue. Yes, they don't have much time, but he will try his best to defeat Madara for the sake of his children. He is ready to move on to the battlefield like his daughter. At the same time, the third Hokage decided to clarify the plans with Orochimaru, Yugo, and Suigetsu. And if the first two are ready to follow Sasuke and even help, then the merman did not want to fight at all. He was ready to escape at the first opportunity, but he failed and had to follow them. Before leaving, all the Hokages decided to take one last look at the village, and so they all set off together to a mountain with the heads of all the Hokages carved on it. And while Hashirama indulged in nostalgia, Karen found the team. At first, she was angry with Sasuke, then she was glad to meet him, but all the joy was overshadowed by the presence of Naruko, whom she hated. But no one took into account her opinion about the presence of the blonde in the team. Yugo didn't care, but Suigetsu liked Naruko. The first Hokage gave what he thought was an inspiring speech. But Tobirama did not listen to his brother for long and, approaching him, was transported with the help of the Hiraishin. The fourth followed, taking the third, and Naruko, Sasuke. Minato was pleasantly surprised that his daughter could use such a technique. And when the opportunity arose, he immediately used it to find out from Naruko who helped her learn the technique. One day, Itachi told me about his village and his story reached the Yellow Lightning of Konoha. I was interested in this man and why he was called that. And when he told me, I was very interested in that technique. The little girl answered calmly. And how? How long have you been training? Minato asked with a smile. When I used it for the first time, it worked, she answered, a little embarrassed. Well done. I didn't think you were so talented. Coming closer to his daughter and stroking her head, he praised Minato. No, she's not talented. The girl sighed heavily. When I used it the second time, I almost died. Then I had to train for a long time before using it, the girl exhaled heavily. You're still doing great, Minato said with a smile. He was truly proud of his daughter. And Naruko only became more embarrassed by his words. Let's go. And they moved on. The fourth Hokage was proud of his baby. He was glad to see her, even if she was so grown up. And soon he will see his son. All four Hokages were determined to fight and win the war. They could not help but help their descendants. All of them were determined to win this war. The war was in full swing. Every shinobi fought with all their might. Madara and Obito tried to suppress their faith and hope, but all their attempts were in vain. Naruto stubbornly stood up each time and continued to fight, forcing others to fight with him. And his friends supported him, adding strength and confidence to him. When Sakura was treating Naruto, the guy felt that help was coming to them. He knew almost all of them and his enthusiasm and faith in victory only grew. But the Ten Tails released a bomb that was too strong, which the defense and even the Eight Tails could not stop. But Minato managed to deflect the attack at the last moment. As soon as the four Hokages joined the army, the shinobi became even more inspired. They believed in victory, because such great shinobi would fight with them. A little later, immediately behind the Hokage, Sasuke appeared with Naruko, dressed in an Akatsuki cloak. And if only Naruto's friends were hostile to Sasuke's appearance, then almost everyone did not like Naruko's presence except Naruto and those who arrived with her. Naruko, Naruto said in shock. Sakura was amazed by Sasuke's appearance, but the fact that the blonde sister was standing so close to the Uchiha irritated her for some reason. But the most offensive thing for Sakura was that Sasuke smiled at the blonde. She clearly saw that he liked her. The realization of this fact stung her unpleasantly. I see you're not coping well here, brother, the blonde drawled ironically, looking straight into the eyes of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. But he just smiled and answered her. But you will help me, right? Of course. And this stupid Uchiha, looking expressively at Sasuke, needs to be constantly looked after. Sasuke only snorted at her words, but did not remain in debt. You also need supervision, the Uchiha chuckled cheerfully. Naruto was glad to see his friend and sister, and his father was here. Now he can definitely handle everything. And his Naruko will definitely help him. Finally, not only was Team 7 assembled, but his family was also reunited. Now he won't let Naruko go anywhere. No one except Naruto expected that help would soon arrive in the person of Sasuke. And who would have thought that the Uchiha would bring with him the long-dead 4 Hokage, the living Orochimaru, Naruko, and 3 of his team. And if the Hokage was greeted joyfully, Sasuke was indignant, but accepted, then they did not want to accept Naruko, dressed in an Akatsuki cloak. The blonde was considered an enemy, because it was Akatsuki who declared war on everyone. The only thing that stopped him from attacking the girl was that Naruto joyfully greeted her. And even this did not help people completely trust her. Naruto would have happily talked to his father, his sister, and his friend, but there was no time for that. They need to do their best to restrain the Ten-Tails and prevent Obito and Madara's plan from coming true. Uzumaki did not need to talk about the main problem, it was already clearly visible and everything was clear. But when did difficulties scare them? Just looking at the Ten-Tails, Naruko immediately understood everything. She realized why she had been trained all this time, why Tobi took her. She realized everything, but there was no time for grievances and tears, she needed to act. Naruko immediately understood that she needed to restrain the Ten-Tails, she could do it. Also, the blonde remembered one thing, when she tried to find at least something useful in Tobi's things, she discovered several scrolls of the Uzumaki clan. At the time, she couldn't understand why they were there, but now she understands everything. Those scrolls described how the Ten-Tails could be restrained by the power of the Uzumaki. Naruko perfectly remembered everything that was written in those scrolls. And even if she has never trained, she can do everything that needs to be done. The only thing is that she needs to get to the Ten-Tails as close as possible. Yes, Naruko was in pain. Was everything up to this point fake? None of her memories were real, just a game? She wanted to cry and destroy everything around her. Scream and demand the truth. But now is not the time, she must help others, and she still has time to talk to Tobi. And then the blonde decided to act. Sasuke, help me get to him, the blonde quietly asked. Naruto heard her request and was a little offended that it wasn't him who was asked. I can help too, the guy muttered. Sorry, the girl said guiltily. But you need strength for the battle, and I'm not as sorry for Sasuke as for you. The blonde tried to justify herself. She didn't want to offend her brother, it's just that the girl was already used to Sasuke, she sometimes trained with him and knows what he is capable of. And Naruto may be her brother, but she doesn't know his capabilities. Yes, Naruko saw him in action once, but that was too little. And today they started communicating for the first time. I actually hear everything too, the Uchiha was indignant. On the one hand, he was offended to hear this, but on the other, he understood that this was just an excuse. But so be it, I will help you. Thank you, Sasuke. Naruko smiled. Looking at the one whom she had to immobilize in the near future, Naruko continued, Naruto, you can work with Sasuke at the same time? This question was addressed to both of them. The blonde knew that they were once on the same team and were even friends. But so much time had passed and she was not sure that now they could work together. Of course we can. The blonde answered just as seriously, looking at his sister. Sasuke just chuckled. Does Naruko really think that they can't forget all the grievances and work together? Once upon a time they did a good job, so why can't they do it now? Each of them has become stronger, which means the result will be much better than expected. That's great. Then I will move him, and you will attack. Without hesitation, she began to give orders. Naruto wanted to be indignant at this, but Sasuke didn't let him. The brunette simply covered the Uzumaki's mouth with his palm. The Uchiha managed to study the blonde a little and knew that if she said she would do something, she would do it. This is what she reminded him of Naruto. He also stubbornly moved towards his goal. But if Naruto remained silent, then Sakura, standing next to them and listening to their entire conversation, could not remain silent. Oh, why do you decide everything? Who are you to give orders? Haruno's indignation knew no bounds. She remembered how she almost died. And she didn't care that it was Naruto's sister. Sakura didn't trust her and didn't want to believe her. I just soberly assessed the situation. The Ten Tails must be detained so that strong shinobi, like Sasuke and Naruto, can attack him. Naruko answered calmly. Itachi taught her the ability to remain calm in any situation, but the girl's impulsiveness did not allow her to always remain calm. And Deidara played a significant role in his inability to hide his indignation. What makes you think that you can hold him? Why did you decide that only they were strong enough to attack the Ten Tails? Naruko has never been able to hide her true emotions for long. And this time is no exception. Inside her, as if a storm is raging, and outwardly the girl is trying to remain as calm as she was. I still don't know the others, with her eyes closed and breathing heavily, calmly, answered the blonde. It's hard for her to restrain herself, but she has to. And if I said that I could hold him, then I will hold him. I have no doubt in my abilities, they have never let me down. Sakura was ready to continue the argument, but Sasuke, who noticed Naruko's condition, decided to intervene. There was no way the Uchiha would interfere, but they didn't have time to argue. Yes, the Hokage were able to imprison the Ten Tails in a barrier, but they will not be able to hold him for too long. They must act. Naruto was also ready to stand up for his sister, but the Uchiha beat him to it. Sakura, stop it. We don't have time for these stupid arguments. Haruno was offended by these words. She doesn't know her. What if the blonde is their enemy? What if she's deceiving him too? But Sasuke is right about one thing, they don't have time. They need to act. Naruto wanted to ask his sister to take off her Akatsuki cloak so as not to irritate others. The blonde managed to notice how many people were looking sideways at his sister because of this cloak. And when Naruto tried to say his request, trying not to offend Naruko, she refused, saying that the Akatsuki were her family and she was part of them, but this does not change the fact that she will help them in the fight against Madara. All three of the team from Team 7 made summoning seals, which their animals responded to. Naruko was amazed at their call, but there was almost no time for delight. Sasuke and Naruto immediately moved forward. They need to get as close as possible to the Ten Tails. While Sasuke and Naruto moved forward, Naruko prepared herself. She will only have one try. This is not a training where there will be a chance to try again, where, if you fail, you can start again. Sakura remained. She is a medic ninja, and she needs to treat all the wounded, because this way they can continue to fight and then they will have a greater chance of winning. Moving closer, Sasuke and Naruto attacked the Ten Tails together, but it didn't help, he was able to dodge. It will be much more difficult for them to cope than they thought. And when Sasuke stopped, Naruko jumped off and went alone to the tailed one. She was actually able to get as close to him as possible. Probably no one except Shikamaru noticed this. He may have participated in the battle, but he was watching Naruto's sister. He saw how the girl came almost close to him, he saw how she grinned. Perhaps, for some time, Shikamaru really believed that she was a traitor, but when the girl made several seals, and the chains of chakra from her body entwined the Ten Tails, immobilizing him, then the guy understood why she had gotten so close. AI equals 2, Naruko used the technique for the first time to hold the Ten Tails. The blonde's gift is stronger than Kushina's, and training in Akatsuki, especially with Sasori, helped develop it in other directions. This helped the girl to capture and hold the tailed one the first time, but Tobi's appearance threw everything off. She literally lost control for a second, and that was enough for the tailed one to free himself. True, Naruko was a little less interested in this, she was more interested in Tobi, who had begun to absorb Black Zetsu. Naruko was always afraid of Orochimaru and both Zetsu. And if the first one scared little Naruko with his experiments and attempts to study her, then the second one simply scared the girl all the time. And now, watching the Black Zetsu try to absorb Tobi, the blonde was terribly afraid for the second. She wanted to help him, she even managed to move, only Minato was faster and managed to wound him, not allowing Madara to be revived. Obito? The fourth Hokage asked confusedly, not expecting to see him. But he quickly pulled himself together. The mark of the Flying Thunder God never disappears. I didn't teach you this, did I, Obito? Why Obito? The blonde was perplexed. She knelt down next to the guy and already stretched her hands towards him. Why did you decide that it was all over, huh? Toby asked with a grin. Naruko's hand, reaching out to the guy, trembled. The girl did not understand his behavior. But the guy didn't want to wait any longer. Without getting up, he began to absorb the tentails. Naruto immediately realized that he was trying to become his Jinchuriki. Toby, Naruko said in confusion when Toby became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Why? His name is Obito. Obito Uchiha. Minato began to explain to his daughter, more precisely, that was his name when he was my student. Naruko just looked questioningly at her father, not expecting this. She knew very little about the guy's past life. And not so much, as it turned out, she knows about him even now. Without waiting for Obito to act first, Naruko tried to grab him with her chakra chains, which had previously been able to restrain the tentails. The blonde even managed to capture the tentails Jinchuriki, but Toby easily smashed them. She tried to attack him, but he easily dodged. She tried to tell him something, but he did not listen to her. Naruko was exhausted, but still did not give up trying to stop Toby, and the guy just brushed her off like an annoying fly. Naruto saw all his sister's attempts and tried to help. Naruto, Naruko, Minato, and Sasuke all looked for Obito's weak spot to hurt him. Yes, it was not easy to injure Obito, but only through joint efforts were they able to find a gap in the defense and hurt him. Naruko gave up. She couldn't reach Toby, but Naruto didn't give up. He is not used to giving up. He needs to fight to the very end to prove to everyone, including Obito, that he is right. The blonde saw that his words and what Naruko was saying was touching something in the Tentail's Jinchuriki, and they needed to put in a little more effort and they would be able to convince him. A little more. Naruto had to get all the tailed creatures out of Obito. He couldn't cope on his own, but Naruko, Sasuke, and all his friends helped him. Wrapping chakra chains around Kurama's tails, Naruko tried her best to pull the tentails out of Obito. However, they were able to do this quite successfully. While pulling out the tailed one, Naruto had a dialogue with Uchiha Obito. Yes, Naruto was able to calmly talk with Obito. He managed to prove that he was right and Minato's former student agreed with the son of his sensei. It would seem that there was nothing left before victory, but when was everything so simple? Obito remembered Rin. The guy did all this only for her. It seemed to him that only she lived in his heart. His feelings were so strong that he would definitely cope with everything. He was confident that he was right. But now he remembered Rin and the time when they were children. It would seem that there was no one else in his heart except Rin, and with her death everything plunged into darkness. But why then, on top of all these memories, like a ray of sunshine, pictures with little Naruko popped up? He remembered how restless the blonde was. Obito remembered how happy she was at his arrival. He remembered everything. Naruko immediately moved to Obito. Yes, she saw all his memories and the reasons for his actions, but despite this she was still offended by him. The girl saw that Kakashi had to kill him and did not dare to interfere. She just sat next to him and held Obito's hand, and tears flowed from her eyes. Naruko's heart was torn from two feelings, from resentment and the desire to protect him. But this is not her battle and she has no right to interfere, and now, holding his hand is all she can do. Obito felt the warmth of Naruko's hand and lightly squeezed it in response. Kakashi was not a fool and saw all of Naruko's feelings, even though the girl did not interfere. He loved his team and considered Obito a hero, which is probably why he couldn't kill him. Hatake did not want to kill his friend. He saw remorse in his eyes. Yes, Toby was sorry. He was ashamed of bringing Naruko to tears. He had to fix everything and then decided to use the resurrection technique for all the dead, but Black Zetsu was vigilant. He again began to take over Obito's body, and no matter how Naruko tried to stop him from doing this, all her attempts were useless. Madara was resurrected. And it is he who is now their main opponent. Sasuke and Naruto immediately moved towards Madara and Sasuke rushed to attack him. But all his attempts were unsuccessful. And Naruko sat next to Obito and was angry with Zetsu. When Black Zetsu tried to take Obito's right eye, no one had time to stop him. He captured the entire right side of Obito's body. Naruko was angry at herself, for her weakness and inability to help the people dear to her, at Madara, who became a new obstacle, at Zetsu, who captured Obito. But what could she do? Alas, she cannot help Obito at the moment, therefore, leaving him to her father and Kakashi, Naruko moved to the place of the battle with Madara. She will not allow him to win so easily. Madara's main goal was the tailed creatures, who did not want to give in to him so easily. They fought off Madara with all their might, but the Uchiha was not as simple as he seemed. And although Gaara managed to seal their main enemy, he still managed to free himself. The tailed ones were scared, because no one expected that he would be able to free himself. And then they decided to attack Madara en masse, but did this have the proper effect? Naruko immediately moved to her brother and he quickly outlined the situation to her. Gaara was surprised by the girl's appearance, but did not show it. He liked Naruto's sister, she seemed beautiful, strong and self-confident to him. The Kazekage saw that Naruto trusted the blonde and he himself could not doubt her, because he trusted his only friend. The appearance of Zetsu always brought problems with it. Naruko knows this from childhood, when all their pranks with Deidara and Haiden stopped with the appearance of this creature. Perhaps no one except Zetsu has ever spoiled their fun. But he's crazy, Naruko whispered, looking in shock at the laughing Madara. His laughter, his behavior, all this speaks of the Uchiha's obvious mental problems. Do you think a normal person would start all this? Naruto was indignant. He saw that his sister was scared. What can I say? He himself was scared. Madara is a strong opponent and he doesn't know how to defeat him, even if all 9 Bija couldn't stop him. But don't worry, Naruko, together we can handle it. He smiled at his sister. Naruko couldn't help but smile back. With his words and smile, the blonde calmed the girl down a little. They are strong individually, but together they are even stronger. The Uzumaki twins will definitely be able to cope with the abnormal Uchiha. By mentally supporting each other, the twins gave strength and self-confidence. Gaara, who was watching them, was a little jealous of them. They didn't grow up together, they don't know each other, they only met now, but they still believe and support. He would also like to have a similar relationship with his brother and sister. Who is helping us? Looking Gaara in the eyes, the blonde asked Naruto. She noticed him, but still doesn't know who he is and how he treats her. This is Gaara, my friend, Uzumaki answered smiling. He saw the way Kazekage looked at his sister and was glad that he did not resent the fact that she was from Akatsuki. Can you imagine, he has already become the Kazekage? Yes? Class? And I'm Naruko. Nice to meet you, and gave the red-haired man her charming smile. Mutually, the guy answered quietly. He was embarrassed by this behavior and slightly confused. Naruto just grinned. Perhaps they would have continued talking, but Madara stopped laughing like crazy and got ready to act. All the Bijuu and these 3 became wary. Madara summoned the statue of Geto Mazo to him. But this did not calm the twins Uzumaki and Gaara at all, it only made them more wary. Naruto, I am grateful to you. You extracted all the tailed creatures from Obito. Madara began. And I won't have to weaken him anymore. Naruto and Naruko stood amazed by these words. The blonde was about to attack, but Kurama stopped him. They don't know what to expect from him and they need to be on their guard. Climbing onto the statue, the Uchiha easily scattered the tailed creatures. And then, using the statue, he put a collar on everyone and began to pull them into the statue. All the animals resisted, but their strength was not equal. Naruko jumped off Kurama and captured all the tailed creatures with her Uzumaki gift. It was hard for her to hold them all at once, and even resist the force that was trying to absorb them. Gaara, too, was not taken aback and tried to interfere with Madara, holding back the chain entwining Shikaku with sand. Madara saw all their efforts and tried to eliminate Gaara first, and when he failed, he simply broke the chains and wrapped them around new ones. Yes, the statue attracted tailed creatures, but Naruko tried her best to hold them back. Noticing this, the Uchiha hit the girl and was able to absorb all the animals. Gaara saw how the blonde flew away and how Naruto began to fall, having lost the Kyuubi, but the guy managed to catch his friend. The blonde immediately moved towards him. She was bleeding, but still held on for the sake of her brother and all of them. She had to hold on. "You must take him to the medic first," the girl explained, breathing heavily, "and in the meantime I will try to support him and there is no life." "Are you okay?" The Kazekage could not help but worry. "No, but we must hurry. There is no time, we must act before it is too late." Gaara saw how hard it was for her and without hesitation began to carry them on his sand to Sakura. She is a strong doctor and can help. He believed Naruko, saw how she worried about her brother. "Kurama," Gaara began to say. "Who is this?" The blonde interrupted him. She felt bad, but she tried to maintain life in her brother's body. "Kurama is the Kyuubi, he told me how to help Naruto." The girl looked at him questioningly, and the guy continued. "The second half of the Kyuubi is sealed in the fourth Hokage, and if it is placed in Naruto, it will live." "I thought about that too," the girl said calmly, without taking her hands off her brother. "But in any case, we need to see a doctor first. I won't be able to keep him alive for long, my strength is running out. And I'm not a doctor, don't worry, I will fulfill your request." Naruko smiled back at him and quietly uttered words of gratitude. But at the same time, she seemed to feel that something had happened to Sasuke and looked worriedly in that direction, hoping to see something. But she didn't see anything. She had similar feelings when Akatsuki members were dying, but Sasuke can't die, right? They reached the army of shinobi, among whom was Sakura. Everyone immediately noticed that something was wrong with Uzumaki. Sakura immediately ran up to Naruto, but Gaara asked for help from the fifth Hokage, who sent Haruno with them. "Why is Naruto like this? What happened there?" Sakura began to bombard with questions. But Naruko only rudely interrupted her. "There is no time to explain everything. Come quickly. You will find out everything along the way." Sakura wanted to be indignant, but the Kazekage did not allow it. And the girl had no choice but to climb onto the sand with Naruto and help them. Gaara and Naruto reached the army of shinobi, among whom was Sakura. Everyone immediately noticed that something was wrong with Uzumaki. Haruno immediately ran up to Naruto, but Gaara asked for help from the fifth Hokage, who sent Haruno with them. "Why is Naruto like this? What happened there?" Sakura began to bombard with questions. But Naruko only rudely interrupted her. "There is no time to explain everything. Come quickly. You will find out everything along the way." Sakura wanted to be indignant, but the Kazekage did not allow it. And the girl had no choice but to climb onto the sand with Naruto and help them. Sakura, using medical techniques, tried to keep Naruto alive, and the weakened Naruko simply sat next to her. "Can I help you too?" Sakura asked modestly, holding back hysteria with her last strength. "You better help Naruto. He may be from the Uzumaki clan and is still breathing, but he is dying." The blonde answered, breathing heavily. Gaara, although he did not agree with Naruko, understood that Naruto needed help more, and therefore remained silent. He was grateful to the blonde for trying to save all the tailed creatures and spending all her strength on holding them back. But Naruto's heart beat slower and slower until it eventually stopped. Both girls shuddered with the realization that the blonde's heart was no longer beating. Sakura began to go into real hysterics, but Naruko managed to maintain clarity of thinking and therefore, giving the girl a sobering slap in the face and grabbing Sakura by the breasts, she began menacingly. "Calm down. You are a doctor and must remain calm." The blonde growled. "I'm upset too, but we don't have time for tears. We have a chance to save him." The girl finished calmly and released her brother's friend. "But how?" Sakura continued calmer, rubbing her cheek. And then Gaara told Sakura how to save Naruto and where they were going. I see. How long do we still have to fly? Sakura asked, having pulled herself together. Several kilometers, the Kazekage calmly answered. Can't you move us? While attending to Naruto, the medic asked Naruko. She's too exhausted. So I gave a lot of strength, Gaara answered for the blonde. After his words, Sakura looked at Naruko more carefully and was able to notice how exhausted the girl was and the number of her wounds. Haruna was amazed that she was still standing. She already wanted to heal her, but the blonde, looking straight into Sakura's eyes, shook her head negatively. I can recover myself. I was raised by the strongest missing shinobi, plus Uzumaki genes. You better focus on my brother, Naruko smiled. And Sakura had no choice but to focus on Naruto. Sakura will never let Naruto die. And now the girl is desperately fighting for his life. Obito resisted Black Zetsu, not wanting to give Madara the Rinnegan. Minato noticed this immediately, but could do nothing to help his student, and somewhere out there his children were fighting. He couldn't help but worry about his children. Kakashi and his sensei were thinking about how they could separate Obito from Black Zetsu. They tried to drive him away, but they failed. Some time later, the dark side of Kurama advised Minato to use chakra as a sensor so that he could sense the approach of his children. And almost immediately, I was able to hear Sakura's voice. Gaara carefully landed their small squad. Sakura immediately explained to Kakashi what happened to Naruto. Haruna was very nervous, but Naruko was right, she has no right to worry, she should focus on saving Naruto. Minato looked sadly at his son and exhausted daughter. Gaara told the fourth Hokage what the Kyuubi had given him, and Minato, without a second of doubt, made the right decision to save his child. Kakashi, the fourth, turned to his student, figure it out. Okay, was Hataki's answer. Also, Naruko and Gaara jumped from the sand with the words, I will help you. Red-haired wanted there was something to say to the girl about her condition, but she got ahead of him, firmly saying, I'm fine. I can handle it. Minato was worried about his daughter, but he saw that she was confident in her decision and would not give up. He had no choice but to focus all his attention on saving his son. Having formed the necessary seals with one hand, he began to move the 9 tails within him into Naruto. But Black Zetsu is too agile, and during the transfer, he was able to intercept the Kyuubi and take it for himself. Minato wanted to attack him, but he disappeared just as quickly. And then Madara arrived. With his arrival, he frightened everyone present, but none of them showed it, being determined to give him a worthy rebuff. Only Black Zetsu was happy about the arrival of the Uchiha and, deciding that there was no longer any danger for him, separated from Obito, but Kakashi, Gaara, and Naruko were not at a loss and tried to attack him. But Zetsu was not a fool, and therefore quickly returned to his place. Naruko was angry. Not only can her brother die because of Black Zetsu, he doesn't want to get away from Obito, but Madara has also arrived here. Obito, fight! Naruko shouted menacingly. She didn't want to fight him. You are strong. You can. The girl continued. I believe in you, she finished more quietly. Obito fought Black Zetsu, he didn't want to die so easily. And while Madara was distracted by answering Tobi who he was to him, the shinobi decided to take the chance and attack the Uchiha. But it was all in vain, Madara easily repelled all their attacks. But only Obito could calmly approach him and injure him, he would not let Naruko down. He saw the state in which the blonde arrived, and she is still standing and fighting, but is he weaker than her? Obito taught Naruko a lot and was glad that he helped her become so strong and confident in her rightness. She always helped him, and now it's his turn to help the girl, he will save Naruto. He has no right to make a mistake, and Kakashi, his old friend, will help with this. Naruko, I can handle it. Thank you, Obito said with a smile on his lips. He saw that she needed to recover. Yes, the blonde is strong and will fight to the last, but it will be better if she regains her strength. In the meantime, rest and recover. This is an order. I obey, the girl answered, also smiling. She was glad that Toby realized his mistakes and would help them. And how can she disobey the orders of her leader? Looking questioningly at her father and receiving an affirmative nod to her unspoken question, she decided to move to Sasuke and check what happened to him. In addition, support arrived here in the form of Guy and his team. Naruko believes they can handle it. And when Naruto wakes up, she will immediately know. Moving to Sasuke, Naruko noticed Kabuto bending over him and immediately took a fighting stance, ready to attack at any moment his. But after taking a closer look at what he was doing, the girl calmed down. Kabuto was helping Sasuke. The blonde felt the approach of Orochimaru and Sasuke's squad, but said nothing. Still, she was too weak and it takes time to recover. And when Karen came running and immediately began to be indignant, Naruko only said tiredly, "Don't yell, he's saving Sasuke." Neither Karen nor Suigetsu believed this, and when the red-haired girl rushed at Kabuto, the blonde stopped her, and the guy explained to them the reasons for his behavior and that he realized everything. Orochimaru, knowing the essence of the technique, could not help but believe his former student and follower, Kabuto, really realized everything and changed. Looking at Naruko, Orochimaru immediately noticed her exhaustion and devastation. And although she managed to recover a little, this was not enough, and then the snake Sannin asked Karen to help the blonde. At first, Karen began to be indignant and did not want to help Naruto's sister, but as soon as Orochimaru shouted at her in a more menacing voice, the red-haired girl gave up. Karen reluctantly approached Naruko and offered her hand, and when the blonde was ready to refuse, she lied to the Sannin's evil look and had to bite Karen. "Hey, you haven't fully recovered," Karen noted. When Naruko pulled away some time later. "That was enough for me, thank you," the blonde answered politely. Yes, she has not fully recovered her strength, but what she took from Karen is quite enough for her. And no matter how much Karen wanted to be indignant, Orochimaru supported Naruko. Karen was worried about her beloved Sasuke and kept asking Kabuto, "Is Sasuke definitely going to be okay?" She probably would have had time to get everyone, but the Uchiha had already woken up with the words, "It's time to go." Both Karen and Naruko were happy that Sasuke had woken up and was ready to fight, but at the same time, the blonde felt that her brother woke up, and therefore her joy was twice as strong. Without further ado, she just smiled and approached Sasuke. But before heading to Madara, the Uchiha decided to free the second Hokage. Naruko alone would not be able to move them so quickly, but with him it would be faster. And as soon as the brunette freed Tobirama, he immediately asked a question. "Can you teleport, Mr. Second Hokage?" Sasuke's tone was full of icy calm and determination. "Yes. Since I am connected with the fourth mark. But, unfortunately, with my current strength, I can only teleport one person," the second calmly explained, addressing only Sasuke. But that was enough for Sasuke. He was determined to go alone and did not want to take anyone with him. He considered them ballast. And if Karen was upset, and others supported him, then Naruko had her own opinion. Yes, the second Hokage can move the Uchiha to Madara, but she herself can move. Besides, her brother is there and, although she trusts Obito, she must make sure for herself that everything is okay with him. "Excellent!" the blonde exclaimed joyfully, attracting the attention of those standing nearby. "Then catch up." And immediately after these words, Naruko moved to her brother. "Naruto, you're okay," with tears in her eyes, the blonde hugged own brother. She was too worried about him and now she didn't care about the opinions of others. Lee stared at the twins in surprise, and Gaara just smiled. Naruto hugged his sister in return and, whispering a barely audible "thank you" in his sister's ear, he hurried to Madara. "Well," the blonde said, a little upset, but the smile remained on her face. "But you're happy and believe in him," the Kazekage stated, attracting the girl's attention. "If it were the other way around, I wouldn't let him go," Naruko answered, looking straight into the eyes of his interlocutor. Poor Lee could not understand anything. He looked from Gaara to the blonde and back. Guy's disciple could not understand. "Who is she?" and Gaara, noticing this, hastened to explain to him. This is Naruko, Naruto's sister. She's from Akatsuki, which means she's an enemy, the bushy eyebrow said uncertainly. So what? Can't I support my only relative? The girl clarified, slightly irritably, and turned away from Lee offended. Please forgive me, Naruko-san. I didn't want to offend you, the thick-browed man said guiltily. He actually felt a little ashamed of his accusations. But Naruko just sighed heavily. It's okay, the blonde said tiredly. Forgive me for lashing out at you. And giving the guy a charming smile, she ran to look for her brother. Everything, of course, is good. Both Naruto and Sasuke woke up, and now they will try to defeat Madara, but it is not a fact that no one will help Madara. Moreover, it is not yet clear whether Obito was freed from Black Zetsu or not. If not, then this issue needs to be resolved as quickly as possible. Arriving at the scene of the fight, Naruko observed an amazing picture. Sasuke and Naruto attacked Madara, but he repelled almost all of their attacks and managed to hit back. Yes, they are a level stronger than her and she will not be able to help them in open battle. But the blonde can try to help them, can't she? Squatting down and lowering her hands to the ground, Naruko concentrated. She sent her chakra underground, formed it into a chain and tried to get close to Madara. And so, when she reached him and tried to grab him, Madara was only able to dodge at the last moment, sensing the chakra of Naruto's sister. This gave Naruto and Sasuke the opportunity to quickly attack their opponent. Only Madara is more experienced and was able to dodge, while taking the Sharingan from Kakashi. The girl got angry at her unsuccessful attempt. She was able to disguise her chakra, but Madara was still able to smell it. Yes, even at the last moment, but I felt it. Naruko ran up to her brother's teacher, not knowing what to do. She was not trained in healing techniques. You did well. In fact, she grabbed Madara. Kakashi smiled at the blonde. Pfft, the girl exhaled angrily, but she didn't grab him, he managed to dodge. You're lucky that she was able to get so close to him, Sasuke couldn't help but gloat. But he only hid his excitement behind this, because Madara could have hit her. Naruko didn't have time to answer anything. Sakura appeared in front of them. And when Kakashi asked Haruno what happened and received the girl's answer, Naruko frowned. And when Sakura suggested that Madara had managed to take possession of Obito's Rinnegan, the blonde frowned even more. I don't think so. He won't give up so quickly, Naruto's sister said quietly. No one said anything in response to the blonde's phrase. Sasuke only asked everyone to be careful, since no one knows when Madara will appear here again. Also, they were soon joined by Naruto, who helped Kakashi by returning his eye. When the guys from team number 7 began to argue, Hatake remembered the times when they were little and constantly argued. He remembered everything, what the children told him when they first met. Naruko looked at them, slightly envious of them. Despite everything, he communicated a lot and now she felt superfluous. She smiled, looking at their argument, and desperately wanted to argue with them in the same way. Kakashi was the first to sense Madara's approach, and when he asked his team if they remembered the test with the bells, only Naruko said nothing understood, but even Naruto's answer did not shed any clarity. And the guy was worried that his sister wouldn't work with them, that she would act alone. And yet, not only Team 7, but also Naruko prepared for Madara's approach. Taking a quick glance at his sister, Uzumaki calmed down. She would be able to work with them as a team. Madara did not appear alone. Obito also arrived with him, who had a Sharingan instead of a Rinnegan. And when Black Zetsu responded to Naruto's call, the blonde got angry. She didn't want to believe what the parasite was saying. When Madara looked at them angrily, Sakura got scared and began to retreat, but still managed to pull herself together in their hands, and was the first to rush at their enemy. Naruko just grinned at her actions and tried to grab Madara again with her chakra chains. She just didn't take into account that Madara, knowing about her capabilities, would be ready for this and would hit her back. The Uchiha grabbed her chakra chains and threw the blonde far away. But Sasuke managed to catch her. Are you okay? The Uchiha asked, placing the blonde next to Sakura, without even looking at the girl. Don't even dream about it, Naruko snapped, smiling, approaching her brother. You can't kill me that easily. Sasuke only chuckled at the blonde's second phrase. The brunette did not want her to be here and fight with Madara, who is stronger than the girl. But at the same time, the Uchiha knew that Naruko wouldn't give up so easily, and it would be easier to keep an eye on the girl if she was in his field of vision. Sakura was hurt by this little dialogue between the subject of her sai and Naruto's sister. He didn't ask Haruno if everything was okay and didn't say anything at all, although she suffered more than Naruko. But now the pink-haired girl must pull herself together so as not to be a ballast. She will sort out her feelings later. Sasuke and Naruto got into a fight with Madara, and Naruko suggested that Sakura not interfere with the guys. Haruno wanted to object, but watching the guys fight, she realized how right the blonde was. While Naruto and Uchiha were trying to cut down the tree and cope with the power of the 6 paths, Madara himself quietly decided to carry out his plan. He flew closer to the moon and stopped right in front of the moon, bathing in its light. Naruko didn't waste any time, she tried to distract Madara. And although everything had to be done quickly, this time the blonde was in no hurry. She would not have a second chance, only one try, and that's it. Carefully guiding and at the same time masking her chakra chains, Naruko advanced them towards the Uchiha. Gradually, smoothly, slowly, so that he does not feel them ahead of time. Her cup had already wrapped itself around Madara's legs, the last jerk. But it was too late. She grabbed it too late, the eye was open. She was late. And Madara just laughed. He did it. Yes. This was his victory. Sasuke landed hard next to Kakashi, Sakura, and the twins, shielding them from the light of the moon so as not to get caught in the genjutsu. Naruko was angry with herself. She did not have time to stop, even though she had such an opportunity. Naruto walked up to his sister and hugged her. Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. Naruto tried to calm the girl down, gently stroking her back. No, I didn't have time, the blonde answered desperately. Naruko, we couldn't stop either him, you're not the only one to blame. Sasuke said calmly. But we can fix everything. Believe in us. I'll try, the blonde responded very quietly and sadly. In some ways, the Uchiha was right, but the feeling of guilt has not gone away, it has only dulled slightly. And the girl only squeezed her brother tighter in her arms. When Naruko calmed down a little and let go of her brother, Naruto wanted to go outside to help the others, but Sasuke immediately stopped him. Not now, later, when they have a chance to make things right. And this time they will really cope. After some time, Sakura asked Sasuke what was happening outside, but the guy only snapped back, and then Kakashi supported his student. Everyone was interested to know, even though they guessed. And when the Uchiha did not answer, Naruto began to be indignant, but Kakashi quickly calmed the blonde. Also, Hatake invited Sasuke to lead the 7th squad, and Naruko to join them. Of course, Naruto couldn't help but be outraged that the brunette was offered to be in charge. And yet, in the end, Sasuke told in general terms what was happening outside. Everyone calmly waited until they could go outside without fear of falling under the illusion. Sakura was saddened by Sasuke's behavior, and Naruko was angry at the brunette's rudeness towards others. Naruto was simply angry with the Uchiha, and Kakashi just watched them. As soon as Sasuke removed Susanoo, they saw Madara, who was entering chakra, and he was almost torn from it. Naruto and his sister tried to stop it, but they failed. Madara's long hair managed to grab everyone and blocked their movements. What Madara turned into scared absolutely everyone. No one expected to see Kaguya. Naturally, Sasuke and Naruto were the first to be hit, as carriers of the power that could seal her. But, fortunately, the guys managed to fight back. They both understood that it would be much more difficult to deal with her than with Madara, and this was the most terrible thing in their situation. But one thing could not help but rejoice in this whole situation. Black Zetsu released Obito. As soon as Kaguya walked in close proximity to Sakura, she trembled with fear. However, Naruko was not far behind her. Although she did not tremble, the blonde's whole body was frozen in horror, yet Otsutsuki knows how to instill fear. When Kaguya suddenly moved them to another reality and began to fall into the lava, Kakashi, clinging to the scroll, hovered himself and caught Sakura. Sasuke called a hawk and caught Naruto. Naruko used her chakra chains to cling and caught Obito with them. It was hard for Kakashi and Naruko to hold themselves and their burden, but they held on. They have no right to give up now. And when the scroll tore, and Hatake and Sakura began to fall, Naruto managed to catch them. Naruko also rushed to save, but her brother was faster, and her powers are not endless. Naruto entrusted his friends and sister to his shadow clone. Even though Naruko was holding her own, Naruto's clone was keeping an eye on her, ready to catch her if she slipped. Only now she held not only herself, but also Obito, whom she handed over to the clone. Only the blonde didn't ask Naruko for her opinion, he simply took her, forcing her to dispel the power. Naruko tried to get to Kaguya the same way she had once been able to get to Madara, only she was much more observant. The Uchiha immediately noticed the blonde's attempts and immediately stopped them by hitting the chakra chains. Having received a sensitive blow, Naruko became silent. "Naruko, be careful. Don't worry, we can handle it," Naruto's clone smiled, helping the blonde overcome the pain. Naruko just smiled back at him and thanked him for his help. No, she will not give up so easily. Later she will again try to help her brother and Sasuke, and now she will watch the fight between the guys and Kaguya. The girl saw that the guys were discussing something. It looked like they were cooking some kind of terrible attack. The blonde was interested to see what her brother had prepared. However, Sakura did not lag behind her. She also watched Naruto's attack with great interest and tension. But what they saw shocked both of them. The technique that Uzumaki used had an effect on all the girls present to some extent. The guy was really able to disperse Kaguya for some time, as well as the other two girls. Only Sakura quickly came to her senses and began to be indignant. After her, Naruko woke up and laughed. She liked such an unusual technique. But the most amazing thing in this situation was that the technique worked and Naruto, thanks to the technique, was able to hit Kaguya. "Naruto, later you will teach me it too," the blonde shouted, still laughing. Naruto was confused, not knowing what to answer his sister. On the one hand, it's cool, she liked his technique and he can teach her something, but on the other hand, this is his sister. Where should she study such techniques? The blonde was helped by Sasuke. "He won't teach you this technique," the Uchiha, attacking Kaguya, said sternly. "Naruto, don't get distracted." Naruto had no choice but to smile guiltily and throw up his hands, saying, "Well, what can you do?" The Uchiha forbade it and continued the attack. Only Otsutsuki Kaguya was not so simple, again moving everyone to another location. This time they ended up in the winter season. When she moved Sasuke into another dimension, Naruto didn't have just a second to grab and pull him out, and the blonde was left alone with Kaguya. The Naruto clone with the guys was in a slightly different place and they couldn't see what was happening. When Naruto said that he couldn't feel Sasuke, Naruko frowned and Sakura was afraid for the brunette. But the girls did not allow the girls to experience their emotions for a long time. When Obito woke up, the Uchiha was confused and the first person he noticed was Kakashi, which hurt Naruko a little. But even despite this, the blonde was glad that Obito woke up. "Tobi!" the blonde exclaimed joyfully and hugged the guy tightly. She was very worried about him. Obito hugged the girl back, stroking her head. The guy was pleased that, despite everything, the girl did not turn away from him and was still worried. "What's wrong with Madara? Did you defeat him?" the Uchiha asked excitedly, pushing Naruko away from him. "No," Kakashi hesitated a little, "it all ended a little differently." And then Naruto's clone tried to explain what happened, but Obito didn't even listen to him, demanding to show him the battlefield. The blonde was angered by this fact and she rather threateningly asked him not to interfere, since he was still weak. The Naruto clone and Sakura supported the girl and the brunette had no choice but to listen to the blonde and sit quietly next to them. At the same time, the guys decided to help Naruto a little, and therefore went to look for the battle site. None of them wanted to lose because they could be useful. But they are not going to get in the way either. On the way, Obito clarified with the clone the details about sealing Kaguya, but to help him, he needs to understand how and where she could have taken Sasuke. "I'll distract her a little," the girl said, watching the battle between her brother and Kaguya's Otsutsuki. Moving closer and creating clones, Naruko attacked Kaguya, giving her brother a break. After what the blonde said, Sakura expected some kind of result, although she didn't really hope for it and saw that none of the attacks Naruko's clones were not successful, and Naruto's sister remained in place. Haruno could not help but get angry. "Well, what was all this for? I only angered her and drew attention to us," the pink-haired girl said irritably and walked up to the blonde to take her by the shoulder and turn her to face her. After the attacks of her clones, Naruko sat down and stared intently at Kaguya, holding a complex seal near his lips. "Don't bother her," Obito stopped Sakura, catching her hand. Watching the blonde's reaction, he was able to understand why all those unsuccessful attempts were needed and what the blonde was trying to achieve. "How am I bothering her?" Haruno was indignant. She no longer tried to grab the blonde and just stood there. The girl simply didn't understand what she was doing, and it made her angry. Naruko is not much stronger than her, but acts as if she can do something to Kaguya. Naruto's clone, watching this skirmish, managed to take a closer look at their opponent and understand what the blonde was trying to achieve. "Span, everyone, stop this tenderness," Obito said, tearing the blonde away from Sakura. "Don't be jealous, I love you too." Naruko smiled, hugging the guy, to which he only sighed heavily. "Really?" Naruko was delighted. "Thank you." Naruko hugged Sakura, and she hugged the blonde back. At that moment, Haruno thought that Naruko was not so bad and they could become good friends. "I'll teach you simple medical techniques later." "Thank you," Sakura thanked, pulling away. "You're a great doctor, but I can't even treat a small scratch," the blonde complained. Sakura was pleased with the praise and the girl, a little embarrassed, blushed. Obito just shook his head, thinking, when did they manage to do all this? But he had no choice. He lost the argument, but Naruko just shrugged her shoulders and said with a sly smile, "And Deidara agreed with you?" Obito didn't believe it. Too loud, the blonde winced. It was difficult to convince Deidara that she was right. She persuaded him for more than a year to do this. "And why is the explosion ineffective?" Kakashi asked. "So he helped me in their development," the girl calmly explained. "True, we never had time to test it in action. It's good that Deidara can't hear you." The Uchiha smiled, remembering some of the pranks of these two blondes. "An explosion is not always effective," Naruko answered with a wince, allowing Sakura to heal herself. "You can even do that now," Obito drawled, watching the small lightning bugs explode. "Explosion," the girl said sharply, releasing her chakra as soon as she noticed that Kaguya had discovered her little spiders from Deidara's exploding clay. And as soon as Kaguya grabbed them, the girl activated her bugs, causing them to hit Kaguya with small lightning bolts. Because of this attack, the opponent's hand went numb for a short time, and this helped distract their opponent. Perhaps Haruno would have continued to be indignant and seek the truth, but Uzumaki's sister had blood flowing from her nose due to overexertion, and the girl, like a real medical ninja, could not help but help her. But Obito again did not allow him to touch the blonde. "Sakura-chan, don't worry, Naruko knows what she's doing." The clone smiled. "So, let's gather our strength and get Sasuke out," Kakashi interrupted the hug that time. And no matter how much the blonde wanted to continue, Sasuke must be returned, and except for Obito, none of them can cope with this. Naruto's clone, Sakura, and Obito were going to go in search of Sasuke, and Kakashi and Naruko should stay behind and help the real Naruto distract Kaguya until Sasuke arrives. Only Kaguya was not so stupid and went after them. Naruto, Kakashi, and Naruko remained and waited for the others to return. And soon Kaguya returned to them, with whom the blonde decided to fight with an army of his shadow clones. Hatake and the blonde decided not to interfere, given the new circumstances. It was hard for Uzumaki, and Naruko decided to intervene. This time, alas, she was of no use. Kaguya simply destroyed Naruto's clones, turning them into ashes, but the guy stubbornly did not give up. And soon Sakura and Obito returned along with Sasuke, and Kagaya was able to capture Naruto and impale him. Only it was a clone, and not the real Naruto, as Kagaya thought. The first thing Sasuke noticed when he returned was the wounded Naruko, but Kagaya did not expect an attack from the guys, and transferred everyone to the dimension with a strong attraction where she had the advantage. No one could watch Kagaya try to kill Sasuke and Naruto, so Kakashi and Obito rushed to their defense. Only the Uchiha did not allow his friend to die and managed to move the spike flying at Kakashi, but was wounded. Tobi! Naruko screamed in fear and tears flowed from her eyes. She didn't want him to die. But she was too weak to approach him. Obito couldn't let either of them die. He is to blame, he started all this, and he is responsible. But the guy is scared to leave the baby alone. Kakashi, take care of Naruko, please, Obito asked. He knew he was going to die and he wanted their baby to be happy and safe. Naruto couldn't help but try to heal the Uchiha, but his power wasn't helping. And when Black Zetsu began to blame Tobi, he simply agreed. It makes no sense to deny the truth, especially if you have admitted it. All that remains is to accept and try to fix everything. Which is what Obito tried to do. Naruko was able to find the strength to crawl to Obito. She was still crying and didn't want him to die. The girl quietly, through her tears, muttered under her breath. What assholes you are all. Woohoo! They left me all alone. What should I do now? Naruko, don't cry. You know how much I love your smile, Obito said softly, stroking the blonde's head. He never liked the baby's tears and before, when she was little, he did everything to make her smile. And now he was the reason for her tears. Naruto, don't leave her, Obito asked before crumbling into dust, but Naruto was not going to leave his sister anyway. And after his death, the Uchiha decided to give a farewell gift to his friend. He gave him his Sharingan. Now Kakashi will be able to take good care of their little miracle. Sasuke did not want to look at Naruko crying. Only, if the tears of other girls irritated him, then in this case, he wanted to do everything to return the girl's smile. But he didn't know how to calm her down, and even Naruto was angry because of Obito's death, so the guy just came up and hugged the girl. The blonde buried her nose in his shoulder and hugged his waist. This was able to calm her down a little. Sakura was also sad about this whole situation. Obito's death hurt her too, and the sight of Sasuke hugging Naruko did not help calm down. Haruno felt so lonely. But everyone had anger for Obito's death and the desire to win, and by uniting they were able to strike Kagaya, and Sasuke and Naruto were able to seal her. I=4. After the guys were able to touch Kagaya and seal her before returning to their reality, Naruko took off her cloak and collected Obito's ashes. I have to bury him, looking at perplexed faces, the girl said calmly and continued her work. What about your cloak? Naruto asked, pointing at the makeshift bag with his finger. I was left completely alone. Everyone died, the girl said, stopping collecting ashes. I doubt that anyone will want to become part of Akatsuki. So we will have to bury him too. The girl said sadly, looking at the cloak. Now you are not alone. Naruto smiled and went up to his sister to help her. You will have a new life and family. Pfft, Sasuke snorted at his friend's words, but joined in to help. Kakashi also joined them, and behind him Sakura sighed heavily. Together, they got it done pretty quickly. And they made it in time. Soon, everything around began to be attracted to Kagaya, and Naruto did not forget about Black Zetsu, sending him to mom. After that, everyone relaxed, but Sakura quickly remembered where they were and panicked, and Naruto, along with her. Naruko just laughed at their reaction, but inside she was also worried about the current situation. They didn't panic for long. Soon the Sage of the Six Paths called all the tailed creatures, and with them the guys, back to their dimension. They were a little surprised by this method of travel, although they were happy to return home. Looking around, they could see the huge summoning seal and those who did it. Welcome back, Naruto, Naruko. Minato greeted his children softly. He was glad that the twins were able to return alive. Naruto and his sister, clutching a folded cloak filled with dust to their chests, were pleasantly surprised. The Sage of Six Paths explained them that they returned home to their world and that they were summoned through the combined efforts of all the past Kages. The guys were not very surprised by his presence, and therefore were able to calmly listen to the old man. And while he was talking with Kakashi, Naruto managed to notice Kurama and ran up to the fox with joyful cries. The embarrassed Kyubi shouted at Uzumaki, but he didn't care, he was glad to see his friend again. "Naruko, come here," Naruto shouted, turning to his sister. The blonde, still clutching the bundle of Obito's ashes to her chest, carefully approached her brother. Look, the blonde continued joyfully, turning to the fox. "This beauty is my sister." Naruko was embarrassed by the blonde's words, and Kurama just chuckled and agreed that she was beautiful. The guy kept talking and talking to the fox, soon the blonde joined his story and the two of them, laughing, told various stories to the fox. Sasuke smiled looking at the twins, and he was especially pleased with the girl's smile. She may still be holding the bundle of ashes, but she was no longer crying in despair. Yes, she lost her entire family, but she gained a brother. The Uchiha could not help but be happy for the blonde. Probably, they could have been chatting about everything with Kurama for a long time, and Naruto could have boasted about his sister to everyone with tails. But the words of the Sage of the Six Paths that it was time to free everyone Kage from the resurrection technique made the blondes become a little more serious. They didn't want their father to leave so quickly, they still needed to talk to him about many things. Kurama saw Naruto's confusion and sent him and Naruko to Minato. They were sad, they didn't have time to tell him so much. "Happy birthday, children." As soon as the sun began to appear over the horizon, Minato, like a loving father, congratulated his children with a smile. Seeing the equally stunned and lost faces of the children, his smile became wider. But still, the twins were happy about this and smiling softly, at the same time said, "Thank you, Dad. I promise that I will tell Kushina everything," the fourth Hokage promised, starting to disappear. The children quickly pulled themselves together and with a smile, interrupting each other, began to tell their father to tell their mother so that she would not worry about them, about their achievements, and how good they are. But soon it became more difficult for Naruko to speak because of her tears. Naruto also did not last long and finally began to cry. He talked about his dream of becoming Hokage and that he would take care of his sister when Minato's soul finally left. The twins hugged each other, trying to calm each other down. Everyone watching them was shocked by what they saw and heard. No one expected to see such a touching and intimate moment. Especially Sasuke. The Uchiha wanted to go up to the girl himself and hug her to calm her down, but the brunette quickly drove away this impulse. The sun was rising and all the Kage began to return to where they were called from their souls. It would seem that everything ended well, but Sasuke didn't think so. He wanted to subjugate all the tailed creatures and kill the 5 Kage who were in the eternal Tsukiyomi, but Naruto could not allow him to do this and got into a fight with the Uchiha. Naruko was amazed at the sudden change in Sasuke, although she had seen that she knew him. Apparently, he still doesn't know well, since he decided to do this. She wanted to intervene, but she realized that this fight should only be between the two of them and she would be superfluous. "Come on," the blonde pulled Sakura's hand, "let's not disturb them." Sakura reluctantly gave in, and her gaze was fixed on Sasuke. "They must be stopped," Sakura shouted. She said a lot more after the departing Uchiha, and Naruko still held her hand, waiting for the Uchiha's answer to all Sakura's confessions. She expected to hear anything, but not what he did. He hit Haruno, knocking her out. "Sasuke." Naruko was indignant, "Your words that you were tired of her were enough. I would have taken her away myself." Kakashi was also indignant, but Sasuke had already put on a mask of cold indifference to everything and responded only to the words of his teacher. He just didn't know what to say to Naruko, so he decided to remain silent. The blonde didn't say anything else either, holding the head of the girl who was hopelessly in love with the Uchiha. Naruko felt sorry for Sakura, but she would not feel sorry for her, but would help her forget the one who caused her so much pain. But only lastly, the blonde quietly threw after him. I thought you changed after that conversation with Itachi. It was painful for Naruto to watch his sister. He saw that she liked Sasuke. Uzumaki knows how much pain the Uchiha managed to cause to Sakura, and he would not want his sister to suffer as well. He needs to beat the crap out of this idiot's head. Therefore, he left after him. Everything will be decided there. They will fight again in the Valley of the End. Only this time, they will decide everything once and for all. The three of them were left. To distract herself from her worries, Naruko, with the help of Kakashi, brought Sakura to her senses. They settled down near a large stone when the feeling of concern for the guys again began to cover the blonde. Kakashi, Naruko timidly turned to the sensei of team number 7. What? Hatake raised his eyebrow in surprise, looking straight at the girl. Help me scatter Obito's ashes, the blonde asked, very quietly. Kakashi could not agree more. In order not to think about Sasuke, Sakura decided to help them and they saw no reason to refuse her. But soon, having settled down again near the stone, different thoughts began to enter the girls' heads. Only now, Sakura was able to distract Kakashi with a conversation, but Naruko was left to her own devices. They waited for a long time and when it became quiet, they decided to check what was happening there. What if I want to fight with you again? Sasuke asked, breathing heavily, lying next to Naruto. Yes, he changed his mind, and he was a little ashamed of his behavior. Team! Exclaimed Naruto, who was lying next to Sasuke and breathing heavily. This won't happen. Why are you so sure of this? The Uchiha doubted. He doubted himself that something could happen and he would want to kill the blonde again. You like my sister and you don't want to upset her, the blonde smiled. He was confident in what he was saying. Naruto may look like a fool, but he couldn't help but notice the Uchiha's interest in his sister. But if anything happens, I'll stop you. Naruko loves Itachi, not me, Sasuke answered doomedly. The brunette remembers how she suffered after the death of his brother. Team. Naruto was indignant. He had to admit Naruko's sympathy for Sasuke and, with a grimace, he told his friend about it. If she still loves your brother, then she wouldn't follow you everywhere under the guise of looking after you. Dobe, stop calling names. Sasuke was indignant. But he still didn't believe Uzumaki's words. This means nothing. She worries about you too. If only she didn't care about you, Naruto sighed tiredly. He was already tired of explaining to this idiot that his sister liked him. He was angry because of the disbelief of his words. She wouldn't look at you with the same look as Sakura-chan. But he continued more calmly. She likes you very much, anyone will notice that. And I don't mind that my sister will have such a strong boyfriend. Sasuke still didn't believe, but hope had already settled in his heart. I hope you're right. The Uchiha finished very quietly. But Naruto didn't answer anything, he just smiled. Finally he was able to get through to him. As soon as they finished discussing Naruto's sister, the girl immediately appeared next to them. Sakura and Kakashi followed her, who helped the two guys stay alive after the deadly fight they staged. Having received first aid from Sakura, the guys dispelled the eternal Tsukiyami, returning everyone to real life, who fell under this technique. Now everything will work out. Sometime later when Kakashi released Sasuke from prison, the Uchiha expressed a desire to travel a little. He has a lot to think about and accept. Also, this would be a good way to protect the village from attack by those who want to get his eyes. What about Naruko? At the exit from the village, where Kakashi and Sakura were seeing him off, Sasuke asked. What could happen to her? Hatake asked the question phlegmatically, but still decided to explain to the angry brunette. She was found innocent because Obito kidnapped her as a baby. She almost didn't kill anyone, and her help in the war played a significant role in making this decision. She was released yesterday. Only now. Now she must graduate from the academy. I see. The guy answered calmly. He did not show his anger and resentment that the girl never came to see him off. Well, I'm glad about that, and it was said sincerely. He is really glad that the blonde was found innocent and she will have a chance at a normal life. Smiling at his thoughts, he moved forward. Sakura was upset, this was not what she expected. And also these questions of his about Naruto's sister. Haruno smiled sadly at the retreating figure of the Uchiha. Kakashi saw perfectly well that Sakura was upset and, slightly hugging the girl by the shoulders, he decided to take her to the village. It would be better if she could stop loving Sasuke. He will never be hers again, Hatake thought sadly, leading the girl to the village and telling her something. I didn't think you would come here, Sasuke smiled. The joy that the Uzumaki twins came together to see him off was great. Sasuke, you will come back, right? Naruko asked directly. She, dressed in her brother's old tracksuit, seemed so cute to him. The blonde leaned against a tree and copied her brother's pose. Yet, they are so similar and at the same time so different. Yes. Are you staying? Trying not to show strong interest, the Uchiha asked. He was ready to change his mind. If the blonde asked him about it, he was ready to take her, she just had to ask. But the girl didn't ask him for anything like that. Yeah, I need to become a normal shinobi, the girl said proudly. Naruto just snorted at his sister's phrase and decided to leave them alone, finally throwing a short, good luck, and disappeared. The girl smiled and looked up from the tree. She walked up to Sasuke as close as possible, stood on her tiptoes and lightly touched his lips with hers. I'll wait for you, Naruko whispered quietly, embarrassed by her action. /span, almost all the prison cells were filled, containing some of the most dangerous criminals in the criminal Akatsuki organization. They all waited for their verdict and tried to believe in the best. Although each of them understood that they would not be released so easily and they would have to answer for their actions sometime after the battle between Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke just smiled smugly. Now he will definitely return. As soon as this phrase left the blonde's lips, she immediately disappeared. Naruko understood that they could not let her go. She spent too much time in a criminal organization and managed to do a lot of things. The girl hoped that her help in the war would give some relief, but in any case, she was ready for any decision. The blonde sat with her eyes closed, leaning against the wall and thinking. She thought about a lot, about what she had already done, about Akatsuki, about her brother and about Sasuke, about how everything could have turned out if Obito had not taken her, what she would have and what she would lose. AI=2, her thoughts were interrupted by the sixth Hokage. He calmly walked up to the blonde's cell and opened it. Well, Uzumaki Naruko, you are free. Come out, Kakashi said phlegmatically. But the girl looked at him with her blue eyes, in which the question was read, how? Her hands and feet were tied so that Naruko would not have a chance to escape. Exactly, the Hokage hit himself on the forehead. Sorry, I forgot. And smiling, the man entered the cell, freed the blonde, and together they went out into the street, where Naruto was waiting for them. Naruko! The blonde exclaimed joyfully as soon as he saw his sister. He, without waiting for the girl to reach him, ran up to her and hugged her, and the blonde hugged him back, a little embarrassed. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. You're welcome, Hatake answered with a smile. He was glad to see the twins smiling. He, as Obito asked, took care of Naruto's sister. Naruto, you can go home now, but tomorrow she should be at the academy. We will make her a real kunoichi. Okay, Uzumaki answered joyfully and took his sister to his home. On the way, Naruto talked about everything he saw and that I could remember. Naruko happily listened to everything the guy told her and asked clarifying questions herself. Naruto couldn't help but take his sister to Ichiraku for ramen. And what a joy he was when he found out that the blonde also loved ramen. The owner warmly received and fed the twins. The man was happy for Naruto, and he was pleased to get another gluttonous client. After eating, they still went home. Naruto wanted to show his sister some more places, but she said that she needed a shower and rest. The time that she spent behind bars was not a vacation, and the guy could not refuse his sister. Come in, the blonde said, opening the door to his apartment. It's really a little messy here, sorry. The guy was embarrassed. It's okay, Naruko said after crossing the threshold of the apartment. She didn't worry about the mess, since she herself liked to throw things around. But Itachi quickly taught her how to clean up the mess. Then I'll clean up a little later, if you don't mind. Looking around her new place of residence, the girl became a little embarrassed. If it's not difficult for you, the guy answered, not without embarrassment. Actually, Naruto's apartment was quite tidy, only some things were lying out of place, and it was a little dusty due to the guy's absence for a long time. Naruko wanted to go to shower, but she had nothing to change into. And the girl, red as a tomato, went to her brother, who was in the kitchen. Sorry, but you don't have any clothes for me, otherwise I have other than this, pointing to yourself, there is nothing else. Oh yes, sorry, I completely forgot. Tomorrow, we'll buy you something if you want. Naruto smiled and went into the room to look for something suitable. After rummaging around in the closet for a while, he pulled out a clean, old tracksuit. I can only offer this, everything else will be great for you. Thank you, that's quite enough. The blonde smiled and took the guy's things and closed herself in the bathroom. As soon as the door closed behind the girl, Naruto began cleaning the apartment. He somehow didn't think about the fact that his sister would live here. While putting away his things and wiping off the dust, he wondered where she would sleep. He had only one bed. Naruko wasn't in the shower for long. Living with almost only guys, the girl learned to take a shower quickly and spend a minimum of time on everything necessary. After changing into Naruto's old tracksuit, which was a little too big for her, and wrapping a towel around her head, she left the bathroom. It was already dark outside and Naruto made a sleeping place on the floor out of everything he could find it at home. True, at the same time he again managed to scatter things. Come in and lie down on the bed, the blonde said and ran into the bathroom. Naruko didn't have time to say anything and went into the room, sat down on the bed and began to dry her hair. She decided to wait for her brother, but he was gone for too long and sleep began to overcome her. When Naruto came out of the shower, the girl was already lying in bed and, as it seemed to him, was sleeping. Sighing heavily, the blonde began to lie down on the floor, but then Naruko rolled over and lifted the blanket. Lie down, there's enough room for us, the girl said quietly without opening her eyes. Naruto wanted to object, but his sister stopped him from doing so. I'm not used to sleeping alone. I can't sleep. Uzumaki didn't need much persuasion and within a minute he was sleeping in an embrace with his sister on the bed. As he fell asleep, the guy thought that they either needed to buy a bigger bed or another one. The next day, when Kakashi released Sasuke from prison, then the Uchiha expressed a desire to travel a little. He has a lot to think about and accept. Also, this would be a good way to protect the village from the attack of those who want to get his eyes. What about Naruko? Sasuke asked at the exit from the village, where Kakashi and Sakura were seeing him off. What could happen to her? Hatake asked the question phlegmatically, but still decided to explain to the angry brunette. She was found innocent because Obito kidnapped her as a baby, she almost didn't kill anyone, and her help in the war played a significant role in making this decision. She was released yesterday. Only now. Now she must graduate from the academy. I see, the guy answered calmly. He did not show his anger and resentment that the girl never came to see him off. Well, I'm glad about that, and it was said sincerely. He is really glad that the blonde was found innocent and she will have a chance at a normal life. Smiling at his thoughts, he moved forward. Sakura was upset, this was not what she expected. And also these questions of his about Naruto's sister. Haruno smiled sadly at the retreating figure of the Uchiha. Kakashi saw perfectly well that Sakura was upset and, slightly hugging the girl by the shoulders, he decided to take her to the village. It would be better if she could stop loving Sasuke. He will never be her again, Hatake thought sadly. Leading the girl to the village and telling her something. I didn't think you would come here, Sasuke smiled. The joy that the Uzumaki twins came together to see him off was great. Sasuke, you will come back, right? Naruko asked directly. She, dressed in her brother's old tracksuit, seemed so cute to him. The blonde leaned against a tree and copied her brother's pose. Yet, they are so similar and at the same time so different. Yes. Are you staying? Trying not to show strong interest, the Uchiha asked. He was ready to change his mind. If the blonde asked him about it, he was ready to take her, she just had to ask. But the girl didn't ask him for anything like that. Yeah, I need to become a normal shinobi, the girl said proudly. Naruto just snorted at his sister's phrase and decided to leave them alone, finally throwing a short, good luck, and disappeared. The girl smiled and looked up from the tree. She walked up to Sasuke as close as possible, stood on her tiptoes and lightly touched his lips with hers. I'll wait for you, Naruko whispered quietly, embarrassed by her action. Naruko sat on the first desk and dangled her legs. The girl was waiting for Shikamaru, who told her general information about the structure of the shinobi world and so on. Today, most likely, he will ask her questions, the answers to which he told her on their previous assignments, and she will answer, because she perfectly remembers everything that he told her. In addition, most of the information was once told to her by Itachi or other Akatsuki members. A few weeks later, Shinobi School, empty classroom. Sasuke just smiled smugly. Now he will definitely return. As soon as this phrase left the blonde's lips, she immediately disappeared. Akatsuki. Her past family. And they all died. Everyone except her. And despite the fact that they were considered criminals, to Naruko they were the best, wonderful family. They taught her a lot, both good and bad. Yes, she had to carry out many different not very good missions, but the blonde was never forced to kill. Still, Obito cared for her in his own way. They were able to raise her as she is. And perhaps they did it pretty well. Oh, Naruko, are you here already? Shikamaru was slightly surprised, entering the classroom and closing the doors behind him. Why are you so sad? Does Naruto offend? Even though this question was a bit of a joke, Shikamaru's look said that if Naruto had offended the blonde, he would later receive it from his friend for it. Naruko just smiled at his question. No, Naruto and I are fine. And seeing the silent question in the eyes of the guy who was still standing near the door, the girl had to explain her condition. Exhaling heavily, the girl gathered her strength and began to speak. I was just remembering my former life in Akatsuki, remembering all of them. But seeing the surprise and not understanding a bit, the girl sighed irritably and decided to end with revelations. They were not as bad as everyone thinks. In the end, they were the ones who raised me this way and they behaved completely differently with me. But realizing that Shikamaru was not to blame for anything, she tried to calm down and change the topic. Okay, let's start our lesson already. Having said this, the girl jumped off the desk and, going around her, sat down on a chair. Shikamaru also went to the teacher's table and sat down. You misunderstood me. Sighing heavily, Nara decided to justify himself to the blonde. I just fought with them and they killed my teacher. It's a little strange to hear this about them. But all the good mood was irretrievably lost and Shikamaru understood this perfectly well. Okay, today I'll ask you a little and we'll continue. Will I become a kunoichi of Konoha? The girl asked in disbelief. And having received an affirmative nod from her teacher, she jumped joyfully. But then she seemed to remember something and became sad. That is, then our lessons will stop. Don't worry, nothing complicated. You throw kunai, complete several tasks, answer a couple of questions, and eventually receive a bandage. With a smile, he completed the list of what will happen in the exam and what will happen in this exam. The girl asked with some excitement and fear. Yes. The guy nodded. Exam? The blonde was surprised, getting up. Oh, yes, the guy remembered as he opened the doors. The day after tomorrow, Iruka-sensei will take your exam. And these two began their lesson. Time flew by very quickly, and after a few hours, Shikamaru decided to let the girl go. Nara was even surprised by such a reaction. He thought that the girl would be happy to finish her studies. Yes, this is not what he expected. Most likely yes, but I'll ask the Hokage, the guy promised, throwing his hands behind his head. Thank you, he smiled girl. And, closing his eyes, the guy left the class. Naruko didn't wait long either and ran out after him, hurrying home to her brother. Of course, everyone loved him, but they were still wary of her, except for some of Naruto's friends. But the girl was not very worried about this, believing that everything will get better. It was not in vain that she received a second chance and will use it to the fullest. In general, Shikamaru liked spending time with Naruko. She was a rather interesting conversationalist, and sometimes during their lesson they played shogi. The blonde was a pretty strong opponent, but she had never managed to defeat the brunette. And every time, after saying goodbye to the girl, Shikamaru went and reported to the Hokage about how everything went. And today, standing in the Hokage's office, the guy was thinking about today and their conversation. And today, standing in the Hokage's office, the guy was thinking about today and their conversation. Well? How's your exam? Naruto asked his sister with excitement. He was waiting for her near the gates of the academy, and as soon as he saw the girl, he immediately ran up to her with his questions. Lightning means, the copy ninja said thoughtfully. But then he smiled at his thoughts and continued to work. Lightning. The guy answered without turning around and left the Hokage's office. What is her main element then? Sixth asked, phlegmatically. Shikamaru smiled with satisfaction. They will be able to work out a little more together, and being in the Hokage's personal ANBU squad, the girl will be most protected and will be able to show everyone her devotion to the village. Already near the door, Hataki called out to the guy. Even so? Well, losing such a fighter would be the biggest stupidity. Then you will start preparing her, Kakashi ordered. Yes. Sometimes we talked a little about her life in Akatsuki. So, every member of this organization taught her something. And thanks to this, she masters the techniques of all the elements. Teachers? Kakashi was surprised. She's not bad, and I would recommend her to the Hokage's personal ANBU squad. I am sure that her exam results will be excellent, considering her teachers. And what do you propose? Putting his chin on his folded hands, the Hokage asked. So, Shikamaru scratched his nose. She's already too old to be distributed among teams. Hataki raised an eyebrow questioningly, silently asking to continue. I was thinking about Naruko's future fate. I asked. No, master, Kakashi asked with a smile. But seeing the serious-minded assistant, he sighed. Say what you want. Mr. Hokage, having finished his main report, the brunette began. Excellent. Naruko smiled and showed her brother her bandage. The guy's joy was expressed by a tight hug. Well done, I'm so glad. The blonde whispered, still hugging his sister. Me too, the blonde whispered contentedly in response, hugging her brother. The two joyfully, still hugging, headed towards Ichiraku. Along the way, they met Naruto fans, but when they saw Naruko nearby, they were shy and did not dare to approach their idol. Also, on the way, they met Sakura, who sincerely congratulated Naruto's sister. Sakura was a little unpleasant that Sasuke liked Naruko, but after talking with her a little, Haruno came to the conclusion that the blonde was not so bad. They are even similar in some ways, and she liked to communicate with her. Therefore, the girl gladly accepted the twins' offer and went with them to celebrate in Ichiraku. The three of them sat happily, and then went for a walk. They happily reached the playground when Naruto remembered urgent matters and ran away somewhere. The girls just smiled and sat down on the bench. You know, Sakura began more seriously, you're not what I thought about you after our first meeting. Really? And what was I like? The blonde smiled. You are better in kinder. The pink-haired girl answered with a soft smile. Now I understand why Sasuke likes you. If we have a moment of revelation, then I didn't like you at first either, Naruko said seriously. Sakura looked at the girl in surprise. Why didn't you like me? She couldn't understand. You wanted to kill Sasuke, that's the first thing, the blonde answered calmly. First? What then is the second thing? Sakura asked. And secondly, you have many common memories with him and you are dear to him, Uzumaki said distantly and thought, of course. Haruno was indignant. If I'm important to him, then why did he try to kill me that day? And during the war, he didn't give a damn about me. You don't understand, Naruko smiled softly. He tried to kill Naruto too, and he is my closest friend. Yes, and you are dear to him, albeit as a friend, friend? The girl asked sadly. Perhaps we are destined to be friends, Sakura expressed her opinion, looking at the blue sky. Is this bad? Naruto's sister was surprised. Yes, and you started communicating too much with the sixth Hokage, the blonde said slyly. Sakura lowered her head and blushed like a tomato. She herself didn't understand what was going on with Kakashi-sensei. And this is not the topic she wanted to talk about. Nothing like that. Haruno embarrassedly tried to refute the assumptions of her new friend. But she just continued to smile slyly. Our Hokage likes you, he's just afraid. Naruko said calmly, getting up from the bench they were sitting on. Okay, it's time for me to run too. And with a happy smile, Uzumaki ran away, leaving Sakura in bewilderment. Does he like her too? The girl smiled happily at first, but after a second she woke up and shouted menacingly. Uzumaki! But the blonde only smiled happily, heading in the direction she needed, and after some time, Naruko joined the ANBU squad. The former Akatsuki member was received coolly, but no one dared to openly challenge the Hokage's decision, and they had no choice but to tolerate the girl. True, after several missions, some changed their opinion about the girl and began to communicate normally with her. But there were also those who were not happy with this. Then they decided to eliminate the problem, and although this idea settled in the heads of the dissatisfied, no one took active steps in drawing up a plan and its implementation until an opportunity for this arose. /span, the work progressed quickly and efficiently, no one bothered them, they did everything that was required of them. They completed all the business in a few days, and could already return home. The guys did not stay in the village for long, and having completed all the formalities, they went back to their village. The small detachment set off within an hour after receiving the mission. They got to their destination quite quickly, and immediately got down to business upon arrival. The Hokage decided to send a small squad on the mission, led by Sakura and several ANBU members, including Naruko. They had to go to a small village that was located near the border of the country of fire and help people who had suffered from criminals who were trying to seize the settlement. The mission was not difficult, but the main burden fell on the shoulders of Irianen, who should help treat those in need, and in this detachment, alas, no one knew medical techniques. And the main task of the ANBU was to help the civilian population, as well as protect Sakura and, if necessary, help her. Shikamaru was personally involved in preparing Naruko to join the Hokage's personal ANBU squad. During all the time they spent together, the guy realized that the blonde would be devoted to Kakashi and would not dare to betray him. She was true to her principles, and if the order contradicted them, she would try to find a compromise. She is not one who will kill other shinobi, she would rather let them live, but take them prisoner. Yes, she will become one of the best. The squad was passing through the forest when the guys decided to act. They doubted for a long time whether it was worth doing this and, choosing the right moment, they came to the point that if not now, then never again. They began to act after a signal from the eldest of them. One approached Sakura and knocked out the girl with a precise blow, and the second, who was standing near Naruko, at the same time injected her with something. The blonde's head almost immediately became heavy and her attention became distracted. Noticing that the drug began to take effect, the guys began to attack the blonde. They were well aware that without these machinations, they could not cope with the girl and, if Haruno had remained conscious, she would have helped the blonde. Uzumaki did not understand what was happening and had difficulty repelling the attacks. Her body refused to obey its owner, her vision swam, her legs trembled, but she continued to fight back, relying only on her hearing. But soon she had difficulty distinguishing sounds. Everything was blocked by the loud beating of the heart and the heavy breathing of the blonde herself. Naruko understood that a little more and she would not even have the strength to hold a kunai, not to mention retaliatory attacks. She knew who attacked her, and this made it even more difficult. The girl did not want to hurt them. Gradually, the effect of the drug began to weaken. And when it seemed to Uzumaki that the guys had retreated, one of them stuck a weapon right in her stomach. Naruko didn't even understand what happened, but touching her stomach with one hand, and then looking at her, she saw blood. The girl froze in shock, looking at her bloody palm. However, the guys themselves were a little shocked, and only one of them, the one who was the main one among them all, had a triumphant smile on his face. With complete misunderstanding and resentment in her eyes, she looked at her colleagues trying to find out the answers to her silent questions. All but one, looking into those blue eyes, felt shame and guilt. They did not fully believe that they could seriously injure the girl. But it was too late to retreat and change anything. Naruko, feeling pain and dizziness from the rapid loss of blood, began to sink to the ground, pressing her palm over the wound. But it was useless, the bleeding did not want to stop. The leader of the rebels, seeing that the girl had weakened and might soon die, threw the commander of their detachment onto his shoulder and said a short, "Follow me," continued on his way. The rest did not dare to disobey and followed him. Lying near the tree and bleeding, Naruko took off her mask and, looking at the sky, whispered through tears, "And this is worthy the end of my life?" The girl's strength left her, and gradually her eyes began to stick together. She was not afraid to die, she was offended. It's a shame for herself that she won't see her brother's wedding, that she won't see how the relationship between Sakura and Kakashi will develop, that she won't see Sasuke anymore. She was hurt for her brother, who would be left alone again. Yes, he has Hinata, but not a single relative. Is this really her ending? Orochimaru was in his laboratory near Konoha and was conducting some research when he felt that someone had touched his signals. Frowning with dissatisfaction, he abandoned his work and, taking Yugo, went to check who it could be. The two had not even taken a step away from the laboratory when a small bird flew in from Yugo, telling him that only what happened. The guy walked forward without hesitating for a second, simultaneously telling Orochimaru what he had been told. Orochimaru frowned at what he heard, but seeing the dying blonde, he became angry. There was little time, and therefore Yugo picked Uzumaki up in his arms, and they quickly returned back, where they began to return the girl. Karen lived quite at ease, and forgot to think about Naruko. But the girl immediately sensed her appearance, and therefore went straight to Orochimaru in order to find out why she was here. And seeing the state the blonde was in, she only asked if she could help with anything. They found Naruko quite late, but there was a chance of salvation. Orochimaru fought for the blonde's life for several hours and eventually completed this difficult task. As soon as he finished, he ordered the guys to watch her, went to another room, where he quickly wrote a letter with an explanation to the 6th Hokage and left the lair in search of a messenger for this message. AI=5, Sakura woke up at night and, feeling a dull pain in the back of her head, sat down with a groan. What happened? The girl asked her squad in bewilderment. The guys began to shyly look away, and only one did not lose his head. We were attacked. He answered the commander's question with a slight mockery in his voice. Who? Haruno didn't understand what happened and what was missing. Nuke mean, the same guy answered briefly. He was pleased with the result, but he didn't like having to report to Sakura. What? The girl could not understand how this could happen. Looking at the guys, the girl seemed to remember. Where is Naruko? From excitement, Ironine rose to her feet, trying to see the blonde top of her friend's head. Alas, she was unlucky, the guy answered sitting by the fire. What does unlucky mean? Sakura looked at him in shock. The girl began to doubt the veracity of his words, because she remembered that there was clearly no stranger nearby, and Uzumaki could not easily get caught. She died. His short answers infuriated Haruno. He's lying. Now she understood this with complete accuracy. Yes? The pink-haired girl asked, insinuatingly. Why didn't you take her body? We didn't have the opportunity. The guy was starting to get irritated by this interrogation. He hoped that everything would be much simpler. If everything you tell me is true, then tell me why the censor did not sense the approach of other shinobi? Why were none of you hurt, but one of the strongest shinobi of Konoha died, and you couldn't take her body? Sakura became increasingly incensed, but seeing the guy's indifferent face, she became angry. She would have beaten them all, but only the arrival of Orochimaru prevented her. Sakura, can I see you for a minute? The Sannin asked calmly. Haruno didn't understand anything about what was happening, but still agreed to move a little away from the camp. You're right, the Sannin drawled insinuatingly, he's lying. It's a pity that I can't take them for experiments. Where are you from? The girl began. I found Naruko. Be calm if you don't want to end up in her place, Orochimaru warned. What's wrong with her? Sakura was worried about the girl and, no matter what they told her, she wanted to kill those idiots. She will live, but with me. Looking carefully at the doctor, the man squinted and handed her the letter. Hand it over personally to the Hokage. And after that he disappeared into the forest, and Haruno remained standing, with a letter in her hand and blinking her eyes in surprise. But she shook her head and returned to camp, deciding to be more careful and not bring up the topic of Uzumaki again. Orochimaru is right, she may not be able to cope with them alone, but together with Naruto. Sakura's squad stood in the Hokage's office and the girl reported on the completion of the mission. She had to tell the version of the traitors about Naruko, but Kakashi immediately realized that not everything was so simple in this story. As soon as the two of them were alone, Haruno handed over the letter to Orochimaru Hokage and began to tell the part of the story that she remembered. Kakashi frowned while listening to his student and reading the letter at the same time. He didn't like the current situation. Yes, he guessed that not everyone would be able to accept Naruko, but Hatake didn't expect this. Sensei, what should I tell Naruto? Sakura asked in despair. Seeing the teacher's questioning look, she explained, as soon as we entered the village, I saw Naruto and his first question was about his sister. I said that I'll tell you later. Don't worry, seeing the state of his student, Kakashi hastened to calm her down. Mr. Orochimaru has provided for everything. We'll tell everyone that Naruko is on a super secret mission with him. Is she okay? The excitement was clearly audible in the girl's voice. Kakashi only nodded affirmatively. Haruno breathed out a sigh of relief. Hatake just smiled at this. They discussed this situation a little more, not forgetting to discuss the future fate of those traitors. It won't be easy, but they will identify all the dissatisfied people and punish the guilty, not telling Naruto everything, deciding that he shouldn't know about it yet. But in the end the girl came out with a smile on her lips. After some time, Naruko sat on the table in Orochimaru's laboratory and happily dangled her legs, communicating with the owner of the room. During all the time that she spent with Sannin, the girl managed to change her opinion about him and their communication became much more friendly. Sometimes Uzumaki helped Orochimaru in his research, but more often she just sat and talked with him, watching the Sannin work. You know, the girl began after a short pause, I would like to return to Konoha. But her interlocutor only looked at her questioningly. I missed Naruto and communicating with Shikamaru, the blonde explained with a smile. Or do you hope that Sasuke has returned? The man asked slyly. Naruko blushed with embarrassment. That too, Naruko answered quietly. Aren't you afraid of repetition? The Sannin asked seriously. He was worried about the girl he had known since infancy. Orochimaru was really scared for Naruko when he saw her that day. Of course I'm afraid. Uzumaki sighed sadly. But you came up with something. Yes, and I will be more careful. Orochimaru only sighed heavily, looking at the girl's pleading face. Perhaps she's right and it's time for her to return. Mr. Orochimaru called Jugo, who had just entered. Here's a message for you from the Hokage. And the guy gave the message to the man and stood next to Naruko, who smiled joyfully as soon as he entered. Naruko, this is for you, Orochimaru handed the letter to the girl. Naruto's sister quickly ran her eyes over the letter, barely grasping the meaning. But after reading it a second time, I smiled joyfully. I'm coming back. The girl boasted, smiling widely. It's about time, Jugo smiled. He was happy for Naruko. The guy saw that the blonde was bored here and was glad that she would return to the village. I went to get ready. I have so many things to ask him, the girl shouted running out of the laboratory. I can't believe that they will have a wedding, Naruko said. Sakura, who was standing nearby, just smiled. Of course, the blonde missed everything and only recently returned to the village. Don't worry, you're not the only one, Haruno tried to calm the girl down. Hinata also doesn't believe her luck. Don't mock me, Uzumaki pouted, although she was not offended at all. The smartly dressed girls were in the clearing together with other guests. Everyone was looking forward to the bride and groom, talking among themselves. Naruko sighed heavily, looking at the next couple. Only you and I are standing alone without a partner. Well, Sakura hesitated a little. Kakashi is now busy as Hokage, and I decided to keep you company. Haruno felt uncomfortable in front of Naruto's sister. All their friends were with their significant other, and even she came with Hitaki as her date. And only Naruko was alone. Sasuke never returned to the village. I'm happy for you and the 6th Hokage. The blonde smiled sincerely. But then she drawled out in disappointment, but I missed everything. You're not the only one who found out about them today, supported the girl Ino, who heard part of their conversation. Who would have thought that all the girls who were once in love with Sasuke would find their happiness with other guys? And Sasuke himself will fall in love with a copy of Naruto. Yes, Sakura supported her friend. I also didn't think that I would love someone other than an Uchiha. Looking at the dreamily thoughtful girl with a slightly stupid expression on her face. Both blondes grimaced and stepped aside. They are a beautiful couple, Ino spoke. Yes, not Naruko might not agree with her. I'm glad that they were able to confess to each other. Are you talking about me? Sakura asked, approaching her friends. Well, who else? Ino grinned and, noticing Sai, ran up to the guy. And again we are alone, the blonde said, looking at the guests. The girls silently watched what was happening. When Sasuke's hawk landed on Sakura's hand, the girl took the small message and, after reading it, smiled. But Uzumaki didn't like it and she was offended by two people, Sasuke, who didn't send the letter to her, and Sakura, who didn't talk about communicating with the Uchiha. Sakura noticed a change in Naruko's mood, but I didn't have time to say anything, because the bride and groom came out to the guests and Haruno took Kakashi. The girl was happy for her brother, but was saddened by recent events. Naruko stood a little to the side and watched how the newlyweds interacted with the guests, when suddenly someone hugged her from behind. Well, why are you upset? Sasuke whispered into the girl's ear. I thought you'd be happy for your brother. And I'm happy for him, Naruko answered offendedly, without turning around, and folded her arms over her chest. Sasuke was surprised by this and turned the blonde to face him to look into her eyes. Then why are you so gloomy, and standing aside? The Uchiha was looking intently into the girl's blue eyes when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sakura gesticulating something to him. And then the brunette understood everything. He grinned and hugged Naruko tighter. Stupid, the guy said quietly, chuckling, you were with Orochimaru and it was difficult for me to send the hawk there. And today, I just asked Sakura to look after you. Having said this, Sasuke kissed her on the tip of her nose and grabbed her hand and led her to Naruto. He was glad that Naruko was jealous of him. And even though outwardly only the corners of his lips were raised, but inside he grinned joyfully. Naruko listened to the guy's explanations in disbelief, but believed him. And when the Uchiha held her hand and led her to Naruto and Hinata to congratulate them, she happily smiled looking at the guy's back. He finally returned, as he promised. Hinata saw how nervous Naruto was when communicating with the guests. He was happy with everyone, but his sister never congratulated him and this made the guy even more nervous. He almost immediately found out what really happened to his sister and was terribly angry, but Hinata was able to calm him down. And then the Uzumaki, with the help of their friends, identified all the dissatisfied people and took revenge on the offenders of his sister. He knew that Naruko had come, he saw her, but now he couldn't find the girl. Naruto was a little sad when Sasuke approached him and Hinata, holding Naruko's hand, and both congratulated them. The guy was so happy to watch his sister and friend smile happily. Next time we'll walk like this at your wedding, Naruto joked, only Naruko was embarrassed by his joke, blushing a little, and Uchiha grinned self-confidently. No, there won't be so many people at our wedding, the brunette, looking around, gave his verdict. At our wedding? The blonde asked with disbelief. Do you really think that I will let you go again or leave you alone? Sasuke was indignant. But Naruko, not knowing what to answer, stood up on her tiptoes, and kissed him. However, the brunette was satisfied with this answer, but later he would return to this question. Perhaps? Naruto looked at his wife and both smiled happily. Now no one will dare touch Naruko, now she will have the best defender. No one says that they will no longer have enemies, but now they are not alone and will cope with everything. The end. Thanks for watching me. Happy New Year.